People want to feel known.
Really building technology fast.
The lack of personalization and consumer trust cost businesses $756 billion last year.
Email itself is going to evolve into something very different.
Automation,
Messenger and SMS, business process optimization,
customer experience,
inventory planning.
Be more visual, be more tactile.
What's the future of e-commerce?
The heyday's just beginning.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me all right? I'm Derek Haney from Walnut Creek, California. Where are you chiming in from? Please make sure and say something in chat. I want to make sure I'm coming across loud and clear to you. Are you listening on Facebook, YouTube, or Hey Summit? I'd love to know because personally, we don't see everybody in the same way because we're using StreamYard as a streaming platform. So tell us where you're chiming in from. Let's make sure that you can comment on these videos and talk with us. And if you're all on my team and listening, ping me in Slack just to make sure that we know that everything is going smoothly. I'm really excited for today. We've got 2 days packed full of events. Thank you, Kevin, for letting me know. He says, sounds good on YouTube. 2 days packed full of events, all focused on the ugly stepchild of e-commerce. And at least it was the ugly stepchild of e-commerce, right? We're getting better at understanding that retention is how we're going to win this in the long game and get acquired and grow lifetime value and really grow revenue as a company. In the early days, in the heyday of Facebook ads and all that, is acquisition, because unfortunately it was kind of, burning through customers and getting sales at a profit was all you needed to build a company. Now, as cost of acquisition rises and as more competition enters the market, and because of technology like some that we'll see today, as well as platforms like Shopify, et cetera, there's a lower barrier to entry into the e-commerce environment than ever before. And then, of course, COVID accelerating the move from retail to e-commerce, which is increasing competition for a lot of us and fighting in those digitally native vertical brands spaces that we fight in. So long story short, if we can win in the retention game, we can really move our business to another level, and we can edge out our competitors, build a little bit of a moat around our business. And so I'm really looking forward to showing you some tools and tactics that will help you with that today. Thanks, Nathan. Good to hear from you. Where are you guys tuning in from, by the way? This event is broadcast worldwide. I've seen people from all over the world. And where are you? Are you at work? Are you at home? Are you in the warehouse? I've literally had people watch this entire event while packing boxes in their warehouse just so they could fulfill orders. I always love to hear how hard e-commerce merchants are working. And while I'm working hard over here, I am a little bit glad that isn't me, to be completely honest with you. These events are always free. We have more coming up for you. I'll get into that in just a second. We just have some housekeeping items before we move into our first session of the day, which is from me. And then, of course, we'll move into the rest of everybody else, because we don't need to hear from me all day. That's for sure. The first thing I wanted to note, if I can bring up my screen here, is that if you're here now, you are getting an email for every single session that we have. And I know that many people have complained about this to me in the past, so I just want to bring it to your attention. If you are here, you can click on this, click here to unsubscribe. And then it's just a quick, two-step unsubscribe or one-click unsubscribe process, and boom. You are not going to get emails about every single session that starts. That's all that it's removing. So you'll still be able to keep in contact with us about upcoming events, and you'll get our email for starting day one tomorrow, but it'll stop you from getting an email reminder for every single session that we have. So I think that can help kind of clear the clutter of your inbox. I think at the last event, I literally had someone tell me that they would never talk to me again because I sent them too many emails. They were like, whatever you're selling, I'm not taking it. This is too much for me to bear. And I was like, okay, calm down. Like, the button's right here. We can unsubscribe, but I want to make sure that you know this upfront going into it. And unfortunately, from my side, I only have two options: send you a reminder for all sessions or no sessions. And personally, I just prefer all, so that you can keep a little bit of a track list of what's going on from the event. So yeah, you can archive them, you can unsubscribe, no big deal. Second up, we have our show notes here. So let me go ahead and share this in the chat. This is the link to the show notes. You can bookmark this page. My team member Autumn is working hard behind the scenes to take notes from all of these sessions that we're going to have. And then this can be your little cheat sheet on action items, your to-do list and priority list. And so keep this around so that you can follow along. And if you miss a link or if you miss a slide, odds are the cliff notes of it at least will be here in the show notes. While I'm here, the Shopify Fempreneurs Facebook group just deserves a solid shout out. If you are a hardworking female-run business, join this group and help support women in e-commerce. And I suppose I can give a shout out to our sponsors. They are the ones that allow us to put on these events for free and allow us to give you the on-demand sessions for free in perpetuity as well. So thank you to Gorgeous, the help desk for e-commerce. These guys are growing so quick. I was actually in-house there over 2 years ago now at 14 people. They have over 100 people. They raised their Series B. This company is growing fast because they really have streamlined the process when it comes to e-commerce help desks. You're going to go from 5 agents overworked to thinking, reassigning 2 of those agents to other tasks when you switch over to Gorgeous. I swear it really does work that well. Loyalty Lion, which we're going to hear from later today, the central piece of your retention and loyalty strategy has to be a world-class loyalty program. And you can't do that without a tool that can connect to certain social activities or events or products that you may want to give away for free, and a great back-end dashboard for displaying loyalty points and understanding how people are responding and actually retaining through the program, right? Loyalty Lion has built all of that and has a very robust loyalty platform, including the POS integration for Shopify POS if you're both retail and online. Recart is the best-in-class messenger marketing platform for Shopify merchants. They focus specifically in on messenger marketing. So they've got everything from the Facebook ads, click-to-messenger integration that goes to flows and sequences. Quizzes can be done in the back of Messenger. And honestly, if you haven't tested this out, it could be a better way to improve return on ad spend. You can collect emails and contact information from people before sending them to the website, or just have deeper engagements with them. Recart's figured out how to do it. They promise at least a 500% ROI and are often seeing a 1,000% ROI for a lot of their customers. Rebuy, I am always impressed to see this tool because, and I think this is a little bit along the lines of retention. Well, it's technically on the pre-sale side, upsell and cross-sell, driven by artificial intelligence. I think that when people are discovering new products on our site a little bit better, they're going to engage with our brand more. So if you have, the cover for the barbecue as the upsell item, it makes it easier for the customer to find the product. And while that one thing maybe is really straightforward, when you're cross-selling dozens of different items, like different colors of nail polish or or just dozens of beauty products, right? You don't know which is going to really respond from each customer the best. Rebuy is using artificial intelligence to make the decision for you and put the most likely to convert product in that upsell box, and then close more revenue from it. And on Shopify Plus, they have a really cool checkout widget where you can add products right there at the checkout, which the customer wasn't going to buy unless they happen to see them. They're little value adds. Think about it like the checkout aisle at the grocery store and all that candy that's sitting right there that my son is always trying to get a hold of. This is what they do, and they do it really well, and it works. That's why the candy aisle is there. Okay. That's enough from the sponsors. Let me see. I already told you all sessions are going to be recorded and available on our YouTube. You can go to ecomtech.link/YouTube to subscribe. Let me share that here. Oh, Kevin says show notes requires access permission. Okay, Kevin, give me 1 second and we will flip that around in just a minute. In fact, let me share the straight link with you guys, and then I will I'll fix it so that the short link works after the next session, because it'll take me a few seconds. So here's the ugly Google Docs link. This one shouldn't require access permission. Autumn, if you're listening, if you can look and just grant permission for viewership to anybody that's asked for it, we'll keep on going. We have big news today. We announced this very recently. eCommerce Tech, our parent company that I founded, it has acquired eCommerce Day, and we're really proud to announce that we will be launching and running eCommerce Day remote social media coming up on July 4th and 5th. We're partnering with Shopify, Facebook, Constant Contact, Octane, Recart, Gorgeous, a lot of big names. Springbot, I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple of others, are going to be there with us, and we're really looking forward to this event. It will, for us, be the biggest event we've ever hosted. And so if you want to, you can actually sign up right now at social.ecommerceday.com. The site is actually not live. I published it 10 minutes ago just so you could sign up. But so there will be more sessions added and all that stuff. But if you want to sign up now, again, another completely free event, this time focused completely on social media and what's going to happen when you bring people off of the site from social, how to convert from social media a little bit better. Because I know a lot of people have that question, which is just the traffic from social media is crap. It's not converting. It converts at 0.5% or 1%, whereas my search traffic is converting at 3 or 4%. It's like, yeah, that's how it works, but maybe there are a few things we can do to improve that conversion rate as well. Let me have a quick drink here. I'm kind of excited, getting caffeinated for the day. We've got a long road ahead of us. It's already 9:10, so I'm supposed to start talking, but I've got a lot more to cover before we get into it. What's next on the list? Let's take a look at what you can expect today. So after me, we will have Nicole from Gorgeous speaking about customer service and how it influences the customer experience. And I can tell you, you already know this, right? if somebody has a negative customer service experience, they're very unlikely to buy from you again. So if you can flip that around and keep customers happy or solve issues before they start, then you are going to improve retention. And it happens in a one-to-one way. Each inquiry deserves its own response. But in aggregate, you start to see problems that arise in your business. With Gorgeous's great tagging system, you can see which tags are most common and then go see like, oh, it's always a sizing issue. We've got to go address like the sizing chart on our site. We need to preemptively talk to people to make sure they're getting the right size. It'll reduce returns, increase satisfaction, increase loyalty, and it'll just be a better experience. Sometimes you can't see things like that. It's not always as cut and dry as what I just said, sizing, right? It's other issues that might be with other types of products. You might have hundreds of SKUs and there's one batch of bad products in there, right? So there's a whole bunch of things that go into that. So then Ricart's going to talk about messenger marketing strategies. John's going to talk about how you can do reflow orders, which is really cool. Ashley is talking about how we can bring customers from Amazon over to our direct-to-consumer channel. I love that. And then Jordan on loyalty. Ty Givens is going to be interviewing Tiffany from Bold Swim. Savannah, always happy to have Shopping Gives on here. Their cause marketing platform is amazing. And then GRIN is showcasing their influencer marketing technology. And we think about influencer marketing as a source of new business acquisition. We're gonna see the platform here. There's actually just a tech showcase, so it's not going to go deep into it. But you can also think of influencer marketing as a way to engage and retain customers from a high-level brand standpoint. And so that's why we wanted to have them in the show today. And then Nick is going to be interviewing Beth from Busy Baby about how she grew her store to where it is today. And we're closing with Anna from House of Cart. She's just all around working with merchants nonstop to improve retention sequences and loyalty. And so she's just going to lay it out for us. We've got day 2, which we can get into, but definitely come back tomorrow if you can. The great Kunle will be speaking from 2X eCommerce. We're opening with Spiro, formerly CXL, or strategist from CXL, formerly. If you don't know what that is, they were the gods of conversion rate optimization back in the day, and now focusing on how retention can be a conversion rate optimization play as well, right? Because it is kind of along the same things. Tom has done dozens of kind of interviews and teardowns on Medium. If you don't follow him, I'll find a link later and share it with you. From eCommerce founders, he's going to share some of his takeaways. Val Geisler, oh my gosh, yeah, she's an amazing speaker, but she was running her own agency when I said, hey, can you speak at this event? And now she's actually in-house at Klaviyo as a brand advocate, speaking loudly about how we can use email in kind of innovative ways. And I think SMS is kind of naturally tied into there as well. Chase from Recharge, if you can't talk about subscriptions, or you can't talk about loyalty without thinking about some form of a subscription component, right? Recharge just raised $230 million or something like that to continue to refine their platform and grow into let's say the mainstream of e-commerce if they're not already there for Shopify merchants. And he's going to talk about how subscriptions need to be handled in order to actually grow, subscribe. I'm rambling now at this point. And closing with Valentine from OmniConvert. He preaches customer lifetime value and customer value optimization and has some really cool equations for us to show us. Okay, that's the lineup. We're already behind, but that's fine. Don't look there. That's me. I need to close that. If you haven't downloaded this already, let me share it with you here in chat. This is our e-commerce technology landscape. All you have to do is submit this form and you'll get a really high quality PDF with over 160 partners in the space. We'll also put this in the show notes. I suppose that would be a good idea. It's just a nice thing to have around if you're asking yourself the question like, hey, what's the best tool for this? Or, instead of going to Google, you can kind of just look at this and say, oh, well, those are three or four players in the space. Let me go check them out, right? So a nice little cheat sheet for the right tools for you to grow your business at different stages. And then we've got this amazing events directory that we launched a few weeks ago. We have over, I want to say 150 events listed now. And especially when you go into the past events. So if you're thinking what's the next best event I can attend? And if you want to pay for it, or if you're thinking something a little obviously when an event is paid, there's a certain kind of component going into it that you might not have. Ecom World 2021, D2C Day, these are huge events. And then you can also filter for free events that you want to look at that are upcoming. And then we actually will have a filter here very soon that does online and live. And you can also search for events by category, but most of them are broad-based e-commerce events. And let me share that with you here in chat again. You can just browse through this. If you are hosting events yourself, if I'm speaking to any app developers, agencies, etc., you can submit the events here. Would love to feature you. What next? I don't think that's our speaker list. Don't show that. I think that's it. Let me see. Oh, I guess I should, I'll briefly plug myself. If you're wondering what tools to use in the e-commerce world and you're thinking this is too confusing, I don't think I've got it right, I'm probably missing opportunities for growth, you just go to the site, click here, fill out this form. We'll speak for an hour. There's no catch. We don't sell you anything. Our goal is to show you the landscape and present to you options of tools that you should be looking at, shortcut that decision-making process, make it easier for you to choose the right tools. We'll intro you to the tool provider. And in some cases, we're able to even give you discounts with our partners at Gorgeous. We're able to get you the second month free. And there's a few other kind of cases like that where we're able to get you the handheld onboarding and things like that to ensure that that you're getting what you need. And my job is specifically to make sure you ROI from each of these tools, that you have the right person in place, that you're going to set up the tool the right way, and you're going to be happy with its performance. And that's why we do these 1-hour consults, is to build that roadmap for the tools you should be thinking about, testing, looking at in the future as you grow, as you hire, as you hit all of those walls that you're sure to hit in the future. I've got too many tabs open here, don't I? All right, I'm going to close all these things out so that we can focus on the session now, because I am also simultaneously the presenter. Usually I would introduce a presenter at this time. But all right, let's see if we can go full screen with this, and let's get into the first session, which is kind of along the lines of speaking to me, but I want you to be able to, of course, self-serve this as well. Can you see the screen? What happened to the image? The image isn't there. Oh, well, let's move on. Oh, it appears slowly. I didn't plan that. All right, deep breath, moving along. I didn't talk that much about myself before, but you may have seen me around. I run e-commerce tech. I've done all of it in the past. I ran an agency. I was in-house in e-commerce. I worked in e-commerce technology. I've mentored other founders on growth strategies. I once sold a tech company. I made an investment in a company that's still going strong today. But my focus these days has been on two things. The first one is demoing technology products. So I've done over 300 demos, and we've got over 100 reviews posted on the site. Actually, we're about to post the 100th one, I think, is what's about to happen, because we have a little badge coming out on social for that. Is that right? If Casey's watching, I think that's right. So 100 written reviews of individual technology products to understand various aspects of the e-commerce technology landscape. Our goal is to know this landscape better than anybody else in the world and be able to help you discern a good tool from a bad tool, a tool that I should invest in right now, as opposed to a tool that that you're not ready for yet, you don't have the bandwidth for, etc. And the other half of my time is spent talking to merchants like you about these various technology products. It sounds crazy because doing demos is like nobody's favorite job, but I actually really love uncovering what these cool technology companies are doing and seeing the innovation, like trying to be on the bleeding edge of it, and then figure out how that plugs into the puzzle. I've seen all the bad pitches, all the good pitches, everywhere in between. And I can tell you that some people really are making innovative tech. Other people, I'm like, I don't know how to place you. You're just like, 5 years behind this leading, provider or something like that. And that's what makes it really hard to tell as a founder and an e-commerce store owner is like there's just so much convolution in the space. So that's the landscape. We already talked about it. Let's get into like the fundamentals of what e-commerce technology is and how it's affecting merchants today. In order to start with that, we have to talk about where the market was in the past, which was market proliferation. This is the 10 to 15 to 20 years from about the year 2000 to about the year 2015. Even still, we see a proliferation of technology. Thousands of new tools are starting every year, and dozens are dying every year as well. But what we see today more than any of that, especially on the high end, the most successful tools, they're consolidating. They're becoming all-in-ones. They're actually becoming the best in class of multiple different subcategories of e-commerce. So if you think about Yotpo, they've acquired Swell and SMS Bump. They have their and they have a visual tool as well for making graphics. Klaviyo has just raised $320 million. They've successfully pulled off bringing in SMS, and I'm guaranteeing they're going to go for more like different technology categories in the future. SendLane will also be tackling this. They're another player in the space. WeCommerce has acquired a bunch of tools. So literally giant funds have started, multi-hundreds of millions of dollars into funds to acquire and roll up e-commerce technology companies because they're seeing the opportunity of bridging these tools together and serving the same audience with them. It has a good network effect, a positive network effect when you have all these tools under one roof. With Assembly is doing exactly the same thing. They've also recently acquired Reversion, and they're going down the same roadmap of trying to be the one tool to rule them all. Everyone's trying to do a little bit of the one tool to rule them all, but they're all still in different spaces, if that makes sense. So you've got the one tool to rule these 5 things, the one tool to rule these 5 things, the one tool to rule these 5 things. And then, of course, you've got your platform like Shopify, where they've launched their fulfillment network. They have now their payment, Shop Pay. They're growing like mad, and they are launching some, let's say, subsidiary components or acquiring some in order to fulfill their goal of being the only place to go for back-end e-commerce platform management. I don't think they'll ever take on Klaviyo for email and SMS and things like that, but they do want to always be the house of your e-commerce site, And I think that they're really competing hard versus Magento, Salesforce, Commerce Cloud, and all of those guys to be both a down market and up market solution at the same time. And while I do think personally that their Shopify Plus program needs a little bit of work to compete with Magento 2 and some of the higher end other systems out there, I do think that they're moving in the right direction and continuing to offer really strong just like back-end operations processes. You've got Shopify Flow and all of those things to merchants. So I'd expect Shopify to stick around for a long time, and in conjunction with these other technology providers, they can really bring a lot of strength to business. And again, on the flip side, if you don't know which tools you should be using, you might install all of them at the same time, and then business flops, right? So definitely we want to think about how we apply these technologies and where the industry is heading in this space of market consolidation. Next up, because of the ease of entering into e-commerce and the proliferation of technology that's enabled brands, a lot of brands have made their bread and butter through the internet, as opposed to starting in retail, or retail being a strong channel even from the early days, but having a direct-to-consumer channel. We now are seeing, Dollar Shave Club is one of the first examples, but we've got dozens more. Let's just skip it to this slide. Away, Casper, Morphe, Movement, all of these brands starting on e-commerce, enabled by e-commerce technology and growing into 100 million and even billion-dollar brands. And this enables more people to come into e-commerce technology, build products for little niches within the ecosystem, and then solve major problems for merchants that have existed but weren't really worth tackling in the past. So as we see a proliferation of e-commerce, we can then, on the back of that, because without e-commerce, you can't make a tech company, right? You have to make it into an existing market. But at the same time, e-commerce can't thrive if there aren't great technology tools that they can use to make their lives easier. So you see how, but as one grows, the other grows off of it, and vice versa. These two are linked together because at the end of the day, e-commerce is technology. You can't run a website without some form of technology, right? So the e-commerce boom and the digitally native vertical brand boom is destroying the retail business, and we can see that here. And of course, COVID was a huge accelerator of that, and many retailers like Neiman Marcus, I think, shut down for good. And I'm sure that the reason was because they didn't own that customer relationship, and they didn't think about retention when foot traffic dried up. So if they'd had a great loyalty program with a tool like Loyalty Lion, maybe or something like that, they could have owned the customer relationship and easily transferred their brick and mortar experience into an online experience. And I think that's what retailers really missed during the COVID pandemic. Before that, leading up to that, was how digital and owning the contact information and understanding the social handles and where people hang out on social that are your customers and all of that stuff. If you didn't know that before March of 2020, you were likely to go under. But the brands that had a good connection there are still doing well, maybe not as good without the brick and mortar traffic, but they're still doing well and thriving and focusing on e-commerce. We actually have talked to dozens of brands in the last year about their transition from retail to e-commerce to make sure they've got the tools in place. And a lot of the times, my takeaway to a lot of these retailers or blended retail e-commerce businesses was, don't you wish you had collected that phone number or email at point of purchase, prior to the shutdown? And they're like, yeah, that would probably make us a few $1 million right now. So it's like, yeah, well, I could have, set you up with that in 2019, but you weren't ready for it, I guess. You just didn't see the opportunity. So long story short, yeah, there's a couple more brands there. Because of the proliferation of technology and the increase in the channels for social media, launching TikTok, Snapchat, Clubhouse, now a very big channel that some people are working into e-commerce plays, but I do see it more in the agency and I don't know, selling your online course space for when it comes to e-commerce. I'm not seeing a ton of people thrive in e-commerce there, but it does work. But now that there are all these channels, your customer wants to communicate on them, you are forced to communicate, of course, on them yourself. So you've got the traditional owned channels, email, SMS, Messenger. You also have WhatsApp and a whole bunch of others depending on your region as well. Web push is a one-way communication channel, right? Your own mobile app, direct mail, which most people are probably completely neglecting, and then of course retail. These are the own channels. Then you've got your social channels. You got advertising. You can also be in print magazines. And as the channels continue to rise, great tools like Gorgeous are solving for bringing all of your inquiries into one place. But other challenges arise. Attribution modeling. There's actually a great tool called Rockerbox that helps you understand the true revenue attribution by channel, which is just super crucial to understanding where to invest your marketing dollar. Better segmentation and personalization opportunities can arise, figuring out which channels are working right for you, and then making sure you actually have the resources to execute on all those channel strategies is becoming quite the challenge. And of course, as we're here to talk about retention and loyalty, you can imagine that if you don't have all the bandwidth today, but if you were able to manage all of your channels today to their fullest, you would increase retention, right? Because you would be everywhere that somebody wants you to be and be able to talk to anybody that you wanted to, and they would have a better relationship with you because you were present on TikTok, just as an example, since a lot of brands still aren't there. And so if you are engaging with customers there, you're likely to retain them. But that doesn't mean you need to jump on a channel like that today. What it means is that you need to roll out, you need to know which channels are ROIing for you, focus and maximize the value of it, grow the business to the point where you can hire and invest into other channels. All right. I'm blabbing on for a long time here. Tell me, how's it going in chat? What are you guys seeing? Nathan has some questions. We'll get into, in fact, I'll probably save those questions for our 11:10 session with Jordan. I think it's 11:10 or 11:40. So next up, because of the proliferation and then consolidation of technology and the growth of the rise of the digitally native vertical brand, people have this changed user experience. Of course, it starts with that Amazon experience. Free 2-day shipping is expected. But then moving beyond that, I think I have a whole nother talk on this because it's so powerful. The power of live chat on your site is really incredible for both increasing conversion rate and increasing retention. If you do like a study of the customers who talked with you before their first purchase and those that didn't, I guarantee the customers that talked to you before their first purchase, as long as you did a good job in a chat, in a live real-time chat, are likely to have a much higher lifetime value and buy from you more frequently. So if you think about how live chat can build retention with just a few back and forth notes and conversations, somebody all of a sudden trusts the brand. They remember who they talked to. They had a good experience. You solved the problem for them, and then they purchased. That is just like, what customers are dying to have. And it's something that Amazon doesn't do very well. So it's a really big opportunity for us to differentiate. I expect you to know who I am, just meaning that if I've been to your site before, I should be able to log in, maybe one-click login or something like that. I should be able to check out without having to put my credit card information again. Thank you, ShopPay. Maybe even log in with social, and you can have my social handles and stuff too. One second. Sorry. And yeah, one of my biggest pet peeves is also when you show an email pop up to somebody whose email address you already have. Why? This is so silly. And then, of course, because of the rise of social media, everyone's an influencer. Everyone has an audience or a platform to tell others about what terrible experience they had buying from you. The product came broken. They wouldn't refund me, whatever it is. People love to complain. You sent me 10 emails. You're dead to me, as I told you earlier today, right? So if you are, in fact, if you are, in fact, frustrating your customers, you have to solve their problems before they turn to social media and create a negative retention and negative viral coefficient about your brand. It is challenging, but it is expected that you are solving these issues and responding to the people whose issues you couldn't solve, and explaining to the world why as well. And then we'll get into it more with Jordan later on, but loyalty programs that encourage social sharing, encourage following us on social, tracking back so that when you follow me on Instagram, you get 100 loyalty points or whatever it is. I think those are really, really important and totally underrated right now. And then understanding your viral coefficient kind of stems from that, which means it's called your referral rate or your viral coefficient. So the first way to track that, just getting into it briefly, is how many people shared their referral link and had somebody sign up through that. That's your bottom line, but there's also word of mouth that stems on top of that. Sometimes that you can call that direct traffic, and new customers through direct traffic is a good way to track it. But sometimes you just kind of have to guess at what that metric is or come to a reasonably estimated conclusion. And it's important because if you're thinking about lifetime value per customer, or even just first purchase, right? You're running a Facebook ad, you've got a 300% ROI, and that causes you to break even on that first sale. But if you know that 20% of your first purchase customers will refer a friend, then all of a sudden your actual average order value should actually be 20% higher because of that customer, because you know that 1 in 5 will refer another order of about the same size. So that person that you got from Facebook ads isn't just one person, it's 1.2 people. So by understanding your referral or viral coefficient, you're able to better calculate lifetime value. Some other random high-level strategy ideas before I go into my quick tips on tech tool selection. Just really important things that I think a lot of merchants forget, which is why I'm telling you this. This presentation's me just going from rant to rant, if you haven't noticed yet. But daily metrics dashboard, a place where you log in at least once a day, every morning, usually, sometimes morning and night. Don't stare at this too much. It can be just like mindless self-indulgence. But you want to be able to see how cost of acquisition, lifetime value, what products are selling well, how well upselling is going. You want to see how many loyalty points have been spent today, how many loyalty points have been accrued today. And of course, last 30, last 90, how is this changing over time? Is there a big boost in traffic because an influencer posted? Is there a lull because of the iOS 14 update, et cetera, et cetera? You want these things in real time, especially when you're doing over 100 orders a day, which is a little bit of a larger story, but that's just like at that moment, if a product runs out of inventory, you need to act on it fast or it's costing you a lot of money. So having that daily metric dashboard up and at least looking at your trailing 30s, trailing 14s, and if you can put up some predictive analytics slides as well, so that you know how to manage inventory and stuff like that. That's what I think of from not just the CEO's level, but also the head of marketing needs daily metrics, the operations manager needs daily metrics as well. in order to keep the business running well. Split testing, if you've ever done a consult with me, so I know some of you are listening right now, you know that I hate hearing about brands that are not doing split testing. If you're doing over 50,000 visitors a month to your website, you have to be doing split testing. And even at 10,000 visitors a month, there's at least 1 or 2 tests you should probably get going. Your product detail pages are huge for places to split test. If you have unique landing pages or squeeze pages, test those. Pop-ups, very important to test. The homepage, very important to test. Pardon me. One second. I don't know what happened there. Let me get my voice back. All right. I think I'm getting my voice back. I don't know what happened there. Just yelling at the top of my lungs is getting to me, I guess. So split testing, real time, A and B, so 50% of the audience. I'll give you a basic example. Split testing a tool like Sezzle, a buy now, pay later tool on all of your product detail pages. Look at the total average order value and conversion rate of that tool when it's on there versus when it's not. That will give you the exact amount of revenue that Sezzle is generating for the brand. And Sezzle, and the reason is because some people are concerned Sezzle as a tool is cannibalizing some of their sales. Somebody that was about to pay from credit card pays through Sezzle, and that means there's a higher transaction fee on your side as the merchant. Nobody wants that. Sezzle doesn't even want that. They only want to win the customers that weren't about to buy, or they want to increase the average order value for those that were about to buy by allowing them to buy more. Only way you're going to know exactly how well it works for your brand is a true split test. A before and after test doesn't solve this problem because there's so many other factors that go into it. All right, finally, customer development. If you haven't asked questions to your existing customers in a while, I actually recommend talking to at least 3 customers a week on the phone until maybe about your 10th year in business. Well, there's a law of diminishing returns that could occur if you are like a one product brand that never changes. But yeah, pretty much like 3 customers a week on the phone is a really good thing for a CEO to be doing. I know that nobody's doing it, but you really can just put a little link at the end of some emails and have a few people book times. It's not that hard. Alternatively, or probably complementary to that, micro surveys. So just asking one question: how did you hear about us? Did you have a good on-site experience? Was this page everything you were looking for? Stuff like that can be really handy. And our next up presenter, Gorgeous, we'll go over some live chat scenarios where you can simultaneously engage a customer, but also get information out of them, which I think is really important. Moving into the meat of what I'm here to talk about, analyzing our tech stack and making smart decisions. There are 2 types of tools that you can buy. One is a time saver, which is just like a quick automation of a task, like an Excelify or something that just kind of a Zapier or something like that. The ROI from those are a little bit harder to calculate. Then you have KPI-driven tools that usually are impacting, something like average order value, conversion rate, lifetime value, repeat purchase rate, or and then on the operation side, it could be products in stock. It could be streamlining supply chain or something along those lines. But certainly you have pretty large KPIs that should directly tie back to revenue in one way or the other. And those are the kinds of tools that really move the needle for businesses. So for that reason, KPI-driven tools are the ones we want to talk about, the ones we want to think about, the ones we want to make sure that we're maximizing the value of all the tools that exist for us. So right now, when you're choosing a technology tool, let me just tell me in chat if this sounds familiar to you. It usually starts with a small fire that you see in the business that's growing and growing, and it turns into a big fire until you realize that you just need to put this out. You maybe sit down in a team meeting, or maybe somebody in a team meeting brings this to your attention, and one of your team members who's probably underqualified and focused on one specific activity in the business, like customer service, is now tasked with finding the right solution, right? They're like, okay, I've got to go get us a help desk. I see Nicole in the green room, and I know that this is what merchants are doing. It's like, oh, we're like 700 emails deep, and I have no idea how to solve all these inquiries. I guess we should now finally look for a help desk. This is the constant problem of e-commerce, is that we're putting out fires because we're not proactively expecting problems to rise up and solve them. So from here, this one person tasked with solving your tech stack need, it has no true experience in understanding how your tech stack works cohesively. They don't understand if this tool is going to integrate with others. They don't even understand really the needs of the tool from other departments and things like that, because they're just focused in their one area of expertise. This is where things kind of start to go awry. The next step for this hero is obviously to go ask our one and only overlord, Google. They do a Google search. What is the best help desk for e-commerce, right? And Google always watching, listening, collecting our data. Hopefully the search results return something important for us that starts to bring us a short list of tool providers that we can go out and start qualifying. And so, and we go to their websites and we read all this jargon, which, you know, we use AI to machine learn in order to grow your store. And you're like, I still don't know what you do, right? This is pretty cliche story of every tech provider's website, is that they talk too much about their features and how awesome they are and how much they're going to change your world, but you still don't know what they actually do. By the way, that's why we created ecommercetech.io, to clarify that with really perfectly, or not perfectly, but well-constructed reviews of technology products and get into those nitty-gritty details as fast as possible. So at the end of this very scientific process, your one team member who's totally underqualified is gone through all of the demos for all of these tools. Demos are unavoidable, by the way. And they've probably posted to Facebook groups asking other people what they like to use. And they've maybe even gone to their competitors and thought, maybe I should use what my competitors are using. And they've finally got their short list of tools and they've narrowed it down to one or two. And then they have to turn back to their team and their management and say, guys, can we buy this tool? And then the process sometimes starts all over again. The management is like, well, we don't have the budget for that. Well, let's see if we can get a tool that's cheaper. Well, let me go see if I can find another tool. And the process continues on, right? This is the nightmare of choosing a technology product when you're looking at crucial components like customer service, like upsells, cross-sells, like loyalty programs, like review programs, like inventory management systems, like third-party logistics providers, and even agencies, right, for e-commerce. This is the nightmare that currently is your job. So yeah, there's a better way. This is how I like to structure it. It starts when the problem is identified, or if you can predict the problem as arising over the next 3, 6, or 12 months, then at least you'll have a roadmap for understanding when you need to start doing your research process. Starts with a needs analysis. Bring in all the stakeholders into one meeting. A whiteboard session is great for this, or even using Notepad and a Zoom meeting or something along those lines. You need to understand how this affects multiple different departments. Customer service affects marketing, as an example. Usually marketing people aren't in customer service calls, which means that later on, after the help desk is installed, the marketing team is going to retroactively figure out what problems arise for them because of new, or maybe there's missed opportunities because of the new technology that's been put in place. So having a needs analysis from all affected stakeholders, having somebody from the financial team in there to talk about budget is obviously very important. And then having somebody that understands the rest of the tool stack so that you can figure out to make sure you have the right integrations. Integrations are crucial as we grow our tool stack. Your e-commerce store is going to have between 6 and 30 different technology tools, and it can't even grow beyond that as you grow into like the $500 million, $1 billion range. So multiple departments have multiple different unique needs, but it's not crazy to have 15 to 20 to 30 tools. If each of those tools are working in silos, then you're missing the opportunity to pass data between each other and maximize the value of all of them. So integrations become really key early on. And then finally, before this meeting is over, you need to understand switching and lock-in costs. So you just need to acknowledge, for instance, if you think about a tool like an email service provider, it takes a long time to create campaigns in that tool, and it's not so easy to transfer that to another tool. So email service providers, they have large contact lists and data on all the contacts, which you can't always export you can export the contact's name, but not like every page they visited and all that stuff, right? So there's a little bit of a lock-in with an email service provider, an SMS provider as well. I feel like there's a lot of lock-in there. And so you have to acknowledge these lock-in costs and switching costs, because if the higher those costs are, the more time you're going to want to spend vetting and making sure you're making the right decision for at least your 3 to 5 year future. And really understanding like how far should we plan in advance? Should we be buying a tool that, like, we're $1 million brand? Should we be buying a tool that is great for $10 million brands, $100 million brands? Or should we just buy a tool that solves our needs for right now and go, in 1 year, like question this and possibly upgrade to a more robust solution, but also more costly solution? These are all the things you have to consider. And this should be done in one meeting that's, depending on the complexity and really honestly the budget. If it's, $5 a month tool, this could be done by hand by one person maybe. If it's a $500 a month tool, there should probably be a couple people involved and at least a 30-minute conversation. It's a $5,000 a month tool like an agency or something like that. It should involve a lot of the stakeholders in the company, and it maybe is a couple of meetings to formally and kind of professionally make a good starting decision, a good foundation for your business. And Nicole, I know that we're over. I got to speed this up, I guess. After that, you create a short list, you do demos of all the tools, and then you should test. You can roll out that tool in a test. If it's changing the website in any way, I always recommend rolling it out in a test so that you can understand how it impacts conversion rate. And then making sure that you're fully onboarded and that your team understands how to use the tool to the fullest. We're going to skip this, but some of the questions to ask yourself. Number one, the one I'll say here is built for e-commerce. Tools that aren't built for e-commerce, to me personally, are going to miss the mark a lot for you. If it's not directly integrated with Shopify with a robust Shopify integration, if it's not understanding the needs of merchants, and not just saying we understand the needs of business owners, the needs of merchants are fundamentally different. So make sure built for e-commerce. You can look at the others later. Don't sign contracts. Always try to research 2 or more tools. And if ever in doubt, go with a company that is well-funded or high growth because they will be building faster than others. I'm skipping this one because you can just go look at this stack kind of layout that we have. Ideally, you kind of install these tools at various stages of the business, and none of these slides are too relevant for us today. All right. So if you want the deck, you can email me afterwards or send me a message or something, and I'll be happy to talk to you. I already plugged my tech consultation, but if you want to book a time with me, you can go to ecomtech.link/consult. These are completely free consults. We analyze your tool stack, analyze the stage of your business, all of the gaps in the stack and all the opportunities for you. Then we give you a roadmap of the 3 to 5 things we think you should be thinking about over the next 3 to 6 months. And then we look to meet with you quarterly or biannually and talk tech tools again and again. All right, that's it for me. That was a lot. I hope you enjoyed that. Nathan, I am going to hold off on your questions about loyalty programs because I just feel like those will be better answered by Jordan. I have my service level experience with loyalty tools, but he's the man for that. Yeah. All right. Let's just move straight into the next session since we're already behind. Nicole, are you ready? Hey, how's it going?
Good. I'm ready to go. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you. If you want to share your screen now, I can bring it on as well. How is your day going?
It is going. Excited that we have a long weekend ahead of us.
Yeah.
3-day weekend. So can you see my screen?
Yes, it looks good. I'm going to add it in here. I will remove myself from this, take a quick water break for myself and let you take it away. Everyone, this is Nicole from Gorgeous. We're going to talk about retention from the lens of customer service and customer experience. Take it away, Nicole.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Derek, for that introduction. So hi, everyone. My name is Nicole. I'm the senior partner manager here at Gorgeous, and I manage the entire East Coast. For those of you that don't know, Gorgeous is a customer service help desk. We aggregate all your support in one place. So email, chat, Facebook, phone, Instagram, all in one place so that we can help you respond to inquiries on time and in one place. So today I'm going to talk about how that really impacts retention and loyalty from a customer standpoint, and how to really do that through the customer experience, since that is what we know best. So that's my email. We do have an offer, which Derek will share for watching. And if you do want to check us out after, or you can email me, nicole@gorgeous.com, if you have other questions and want to continue talking. So step 1, to captivate the meaning of customer experience and understand what customers are saying, is to first understand what are they asking. So if you're not already segmenting what your order questions are or what your question types are across your customer service team, that's a good place to start, because now you can actually understand what are the most commonly asked questions, what are maybe bottlenecks for why the customer is not converting, maybe you're getting a lot of returns, really taking in that feedback to understand how are you answering those questions in a proactive manner to make sure that you're getting to those questions on time and you're not losing those customers. Another piece with that information in your support system is you can use that product feedback to build new products, to anticipate negative feedback before you lose customers, and understand where in your processes you can do better. Because when that all is improved, you can definitely drive that retention, create an amazing customer experience, because we all know when you have a great customer experience, most likely you're going to come back, you're going to want to continue buying from that brand or from that customer. And that customer is going to be really happy and walk away with a happy smile on their face. So second piece is omnichannel experience. So be everywhere. So what I mean by this is, we're very fortunate that we live in a world today where it's not just email and phone. You're actually able to communicate across multiple channels, whether it's chat, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Instagram. And I'm going to be going into those different tools and show you how you can use those effectively. But one thing is understanding where are your customers. So I always like to bring in my mom for this example. My mom is a caller. She doesn't like to do chat. She doesn't like to do anything dealing with, anything beyond phone. So if you know that your customer is a phone caller, double down on phone, figure out ways to make it really easy for that customer. But the other piece of this is being everywhere is also super effective. You might discover new customers, or you might unlock new ways to communicate with them that you're actually driving more conversions, as well as then retention, because your customers are getting all their questions answered in the right place at the right time. Myself, for example, I DM all the brands I purchase at. Lucky for you, Gorgeous just launched DMs, so you can actually respond to tickets, or DMs directly through our system. And same thing goes with Facebook comments, Facebook Messenger, and SMS. And I'll get into these in a little bit. So post-purchase personalization. The most important piece of feeling like a customer or making a customer feel like it's personalized to them, like you really care about them, is that element of personalization. So here we have an example of a macro. A macro is a pre-canned response. So rather than your team typing, copying and pasting multiple times, what you can do is you can pull selective variables in here and really use that to personalize the experience. So here we see, hey, customer first name, thank you so much for your order. Here are the different variables. Did you know you have 230 points available in your account? Don't forget to redeem here. Have a great day. So now what you're doing is not only giving them all the order information, but you're actually upselling them back to the website, as well as signing it off with Charlie from the happiness department. So those elements are really easy to pull in. And on top of that, what you're doing is you're actually giving them the loyalty points. So that one could potentially drive conversion or retention, and then also showing them that they're a loyal customer and you value that, and that you're actually giving them points to work with you. So again, this is a great way to quickly just discuss with the customer easy points that they can connect with you with. I spent about 3.5 hours on the phone the other week with an airline, and it was a nightmare. They asked me my order information maybe 100 times, and I was like, I'm so over this. I don't even want my refund anymore. So that's a exhibit A of how you can really make sure that even just spitting out their order information, their tracking number, without having to, without a much lift, creates a great experience. So automate replies for quick response time. So I alluded to this in the previous example. So using automation is your friend. So you can automate a lot of responses, especially those repetitive inquiries, without having to lose a lot of that personalization, as we saw in that first example. So what that does is now one, it creates a personalized experience, but two, that customer is happy because they're getting a quick response from you. And that again creates a great customer experience, drives retention. That quick response time really does impact conversions, which we'll also get into a little bit later here, but it does keep that customer loyal. Like I said, we all know if you are sitting around for hours waiting to get something back, you probably don't want to repurchase from that customer. Or if there's fees involved that are hidden fees, being very clear, being able to automate those responses, having those responses readily available is super key. So chat campaigns, great way to drive personalization as well as keep a customer loyal, because they actually feel like they're conversing with the brand. What we talk a lot about this year is conversational commerce and instantaneous communication. So making sure that you're actually discussing with those customers how you can guide them in their purchase, but also that quick response allows them to feel like someone is there guiding them through the process, and they're not just, going through a website when they're getting targeted and just leaving the website because there's too much going on. Chat campaigns enable that conversation with the customer, allowing you to create one-on-one engagements with that customer. So There's multiple things you can do with chat. So one is objection busting statement. If you know your customers on your site because you have 100% cruelty-free faux leather shoes, 100% put that out there. Make sure you can engage in and have that first engagement point with the customer. Second piece is, what is the main purchase? Maybe it's they want these shoes for an event. Hey, what are you shopping for? I'm your fashion consultant. Let me know how I can help. Again, driving that retention with the customer, because they're going to be very loyal if you're guiding them through finding the perfect purchase for their potential event, or just guiding them through the process. Another piece is highlighting reviews. I'm a review junkie. I don't purchase anything without reading hundreds of reviews. So, hey, we actually got 5 out of 5 stars on this purchase. Here's some of the reviews. It always drives that customer down that conversion funnel a little bit more, allowing them to feel like you're answering their questions before they're even asking in. And then, of course, product specific discounts. Hey, this expires in an hour. Here's 20% off. Or what's your email? Hey, we see you're a loyal customer. Here's another 10% off. Those are ways you can really engage with the customer. And then the last piece here, one of my favorite stories is usually women go half a size up. We actually had a shoe customer that had tons of returns based on shoe size. And so what they did is they said, hey, women usually go half a size up, and it drastically reduced their returns. So again, mitigating those returns, mitigating those responses, being proactive versus reactive on understanding what's going on in your support system to get that customer to return to you, to remain loyal, and to keep driving that through your customer experience. Facebook Messenger, another one of my favorite channels that has grown a lot this year, is here we see, tons of brands are spending, and I'm sure you guys are all spending all this money on ad spend. But how do you get the most for that ad spend is to actually drive engagement with Facebook ads, Instagram ads. So here we have a perfect example of this conversational flow, or this conversion funnel. Is here we see, hey, get 10% off your next purchase, click, and then we'll send you a discount code. Now what this does is it unlocks a conversation with an agent. Now, not only are you just swiping them up to your website and not controlling the purchase flow, but you're actually able to engage with them, talk with them through Facebook Messenger, and ask them if they have any other questions. So again, here's a perfect example of how to use Facebook Messenger to your ability, so that you can, again, drive conversions, drive retention, because everything, we all know when you eat at a restaurant and you have a bad experience, it doesn't feel very personalized, you're probably not going to want to go back. Same thing here. Here you can actually control that process and make sure that you're engaging with that customer and delivering exceptional support. Getting your offers out. Customers love offers. That's a great way to actually get them to stay with you. As I mentioned earlier, is giving them that exclusive offer. But here in social media comments, same thing. Here we see Megan commenting and tagging her friend with heart emojis. You might just think that these are just random heart emojis, but really, that's actually a qualified social lead. So tagging them both back, offering them a promo code, is now not only activating Megan, but you're activating Jessica as well. So it's a great way that you can actually get that person to convert and acquire new customers and retain new customers. So again, on our end, you can actually see with Gorgeous how that customer, if that customer is a Shopify customer, so you can actually offer them something exclusive. Here, another example, giving these offers. Hey, if I buy, can I return it? Yes, quick response back. Absolutely. 30-day, no hassle returns from the customer care team. P.S. We have a promo code going off. Always get your offers out. It makes customers feel like they're valued. It makes them feel like they're getting the best deal, and they aren't looking, in 1,000 different places. They're staying loyal to you because they know that they're getting the best offer directly from you. So back to kind of prioritizing comments. That's a great way to get to those really urgent items immediately. Like I mentioned, there's different tiers of tickets. There's those easily answered questions through automation. So where's my order? What's the return policy? But then there's also those urgent comments, negative feedback. You want to get to those first. So the way that you prioritize those is really going to impact your customer's experience, because if you're getting to those really quickly, let's say they want to cancel an order before it's already fulfilled, that's going to save you a lot of time, but it's also going to help the customer be like, wait, they're really great. They're really fast at responding. So here we go. Now we can offer them that amazing return experience. And for ourselves as a brand, you actually don't have to go through the depth and the cost of actually returning the product, restocking the product as well. So prioritizing comments, being able to actually understand sentiment. So here, sentiments are negative comments, positive comments. We've actually built this into our system. So if you're not using machine learning yet, this is a great way to start so that you can actually understand If it's a positive comment, if it's a negative comment, and how to get through those first is a great retention strategy to make sure that you're actually engaging with those customers and getting to those more important matters. SMS, another one of my favorite channels here. So SMS is another fastest growing channel for us. The reason being, I think we can all attest, I don't know where my phone is, but it's right here. Actually, it's behind my laptop. What you can do with SMS is always retain customers because they are constantly on their phones. You're never within a foot or a couple feet without your phone. So we know that the click-through rate on SMS is extremely high. You can engage with the customer. You can send a nice GIF. You can enter them in a raffle. Here we see these nice emojis and the discount code right here with one of our customers as an example. And then, of course, making sure that you're actively engaging in customer responses through the customer experience, engaging with customers through SMS to actually help them out, make them feel like it's, again, that instantaneous communication, texting your best friend versus texting just a person or a robot. We want to keep it super personalized, but we also want to retain that quick response time so that we can quickly attend to the customer's needs. Training your support team to retain customers. So, for every bad experience, there's a way to turn it around. One example, I spoke with someone the other week and I was like, what's your strategy? And they're like, if we see a comment on social and we know that they're a customer, we actually sometimes hide the comment or we respond directly and be like, hey, we're so sorry. Everyone who sees this comment, we're happy to give you a discount for your next purchase. Or they hide the comment and they just call direct and really understand, what was the root of the problem? How can they fix it to really change that customer experience? Here's a great example of a damaged item. What you can see here is, hey, it's a $3 handling fee to replace, but also because you had this damaged items, we're happy to give you a more premium ring with a couple extra dollars so that we can try to turn that negative experience around. So here you see, great, here's the broken run. I would like to upgrade to the Zeus Step Storm Gray Black. Again, you can do this with macros, quick responses, quick ways to upsell the customer, but also retain them and be like, hey, I had a really damaged items, but they took my return and I was able to upgrade to a premium at a discounted price. So this is a great way, great strategy around how to retain customers, training your support team to retain. We know that is kind of what they're there for, but they're also, we spend all this money on acquiring new customers when really the AOV of one customer or the lifetime value of that customer is way more important than just acquiring one or two customers here that haven't yet turned loyal. So again, focusing on those loyal customers and those retention customers. One thing I forgot to mention here is we can also prioritize VIP customers if they've spent a certain amount of dollars. Again, making sure that you're getting to those customers first. And then one piece about why that instantaneous communication is so important is that we actually have data to support that the conversion rate on pre-sale chats or SMS responded to within 10 minutes, so that response time being really quick, is 28%. And pre-sale chats are conversations that haven't been responded to within 30 days, customers that haven't purchased within 30 days or entirely new customers. That is what a pre-sale chat means. And we actually found it drove an additional revenue. So here we see another example. Out of 500 tickets, about a half converted with a response time of 2 minutes and 8 seconds. So response time is directly correlated to sales. It's directly correlated to retention, to loyalty, making sure that you're constantly engaging with those customers, getting to their questions before they need to, and using automation, machine learning to really leverage that so that you're getting to those repetitive inquiries, but also prioritizing those urgent ones. So here we see a conversion rate of about 50%. And it drove an additional $23,000 in support. So again, super impactful. Add KPIs to your support team. Make sure that you can figure out ways that you can engage the customer, convert them a little bit more, and drive loyalty. And so I know we're a little bit at the end of the session here, so we can open up for some questions, or Derek and I can discuss a little bit. But so Gorgeous, it is the #1 help desk for e-commerce, rated on the Shopify App Store. We are heavily integrated with Shopify, Magento, and BigCommerce. We work with now over 6,000 brands. I need to update the slide. And it's really to have all your customer service in one place, because omnichannel experience is super key for your customers. And then again, having those AI responses when needed without compromising on personalization. So second month free. Derek, I believe you have the link, or you guys can email
Yes.
me saying you came from this event. Thank you so much for your time today. And I know that was a little bit quicker than usual. Whoop,
You crushed it. Did great. I'm sharing the link here with everybody in chat here. I'll put it up on the screen as
Perfect.
well. You just go to ecomtech.link/gorgeous. Make sure, and yeah, you can just let them know. They'll probably see it, but let them know that we've sent you, and you'll do a quick demo of the software. Make sure that it's the right fit for you. Make sure that it integrates with all the tools you need, which is their job, and they do a very good job at it. And then move into the onboarding and customer success side of it. By the way, if you're the time to look for a help desk is usually around the time of hiring your first customer support agent. So depending on the stage of your business, right now, if you're getting only like 100 orders a month and maybe 10 inquiries, too small for help desk. Just manage it through Gmail for now. On the flip side, if you are using Zendesk and you have a massive amount of Instagram DMs and you are realizing what a headache it is to manage a few channels and go back and forth between Shopify and Zendesk, that would probably be a good time to switch. So that's my pitch on Gorgeous. Nicole, I'm really curious about the adaptation of Instagram DMs. I know you've had so many customers just like beating their head against the wall waiting for this feature. It was a release by Facebook, by the way, if everyone listening doesn't know. Facebook wouldn't open the API access, which means that technology providers could not integrate with Instagram DMs. Are you seeing a lot of adaptation? I'm imagining you went from like 0 to 400,000 inquiries a month in like a second.
My gosh. Yeah. I think Instagram DMs, I had a couple brands that, like you said, were just managing out of Gmail. And then they were like, whenever DMs is launched, like we're ready to go. So we had a huge influx of customers. We had a huge influx of tickets. I think, we're also working on a TikTok integration potentially soon. There is so much everywhere. And it really is, at the end of the day, I know a lot of people were like, why aren't you launching it? And like you said, it was really Facebook waiting for them to open the API to us. They're a monster to deal with, not in a bad way, but they just are a monster company, as you know. But we're super happy that we finally are able to manage DMs, and we just rolled it out to now 200 different customers, and we're continuing to roll it out hopefully to everyone in the next few weeks. So yeah, that's a massive move on our end. And like I mentioned, there's tickets everywhere, there's support everywhere. You just have to find the channels that work for you. We're constantly integrating with new app partners. We have around 50 plus integrations, and it's growing every single day. We get so many integration requests. So
and I think that's that's the two-way integrations. I think a lot more people have started one-way integrating to push data to you as well.
Those are just the native ones. And yeah, the one-way integrations, we just have to send our API docs over because we just need to keep hiring and growing so that we can support every single one of those native integrations. But it's super exciting, and I think we've seen a huge acceleration.
So just on a personal level, you got promoted to the senior partner manager level. What do you know what employee number you were?
40 or 50. I think I was like 50 on the dot.
Number 50. And how many people are in the company now?
160. So we've grown by 3 times.
Oh my God. And when did you get hired? It's only been a year and a half?
Last June. Yeah, I got promoted in 9 months because we were moving so rapidly, and there was just so much market out there. A lot of brands needed a help desk, as we know, with COVID. Everyone was moving online. And then, of course, we also saw an influx in the market just in general with Shopify. We were moving, side by side with them as well. So everyone was looking for a help desk. We were on the App Store. We were working close with the Shopify team. So it was just really fortunate that we were able to be in this place at the right time.
Yeah, well, I think there was a lot of smarts from Roman and Alex at the top.
Oh man!
One quick final question is about your AI. Tell me about the future, or maybe if you're allowed to disclose, where is it all heading? What's Gorgeous building when it comes to the artificial intelligence, machine learning tools?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we do have a machine learning and automation team in San Francisco that we're trying to build out more. I think it's constantly growing. We're trying to figure out ways that, are going to eventually remain personalized. So it's less of a human lift and more of automation without sacrificing personalization either. And we're just always trying to improve that as well. We also just launched self-service chat Self-service is a great way for customers to actually answer those questions themselves, track their orders. All they have to do is click in the chat, be like, what's your email? Hey, I want to track my order. Then they can see an entire log of all their orders. So we found that a lot of customers, rather than trying to look for answers, they want to find the answers themselves through responses with the self-service chat. So that's something we recently launched. And, we're just going to keep expanding there. I agree that there's, we're never going to not have humans. But I think it's complementary to one another. And so we're just going to keep expanding and finding new ways to actually mitigate a lot of those more and more repetitive inquiries and get a little bit more granular with maybe those urgent tasks and try to find ways we can respond to those as well.
Don't say we'll never be without humans. As the AI apocalypse comes upon
Seriously,
us.
I know. Yeah. Well, that's everyone's fear, right? They're always worried, oh, I don't want to use AI. And I always have to remind them, I promise you, you won't sacrifice on the personalization. We're not, it's definitely, if you're looking at help desks and you're like, oh no, I want to manage everything myself, like that is tiring and that will break eventually. So you do have to look for new ways to use tools to your advantage, because we can't do everything as you scale as a business. You're going to have to rely on some amazing technology, and there's so much out there that you can use. And like Derek mentioned, if you're not happy with your help desk, or you want to just see how we compare, I have a ton of comparisons that I'm more than happy to share. It's my favorite topic. So
awesome. Thank you so much, Nicole, for joining us. Always amazing to see what Gorgeous is up to. Seriously, you are moving, like you're moving so fast that like I like, my job is to keep up with e-commerce technology products, right? So it's like I have to look back and see what you've launched in the last couple of months. Like every couple of months, it's a fundamentally like improved product. So it's great to see.
Yeah. And just for context, we went from 2,000 customers last year to over 6,000. So we grew, by three times internally as well as externally.
Yeah, and that explains the valuation, which is crazy. That's awesome.
Yeah, seriously.
Great. Thanks so much, Nicole, and looking forward to hearing more from you and the Gorgeous team in the future.
Thank you so much for having me, as always. Bye, guys.
Bye. With that, we're going to move right into our next session from Nick. Before we do, Jay asks, will a recording be available of all sessions today? Yes, you can find the recording over at ecomtech.link/YouTube. You can subscribe here, and they will be posted by Monday as individual sessions. They'll actually be available immediately, since this is live on YouTube. So you can go to ecomtech.link/YouTube. And then also, in case you missed a session already, you can get the show notes and bookmark this page right here. I did fix that. So thank you again to, who was it up top? Kevin, maybe? Yeah, that said show notes were, I did the wrong permission on them, but they are working now. You should be able to access the show notes here and follow along with each of these sessions as one of my team members takes notes and helps. If there's a link that's mentioned or a tool or a downloadable ebook or something like that, all that stuff will be listed in the show notes that you can follow along, especially for the tactics. And then you'll be able to take these show notes, copy paste them, and then be like, okay, this is my top priority. This is my next priority. That's my final priority, right? All right, Nick, are you ready to go? Come on in.
Hey, how's it going, Derek? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, everything's going swell. It's been a fast morning for us. We're going hard, and we're on the retention train, and I think we're just starting to get the juices warmed up about how important and fundamentally different perhaps retention can be from acquisition. But I want you to show us how deep we can engage with customers and really get into that one-to-one on a different channel, as opposed to when they have a customer service inquiry for us, maybe how we can be proactive about it, especially through, of course, ads and Messenger. So with that said, I will let you take it away with your presentation. I'm going to add it to the screen here and pull myself out. I should probably finish my sentence before I hit the button and pull myself out here and let you take it away. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Derek. I appreciate it as always. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for attending this amazing event and for attending my session. My name is Nick Ramaya. I'm the head of partnerships over at Recart.com. We are the messenger marketing company in Shopify, so that's like our bread and butter. And today I'm going to specifically talk a little bit about how that can interact with a lot of the retention and loyalty strategies that we're working so hard to do day in and day out. And of course, bring some new strategies and some playbooks to the table as well. But without further ado, let me get right into it. So one thing to kind of conceptually understand about messenger marketing, because I know it's based off my experience a little bit newer to a lot of stores that maybe have been really good with email. They've done Facebook ads, Google ads, SMS is very popular. But like what's next? How can we continue to build our audience, continue to create more channels to engage and communicate with our consumers? And also, how can we make this channel supplement some of the other things that we're, again, working so hard day in and day out to increase and boost these numbers? Messenger is a very fantastic tool for supplementing pre-existing activities as well. So, and this will all play into retention. So just keep in mind that Messenger is something similar to email and SMS in the sense that you collect an owned channel, i.e. email and a phone number. But on Messenger, you're collecting a Facebook PSID. And then you can send that message to that Facebook PSID at any given time in the future. But of course, to get there, you have to sub usually by putting in an email address on a pop-up, for example, maybe an opt-in where you're putting in your phone number. A Messenger opt-in is actually something you just have to interact with the chatbot, and that's how you can get a sub. And then it's going to be our goal to obviously retain the sub and give them the best customer experience as we can and get some value out of that relationship. So let's go into I know that was a little bit, I was explaining a little bit without really showing much yet. So let me show you a little bit, and hopefully this will help explain the process of this somewhat new owned channel to a lot of the people watching. So here we have a typical Facebook ad. We're just going to zoom in here a little bit just so everyone can see it. But right here, you can see a Facebook click to Messenger ad. Usually when we see an ad, we're going to click an ad, and then the ad will appear and redirect me to, in this case, blendjet.com. Then from there, I'm going to decide if I want to purchase or not. If not, I'm out. I'm never going to buy this product again. I didn't give my information to them. That's it. I'm done. And you've paid that cost per click as the business already, and you've maybe lost that customer. So that's how a lot of ads work. And as we all know, Facebook ads are going up a lot every single year, 40% year over year. The cost is going up. It's just ridiculous. More and more and more people are swarming to this platform to advertise on it, to capture market shares. It's crazy. So if so many people are spending so much time on this platform, it's so competitive, it's so expensive, why not add more value to it if it's the exact same cost per click, for example? This also plays very well into the retention strategies that we're doing, right? We're trying to capture customers here. We want them to be attached to our brand. We want them to be subscribed to us. They can get our newsletters. They can find out about our sales. They could find out about new product releases. All of this, though, is not possible unless we've first, of course, got them in the first place. So let's cast that net and capture as many people as we can, and then from there build upon that. So now this BlendJet ad is going to turn into a Messenger conversation when we click it instead of opening up to blendjet.com. So BlendJet, I'm going to click this ad, get offer in Messenger, and then now I'm going to get an immediate message after from BlendJet saying, hey, Andrew, in this case, shout out to all the Andrews watching. You're seconds away from getting 20% off your BlendJet unlock discount. I just have to tap unlock discount, and that shows as a reply to my bot, to Messenger, to BlendJet in this case. This reply is me giving my Facebook PSID to BlendJet. So now I have attached this brand. They can send me messages at any given time in the future on Messenger, Black Friday, July 4th, you name it. They can message me now. So already they can message me. You already got immense value here. Let's take it a step further though. Which phone number can we text it to? Obviously, this is great for retention because with 2 taps, we are getting 2 owned channels. which is pretty amazing. If you think about the friction, for example, just writing a phone number is 10 taps minimum. My email, I made it in middle school. It is unbelievably long. That is about like 15 or so taps. That is so much easier and nicer to just tap once and then automatically send that information in. So since Facebook did two-factor authentication a couple years ago, everybody has an email and phone number attached to their Facebook account. So we're able to automatically populate that into the Facebook Messenger chat. All you have to do is tap it once to confirm it, and that'll automatically send to your SMS providers, your email providers, whoever you have. We have a lot of integrations with multiple companies, and we'll get into that in a second. So 2 taps, 2 owned channels, and you're going to give them some value in a discount code. And Facebook allows you within a 24-hour period from when you first interacted to send a follow-up message. This is 99% of the time in the form of an abandoned cart, but you can send it as well. So it's a freebie, 90% open rate message that follows up directly in someone's inbox from that first interaction. And you can see this interaction isn't a simple poke, come back to us. You can see we're allowing the customer to take on a myriad of different journeys. And each one of these buttons, whatever I press, takes me on a different journey as well, built in, of course, to the messenger side of things. So when I press shop 20% off, that's a call to action. It takes me to different things that I could shop for 20% off. I have a question. This will connect right to Gorgeous, which we just had a great presentation on. And this is something, it automatically connects you to customer service as well. So you're opening up these ads, not only to create own channels out of them, but you're opening up the floor to have a two-way dialogue with whoever is interacting with these. And then, of course, you're sending them some inspiration for a purchase. So this is a link that directs them to content, which then you could do whatever you'd like from that content, but at least now I could see what I could maybe build smoothie-wise based off of this plungette. So I think that's pretty cool, considering that usually Facebook ads, you click them and then the website appears, and that's the whole interaction. It's A to B, right? That's it. And we're gonna hope that they buy on B. At least with this, yeah, technically it's not. There's more friction, right? But look at the value you're getting. You're getting 2 owned channels. This could very well be email, by the way. Oh, and by the way, I kind of joke, but somewhat true. I think everyone at eCom laugh about this, but Facebook, doesn't care about privacy. So they're going to give you the first name, last name, gender, location, and time zone of whoever interacted on the own channel aspect. So you already have better information for less friction. And that's how it works. So 2 taps, 2 owned channels, getting some value, getting another 90% open rate follow-up that has a lot to it as well, all for the same price. So the bottom line is messenger ads drive more value. If you're gonna pay the exact same cost per click, why not turn that ad strategy that you're spending so much money into and turn it into this engine that plays into your SMS, into your email, and of course into a new channel, Messenger as well. So exact same price, definitely something that I think is pretty awesome. So piggybacking a little bit off of this is another type of interaction. Instead of a click though, this is a comment that actually will lead to a message directly from the brand after. This use case is particularly awesome because it's just an engagement machine. Obviously, if I click an ad, no one knows I've clicked that ad. If I watch the ad maybe an hour later in a different city, no one knows like how many people click that necessarily, right? Unless you're the business. With this though, you could visibly see comments. I mean, I could see comments, there's some nights on Reddit, just scrolling through comments. You could see these engagements visibly by people. So it's really cool to see how many people are tagging people saying, hey, enter into this giveaway, enter into this giveaway. And all of a sudden, before you know it, you have tens of thousands of comments on this giveaway post, which is capturing an insane amount of owned channels for you at the least amount of friction possible. So let's get a little closer into this. So you can see right here, this is a post. This is a typical post. It could be something to your audience. This could also be an ad. This works the best usually with audience, people that are posting to your community, people that have pre-liked you as well. So in this case, Riderware has a giveaway going on. We kind of blurred out some of the good stuff just to, or blurred out not the good stuff to focus on the good stuff right here. So some of the text is not here, but the use case is visible. So Kitty is going to comment in this case. Shout out to all the people named Kitty that are watching this, and we also got Bill Gates, but Kitty's going to comment here, and then Riderware is going to message us immediately after saying, hey, thank you so much for entering into our giveaway. For the first entry, please give us your email. Your email is going to automatically pop up in the chat. You just have to tap it to confirm it, and I'll show a video on what that looks like in a second. And then, hey, thanks for your first entry. Please give us your second entry. That will automatically appear. Your phone number, you just have to tap that to confirm it. That sends to your provider again with all the first name, last name, gender, location, and time zone. And then you're going to give them value in the sense that they are now entered into a giveaway. So you have engagement, all from a comment. Engagement, 3 owned channels in 2 taps, and you're going to give them value in, of course, a message. So very hard to find something that will give you so much opt-ins with such little amount of friction. And of course, the topic of today is retention. Just think about what usually a Facebook comment does not have this kind of value, obviously, to it. But just think about like adding something as simple to this to your Facebook strategy. I mean, it's a very simple strategy. Let's add it. Already, you're getting people to engage. Everyone's going to look at it. You're getting 3 owned channels. It's 3 band-aids they would have to rip off to get completely away from your brand, which it's pretty hard, right? I mean, unsubscribing once, fine, I get it. But I mean, you have to go through quite the hurdles to get completely off of the Riderware in this case. And a question I always get around this is having too many owned channels bad? Is that bad for retention? Does that piss people off? And then maybe they're just going to unsubscribe from everything because they're getting messages on everything. While it is interesting if you are consistently blasting all 3 of these channels all the time, a well thought out and careful strategy, leveraging maybe email as kind of like the anchor, right? Getting people in there in that welcome sequence. And then sporadically using like a mix of Messenger, SMS, for example, works very well. The way I like to think about it is multiple channels get consumers to find that purchase. It's not like because I sign up on email, now all of a sudden I am going to buy this product. Maybe on email, there was something on that email list that said, hey, come check out our Facebook page. I click that, I go to the Facebook page, I see a content piece. Maybe I'll interact on a comment on a post you did. And you never know. I mean, it's not A to B, it's A to, I guess, G, if you will. There's quite a few more letters in there and people bouncing off to get to that final customer journey. So allow your audience to do this by opening up your business to more channels. To get to, I'm in New York right now. I don't know if you can tell with these some beautiful skyscrapers behind me. Great view, not good for the pandemic when you're just kind of like confined in a spot. But when I go to the Upper West Side, I take the subway and then I take the bus. But what took me there? Was it the subway? Was it the bus? Was it both? Yeah, you get the idea. So these will automatically sync to your providers. We have a lot of them: OmniSend, Klaviyo, SMS Bump, Attentive, PostScript, Drip. Yes, that's all of them on the SMS and email provider side of things. So yeah, let's continue a little bit. So this is pretty cool. Actually, sorry, I do, because we've been talking about this, not so smoothly want to transition to this just to show this, because I find this really helps kind of illustrate some of the points. And pardon this, but I think this is a really awesome use case, and it really illustrates kind of what I was saying as well. So this is a use case. It's called Pajamas. It's pajamas you can pee in. It's it's for bedwetting solutions. It targets mostly mothers. So I've been showing you a lot of different opt-in strategies and ways to elevate, kind of with like the least amount of friction. We're going to bounce around. We're going to capture our own channels. We're going to elevate our strategies, yes. But on the other side of things, Recart and Messenger is great for explaining, for qualifying. And of course, that leads to better education and thus better retention and loyalty for your brand. So this is a really awesome use case because I don't think you can do anything like this without something like Messenger. So the client came to us basically saying, hey, we have a lot of negative reviews recently because mothers are buying this assuming it replaces diapers, and really it only supplements it. And even then it's at a certain level of liquid. So let's qualify and explain this product a bit on the first point of contact. Instagram is a great first point of contact. So we built this sequence for them. And quickly too, notice this is on Instagram. Very soon, and I know this was something we were talking about in the last session a little bit, but very soon, everything that you're seeing we'll be able to do natively within those Instagram DMs, not just on Facebook Messenger. And that also is going to transition to WhatsApp in the fall. So while we are a Facebook Messenger product right now, by the end of the year, we'll be a Facebook messaging product, encompassing their whole suite of technologies that you can send messages through. So that's going to be very awesome. So keep a lookout for that. So we're going to press this, learn more in Messenger, and this is in real time, exactly how much P will pajamas hold. And it is not loading, so I apologize. Let me press this one. This one's really interesting while I pull that other one up. This one is not loading either. Give me just 1 second. I do apologize for this little technical difficulty.
No worries, it always happens. What we can do next time, Nick, just to let you know, send me these movies ahead of time. We can actually turn them into like full screen videos.
Okay, yeah. I can actually, let's see, enter full screen. Here we can do it like this. Oh, no. There you go. So it looks a little bit better. Sorry about that, Derek. All right, so we're gonna hop back in. So exactly how much P will pajamas hold? We're gonna press play here. And I'm not sure why this is not playing. This has not happened. Well, anyways, I'm happy to send these videos after because I'm not sure why this isn't. QuickTime is just, for some reason, saying no today.
Something to do with the sharing software, maybe. But yeah, no worries.
Yeah, maybe it's fine. We'll pivot off this. Just know that there's some really cool use cases that you can do conversationally in Facebook Messenger that is beyond just capturing emails and phone numbers and sending them messages in the future. You can actually say some pretty cool qualification use cases. So in that use case specifically, it took you to a conversation that said, hey, how much do you think your child pees overnight? And it was a 30-second video of someone explaining what 5 to 9 ounces looks like, 10 plus ounces looks like. Depending on the answer, you're going to qualify yourself. If I press 10 plus, it would say, hey, this product isn't for you. Would you like to share it with a friend? But if I qualify myself, get moved down the funnel. Another video shows how it fits. Another little blurb talks about how you can save money and save the environment because you're taking away diapers away from landfills. And then you're going to follow up finally with a $5 off discount code that redirects them to pajamas.com. So all of that, again, from an ad, usually what I was saying earlier from ads, it's A to B, but that whole sequence had videos, qualification. It had different avenues depending on what they pressed, and it educated the consumers all at the same time. So already as the first entry into this brand, I know so much about this brand, which, as you know, information is very vital to get across to our consumers. We need them to know much about our brand all the time, constantly. So let's push this on them. That's how we can get more loyalty towards our brand. That's how customers stay with us. Knowledge is power. So definitely introduce a lot of these other cool aspects that Messenger can do if you have some of these unique quote unquote issues, such as like that pajamas issue. Or you could also do it where a Messenger ad or something like that clicks and sends information about a new product. Download our PDF to learn about our new product launch that we happened. You get the idea. It's not all about just capturing own channels and capturing own channels and elevating our ads. It's also about maybe telling a story, narrating some of the products, qualifying, identifying those issues as well. So quickly, just to dive into this side of things, this is a really cool use case. I love this because this also kind of shows how much people like conversational marketing. And this is also a very strong retention tool because it's a 20-step quiz. So talk about friction, that's a lot. It started from an ad. So it's like, hey, do this 20-step quiz, see what kind of beardsman you are in this case. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through this quiz. By the time we're at question 4, 25% of people have left, which is expected if you're gonna have a 20-step quiz, right? But by the time you're at question 20, you see a 3% drop off. So what does that mean? That means people really like answering these questions. I mean, you're going to get natural churn in the beginning of things a lot of the time. But the difference between question 4 and 20, I mean, that's just amazing. People truly like interacting with us as brands, learning more about the brand, maybe seeing where this will lead us. And at the end, you can see the prize is go to the website to buy something. It's not really a prize, but it's cool, right? I mean, at least it's something that I'm now invested in. I've given some of my time. So at the very least, I'm going to go to this website and give it an honest look, right? So think about these strategies as you think about loyalty and retention, because it's not all just about boom, 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 capture, 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 respond as fast as you can. Tell stories, narrate, give people the opportunity to hear about your brand, to know about your brand. You can't do that though unless you have these learning centers, unless you have these touch points. So definitely good mix, of course. Balances everything, right? So this is one of the other pop-ups, and again, sorry about that. I've presented here a few times, and that hasn't happened. So again, sorry. But this is really cool. This was basically the other one I was going to show, and this is kind of like what it looks like, how these own channels appear. You basically see them appear, and you just have to tap them once. So that's kind of how this works. You're not typing this out. And then real quick, I just kind of wanted to show a little bit of our back end and like how it functions. This is a sponsored message flow. So I can send this message exactly into some person's inbox on that pajamas use case, on that BlendJet use case I was showing you guys. Any interaction allows me as a brand now to send sponsored messages to my consumers at any given time in the future. So this is what a sponsored message is. It's basically a DM from a brand. It could have a GIF, it could have emojis, it could have links. It's fun. It goes through Messenger, it goes through Wi-Fi. You can send pretty much anything you want, right? There's no real limitations there. And yeah, that's kind of how it works. It's very cool. And we're gonna be able to do this on Instagram and WhatsApp very soon too, which is gonna be absolutely awesome. I think everybody knows that. Yeah, this is another example of a sponsored message. You can see it's just like a message, again, arrives directly inside, and you can see that you can add delays as well. So some of these flows can get pretty cool. Yep, and then this is the last slide. So thank you, everybody. And I'm very sorry for that little technical difficulty, but this is just some of the results we're seeing using Recart. You're gonna get a 8 to 14% revenue increase on average. And yeah, the click to messenger is very powerful in terms of return on ad spend, but the real value there is playing into your other strategies, right? Your SMS and your email strategies, and elevating your ads that you're spending so much money on already. And of course, you're going to get more customers because you saw how easy it is for people to just get to your brand. I mean, you literally just have to tap one time. And of course, this is going to create increased brand loyalty as well. You have more people learning more about your product because you're giving them more touch points to do so. This is going to create brand loyalty just by law of large numbers. And then, of course, just on the pure cash side of things, sponsored messages are fantastic. This is a real average we've seen across internally at Recart, an 8 to 60x return on ad spend for sponsored messages. Just ridiculous, really awesome. And then of course, finally, the engagement. Engage with your customers, talk to them more, answer their questions. This is a perfect avenue to do that. Yeah, and then here's just some little last bit, but this is a little bit about us. Currently, we are the #1 paid for Shopify app in terms of installs. This puts us in the top 10 installs of all time. And we are also been around for 6 years and top 5 most reviewed app as well. But yeah, that is the presentation. We are offering 3 free months of Recart. If anyone watching this would like to learn more, please email me, nick@recart.com. That's just NICK @recart, here it is, RECART.com. And I don't know, you can just say ecom tech is the title, or loyalty and retention is the title. I'll know you came from here. So thank you.
Awesome, Nick. And you guys have a guaranteed ROI component to the, right? Don't you?
Yeah. Yes, we do. So
yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah. So interesting enough, our pricing is like commission based, just kind of crazy. So it comes out to about 1 to 1.5% of your sales. So we're incentivized to make this work. So the ROIs are pretty, they can get pretty nice for sure. Just go to recart.com/pricing. There's like a little bar that you can say how much Recart makes you, and then you can see how much your pricing will be each month.
Yeah. And what I'd recommend for merchants, Recart is a true, like it changes the entire customer experience when you implement this tool to the fullest. It does require some bandwidth from you, so there are other channels and tools you got to set up first, but this needs to be on the roadmap at some point. And as soon as you feel like you've got the bandwidth to pull a few extra percentage points of conversion rate, a few extra percentage points from like a retention, repeat purchase rate and stuff like that, and kind of change the customer experience to the way where you're engaging with people through that. You saw that long quiz funnel and a few other ways that we can pull their information and capture additional information for marketing across all the channels and getting the omni-channel experience really set up. As soon as you're ready for that bandwidth, you install Recart, you integrate it into the other tools, and then you watch the results come in. So I love it. Thanks so much, Nick.
Thank you, Derek. Always a pleasure. And again, thank you for having us. And sorry again for that hiccup.
No worries. If you want to send the videos over to me right after the call, I'll upload them. Maybe we'll take some time after our next presentation to just review them, because I know those are they could be standalone videos as well. So we could take a look at them. And we've got Jan here saying interesting conversation. Shame about the videos. Please send me them in the materials afterwards. So I'm sure you'll be able to get in touch with Jan in just a few minutes to get that done. All right, we're going to move right into the next session. We're right on time today, which is great. Thanks so much, Nick, for showing us all this. I look forward to seeing what merchants do with your technology and seeing them learn how to implement it and truly be omni-channel and then grow from there. I love it.
Yep. Thank you, Derek. Always a pleasure. Appreciate it.
Perfect. Talk to you later.
Everybody.
Got him off just a little too short, but that's okay. We're moving directly into our next session with John from Rebuy. This technology that they're building, I have questions for you, John, at the end of the session, but it's really phenomenal and it's solving such a huge problem. Especially from I would even call it from a product discovery standpoint. Let's just think about how people are missing opportunities on your site to understand that multiple products work together. And then the tool builds that customer experience in a really intelligent way to bridge the gap. Now, we all know that as an upsell or cross-sell tool, but I think a lot more goes into it. And John's going to tell us, I'm really curious to hear about his ideas and conversation on how this works from a retention standpoint as well. John, welcome to the future of e-commerce.
Right on, Derek. Hey, happy to be here. Appreciate the introduction.
For sure. If you want to share your screen, I will bring it up here and then you can go straight into your presentation.
Cool. Sounds good. I'm going to share screen. And
I saw something flicker on my back end.
All right. I'm just checking here. I wonder if I do Chrome tab, if I can do all my tabs.
You can do window. So go one more. The middle one is your window. Yeah, and then you can share all the tabs in the window. Yep, and here it is. We're in an infinite loop. Okay.
There we go.
And then do the presenter view. Don't hit present. Well, actually, present is fine. And then you can escape out and swap tabs. Should work perfectly. I'll let you take it away, John.
Cool. Appreciate it, Derek. Yeah. Hey, I'm John. I'm one of the co-founders of Rebuy. I know we're talking about retention today. Retention is a huge part of our product. The way we think about our product is a personalization engine, though. We think about it as a supercharger for the online store. We make a basic website, and we take a basic website and we turn it into an intelligent one. So as a personalization engine, that means that we're big into upsells. cross-sells, recommended products. Our product integrates with the online store to change the user experience based on who the user is, what page they landed on, what products they're looking at, what products they have in their cart. These are all signals for our product to create an amazing user experience on the online store. And part of our secret sauce is we have a rebuy-focused retention flow, both for one-time orders and subscriptions, which I'll talk about specifically during today's demo. So I'll give you a little bit of background on myself, talk about rebuy, talk about one of our powerful features, which would be our reorder email flows, and then give you a couple of case studies and examples. So like I said, I'm one of the co-founders of Rebuy. I've been doing this sort of thing for a number of years, seen the ups and downs of entrepreneurship, and have had fun the entire time. Former Guinness World Record holder, actually set a Guinness World Record for the world's largest free-floating soap bubble. I'm a developer by trade, but I've also been a merchant before. So I started a toy company years ago. We set a Guinness World Record with our product, which ends up being kind of a fun fact. But let's talk about Rebuy here. So who is Rebuy? We were founded in 2017 on a very important idea. And that idea is, Rebuy was founded on the idea that your best customer is your existing customer. So a lot of times when you're running an online store, you're like, hey, how do I get new people? How do I get new people on your site? That's an important part of your business, but you can't forget about your existing customers. If you want to build an epic brand, you've got to have a lifetime relationship with your customers. They got to come back for more and more and more. That's kind of what we're all about. And then what you can do is you can leverage the collective knowledge of your existing customer base to provide an amazing experience for new customers. So there's a way to link this in with not only growth on top of your existing customers, but creating an amazing experience for new ones too. So we're a personalization engine, and we have a dramatic impact on AOV, conversion rates, and retention. So what we're known for, omnichannel personalization is a big one. We have a huge number of integrations, not just for the online store, but third-party integrations as well, upsells, cross-sells, beautiful execution, white glove support. Possibly the only thing at our company cooler than the product itself are the people behind it. Our team is awesome. We all love what we do. We work hard. We have fun. And I think you'll see that in our App Store reviews. So definitely check those out. Now let's talk about driving repeat sales. So again, there's a ton we do on the online store, which I'll talk about. But let's talk about what happens when you get an order. So you get a conversion, you've got your customer. The one thing you want to do is you want to make sure that customer buys again. So you've got to automate your order follow-ups. This is one of our killer features. If you want to integrate this with a big ESP like Klaviyo, Rebuy integrates with Klaviyo. But Rebuy's got some special sauce, if you will, in terms of our email builder, AI around when to follow up with the user, and the ability to toggle certain products on or off so you can create an amazing order follow-up. We have an intelligent recommendation engine. We do dynamic upsells and cross-sells. And we have really powerful marketing links that when clicked and loaded into Instagram ads, Klaviyo emails, when the user clicks on them, you can unlock unique experiences for them on the online store, automatically adding items to the cart, triggering specific messaging, that sort of thing. These things increase conversion, reduce friction. So under the hood, we send order follow-up emails to previous customers with pre-populated checkout links. A big thing that you'll notice with our product, and I'll go into some live demos in these other tabs in just a second, is you want to reduce friction. When you know your customer, you can pre-populate their information in the checkout. If you don't do that, it's a drag and it increases friction. So we're able to leverage a lot of the information that you already have about your customers to create a more personalized experience, whether when they revisit the site or click the Rebuy email. I'll get into the AI here, and really what's cool and what I was trying to hit on earlier is one of our hero features would be our automated order follow-ups. But another cool thing about your existing customer base is when they use your online store, they're teaching the Rebuy system about what products they're interested in, what products are purchased together, that sort of thing. so that when a brand new person lands on your website, your existing customers have trained the website so that based on what they're looking at, we can respond accordingly. So what is reorder flow? It's an automation around following up with your customers. If you just get an order from them and they never hear from you again, it's possible they'll come back, but a lot of times you don't get what you don't ask for. So it's important to follow up, say 30 days later, automate this flow so that you can be sleeping at night and Rebuy is automatically following up with your customers to help incentivize repeat business. There is a cool feature too that's integrated with our product where you can set a discount code in that order follow-up to help incentivize it. So you can simply say, hey, do you want to rebuy this product? You can integrate product recommendations in there, or you can flip a switch in our app and then also put a personalized discount code in there for that particular user, say 20% off if they want to buy again. Why are these things important? Again, you don't get what you don't ask for. You get to retain more customers. Your existing customers, unless they had a bad experience with your product, which is not the norm, they know who you are. They like your product. They've been to your site before. So make sure you're not forgetting about these people. They are your prime target market. So you don't want to drop the ball and not do automated order follow-ups to help drive additional sales. Customers who engage with replenishment emails, have one of the highest conversion rates of any email type out there. So Rebuy is not an ESP, but we do have a strong feature in the order follow-up space, and it's transactional in nature. So again, our product integrates with Klaviyo and other major ESPs out there, and we focus on the transactional order follow-up with pre-filled checkouts and smart product recommendations. 3 ways to use them. You can do it your personalized email follow-up, replenishment, timely and relevant, top of mind, boost lifetime value, increase loyalty. Here's an example of how Primal Kitchen uses it. Rebuy makes it really, really easy to generate this mobile-friendly email. When somebody clicks the CTA right here, it sends them to a pre-filled Shopify checkout with this discount code applied and their previous items already populated in that checkout, reducing conversion. It's basically a 2-click reorder. People love this product. One of the things that we heard from our merchants, we started onboarding a lot of subscription merchants, Pura Vida, for example, and they said, instead of just following up with our one-time orders, seeing if they want to rebuy, what can we do for our subscriptions? So we built a feature and we listen for churned recharge subscriptions, and we automate the reactivate. So we ask people if they want to rebuy their subscription, and we developed a true one-click product. So if you cancel your subscription to the bracelet box with Pura Vida, Rebuy can listen for that, automate the follow-up. When you click this reactivate my subscription and save 30% in this case, that one click automatically reactivates your subscription. You land on a beautiful branded landing page where you can confirm that, and you're back into your subscription. So we have a Rebuy flow, transactional flow for one-time orders, and we have it for subscription orders as well. Retention is a huge, huge deal. If you're getting a single customer and they buy from you one time, your business simply isn't going to thrive. Eventually, you're going to exhaust your customer base, and it's not going to work out. You have to have customers that return time and time again, that brand loyalty. It's super, super important to automate this transactional element of your business using a best-of-breed tool like Rebuy. Again, we were able to pre-fill the checkout to reduce that friction and create a great customer experience. Okay, so now we're kind of getting into the supercharger element of our product. There's a lot of stuff that you can do all over the place. I'm going to give you guys some live examples. Let me drop some stats right here. Primal Kitchen, they have an amazing customer base. They amazing in the sense that they love the product. So they love the Rebuy email. Conversion rate when these get sent, 27% conversion rate on Rebuy emails for Primal Kitchen. Primal Blueprint, very similar sort of audience. They love the product. It's a very replenishable product. 30% conversion rate when you send a Rebuy email and incentivize them to make that next purchase. Amazing match for companies that are big on replenishment and have a product that customers love. Okay, this is the end of my slides. I'm not done yet, but just know that if you reach out to our team, if you go to rebuyengine.com or you find us on the App Store, there's an in-app chat bubble, or you can click our support email. Let us know that you heard about us from eCommerce Tech, and we'll give you a free 60-day trial. We have a money-back guarantee, positive ROI promise. Our entire business is built on delivering results, and you will see that when you use our product. So I want to jump into some other elements. So I'm going to go over some live examples. So that was my slide deck. But let's talk about, and we talked about the retention aspect, the 2 transactional emails, rebuy your order, rebuy your subscription. You want to automate those, put it on Rails, forget about it, let the system work for you, increase lifetime value. It's beautiful. Now, imagine all the apps out there, Klaviyo, for example, Attentive, Instagram ads. Where are all these powerful products driving the user? They're all driving the user to the same place. They're driving them to your online store. So this is where you want to capture the intelligence from all your existing customers to create a more relevant, awesome experience for the next guy that lands on the website. So I'm on rebuyengine.com/examples. I'm going to go over this list really quickly with you to talk about what we can do on the online store to increase conversions. Once you get that conversion, you can get them to rebuy. So we have an integration. We're the only app in the ecosystem that has an integration for recharges checkout. You can sell one-time add-ons or subscription add-ons using rebuy directly in the recharge subscription checkout. This section right here, this is our recommendation engine doing personalized upsells and cross-sells based on what you have in your cart right here. Super powerful. We are one of the only apps in the ecosystem that has an integration to take our machine learning and AI directly to the Shopify Plus checkout. So based on what you have in your checkout here, Rebuy can be aware of that and then automatically make smart product recommendations for you to increase that average order value and conversion rate. People love product recommendations. I can give you a live example of this one. So I'm going to click this link. This uses a special link, apps Rebuy Cart. It is able to automatically build the shopping cart for you. That's a feature you get with our product. So with one click, I've hit a pre-filled Shopify Plus checkout here. Right now, I have the street level flavor in here. It's a $16 product. This is our product right here. This is Rebuy's AI being aware of what's in my cart right here and making smart product recommendations based on it. So directly in checkout here, I can click options, multivariate product, pick a 1 kilogram bag of espresso ground sermon here, click add, and just like that, Rebuy is able to modify this checkout and turn a $16 cart into a $63 cart with 2 clicks. This is all based on our AI right here. So now when somebody has a street level and a sermon flavor coffee in their cart, our AI knows that the highest likelihood to convert, 0 merchant configuration, is the Buena Vista Dark Roast and the 1950. And that's why these are showing right here. Individual brands are doing in excess of $1 million a year in extra sales just due to our checkout integration alone, leveraging our AI. If I go back to the examples page, if you have a cart flyout, the cart is one of the best places to do upsells and cross-sells. Why? Because the users told you a lot about themselves. They've told you what they care about, what they like. So in this case, Elevated Faith uses our product. This was their theme's cart flyout. It was very easy to drop a Rebuy recommendation widget directly into the cart flyout. Somebody adds the golden rule bracelet to their cart, our AI or the merchant configured rules, which I'll show you in a second, can determine what shows up here. So we know that when somebody's about to buy this golden rule, it's a great recommendation to also surface the Jericho and the Oasis. Again, this can be merchant defined rule set or AI or a mix of the two. Super, super powerful because you know so much about the user, so you can personalize these recommendations for them. One of the examples I like to share is if you think about going into a restaurant, if somebody just handed you a menu and said, good luck, it's not a great experience. If they really care about their food, their menu, they care about it just like merchants care about their online store and their website, you should be like an on-site concierge. That's what Rebuy is. It's like a server. So it's like, as soon as we learn about what the person likes, we can do upsells and cross-sells. This is an example. So Umzu uses our product. We integrate on full page carts. You can use different algorithms and different language in the widgets to say things like you may also like versus recommended. Customers who bought this item also bought. A lot of different options in terms of language and algorithm to determine how you want to supercharge that page. We do free gift with purchase. So Rebuy can actually listen to conditions, for example, cart subtotal, and then automatically add and remove items according to an attached rule set. Super powerful, something you simply cannot do with basic Shopify. Upsells. A lot of what we've been talking about so far have been recommended products and cross-sell products. Those are amazing. Something you don't want to forget about is a true upsell. When somebody clicks add to cart, that's your moment to upsell them. If they added a single gold chain, why not offer them a silver and a gold chain as a bundle? That's what Roma Designer is doing here. And this has had a huge impact on their profit and their average order value. So this is like somebody buys a domestic beer. Why not upsell them to the local beer? It tastes better. There's a higher margin profile on it. It's a higher price point. Again, it tastes better. So as long as the customer's interested and they say, yeah, I appreciate that upsell, boom, you got a higher ticket price and everybody's happy. It's a good thing to do. So don't forget to upsell. And one of the best places is when somebody clicks add to cart. You can do cart page cross sells. It's a different layout type. So with zero interactions with the developers in a completely no-code fashion, if you will, you can like pick your layout type. Do you want it to be embedded? Do you want it to be a pop-up? We've democratized so many of these things that used to take a developer to develop. Now you simply have to install Rebuy, click a few buttons, and you can provide this sort of UX that has a huge impact on a lot of your store's stats. Complete the look is another one that's popular and often completed using our product right here. Thank you page upsells. This is an amazing opportunity. Don't forget about that one. And then here's AI-based product recommendations on a headless site. I think this one's really cool to show because it shows the omni-channel nature of our product. So I'm gonna go ahead and click into something navy. I'm gonna scroll down, I'm gonna click this product. So we've got a particular blazer here. As I scroll down here, this is not a Shopify theme. A lot of what we've looked at are theme-based online stores. Those are awesome online stores. Our product works perfect with them. If you're going next level and you're building a headless site and you're skipping the theme system but building on Shopify, we're a developer-founded company. Everything that we do is built on our own API. Developers can take headless sites like this, and this section right here, something else you love, is automatically powered by Rebuy AI. So when somebody's looking at this blazer and they scroll down here, these are not random products that are selected. These are not products that are coming from one particular collection. These are AI-based product recommendations being served by our API into a headless build. Super, super powerful. And one of the big ways we deliver on omni-channel personalization. Now, another major thing is when we dropped our recommendation widgets into existing carts and cart flyouts, people would always ask, can you do this? Can you do this? We decided to actually say yes to those questions rather than no. And we created what we call Rebuy Smart Cart. It is insane. It is exactly what it says right here. Transform your online store shopping experience with Rebuy's intelligent shopping cart replacement. So I'll just go quick here because I know we're short on time. You can do intelligent upselling in the cart. You can fully customize it to match your brand. Rebuy Smart Cart is a platform that you can build on. It's a beautiful out of the box. If you're an agency or developer, you can take it next level from there. You can do intelligent cross-selling cart. You can, with a click of a button, get a free shipping bar and set rules around it, which is super powerful for incentivizing and increasing conversions and getting that AOV up to unlock that free shipping. You get that with Rebuy Smart Cart. Switch to subscription. This one's monster. If you click a one-time and you're a subscription brand that runs on recharge, Rebuy Smart Cart can automatically upsell the user on a line item basis to the subscription variant to save. You can display reviews. We integrate with all the leading review apps, so Kendo, Yotpo, Judge Me, Stamp.io. You can do rule-based cart messaging. This is really, really cool. Hey, hit $50 and unlock a free gift, for example. It's really powerful messaging. And you can advertise installment payments. You can offer free gift cards via Rebuy Smart Cart. You get a multivariant selector for your product recommendations if you choose to turn those on. And this is all delivered without a developer through our no-code interface. I just want to give you a little insight into the admin tool quick before we wrap up. And data sources. Online store allows you to supercharge all sorts of different pages: homepage, product page, cart page, thank you page. Your online store is a funnel, and each spot in the funnel, the user has told you more about themselves, what they care about, and you can respond to that. So that's all under online store. Data sources, I wanted to get a chance to show you guys this. This is a very, very powerful rule set engine that is unique in the world of Shopify. Nobody else has a rules engine that gets exposed as JSON API endpoints like this. So I'm not going to build out a complete rule set, but what I'm going to show is how it works. So you can say, if anything, return rebuy AI. You can also say, if anything, set my widget title to welcome to the website or new for this month. You can also jump in here and you can do products. You can say, okay, I want to do a product-based rule, contains any, and then I can say something like hoodie, for example. So this basically can be verbalized as, if the user's cart contains the Flex Fleece Zip hoodie, then we want to make sure that we recommend a specific product. Which product do we want to recommend? We want to recommend the beanie. Why? Because the beanie looks sharp with the Flex Fleece Zip hoodie. So you can hit save on this. You can attach this to a cart-based recommendation widget. And that way, if the user has the Flex Fleece Zip hoodie, then we're going to recommend the classic beanie. You can filter inputs from outputs too. So if they have the beanie in there already, it won't show. Super, super powerful. We're just starting to scratch the surface. You can do cart subtotal rules. So you can say, if the cart subtotal is greater than, less than. You can say, if we know who the customer is. You can say, if the customer is located in the United States, if they're located in California or Utah or Minnesota. It goes on and on. This is an amazingly powerful resource in our product that connects to these online store widgets, many of which we just viewed. And just to give you an idea on this one, for example, this is a rule set that says, if anything, return rebuy AI. Set title to something else you'll love. Really, really cool. And then lastly, this is my last tab here. For the marketers out there, if you're going to use Klaviyo to blast an email out to your subscribers, or maybe your existing customers, what have you, you can do URL-based rules in here. So I could say, okay, if URL contains, and then I could say BOGO equals true. So I could say, if URL contains BOGO equals true, then return specific products. And I can pick 3 free gift products, for example. That's how our place is using this. So because I have this URL, the rebuy rule matches, and the widget title gets set to get your free mugs. And then these are 3 specific products that are offered only if you get to the website through their blast email, which has this parameter in there. Crazy powerful. That's how you can create personalized journeys for people based on where they came from, for example. So yeah, with that said, you can think about Rebuy as a supercharger for your online store, and it has a dramatic impact on your sales and conversions.
There some of those things that you just showed me, I get really, really excited about, for sure. And I love even just the simplest concept that I think most people are missing, which is product detail page. When you hit add to cart, there should be some sort of pop-up there. In the cart itself, whether it's a slide out or a dedicated page, there should be some form of an upsell there. And then if you're on Plus or on another platform that allows this, then in that checkout process, there should be an upsell there. And then we've also got post-purchase in the rebuy and the actual retention components that you showed us. It's not optional. Every business needs to have these things in those places. And especially with large SKU count stores, you can't decide what thing to put there manually, right? Now, if you've got 3 SKUs, sure, maybe, or you have one flow, like you have one product flow for 4 products, you can do it all manually and you don't need the artificial intelligence power and all that stuff. But where you showed us that you can put the branding in, segment and personalize, like based on certain parameters and existing behavior on the site. I mean, it's quite something. Nathan says, can you show the dashboard again? You're going to have to go straight back to John and ask for a demo, or take a look at the show notes, Nathan. We've got to move into the next session. Ashley, I know you're backstage. If you can prepare with Mike, thank you so much. John, seriously amazing product. Tell me, what's in the future for Rebuy? Where are you going from here?
We've seen tremendous growth since 2017, and we are in the process of migrating to Google Cloud Platform and unlocking big data tool sets like Bigtable, for example. And that's going to allow us to unlock machine learning to a degree that hasn't been possible to us because our data sets are so large at this point. And so we're going to do native A/B testing, so you can have widget A versus widget B, and have them run for a week side by side and have the data determine which one wins, and have your website learn and change over time, with conversion and AOV being the goal.
So you've already got insane conversion rates and AOV increases from this. You're going to push that to the max limit, is what you're saying.
Totally. We're going to take our data oriented approach and then have that data feed back into the system, so that we're running tests and then changing the website according to the results and tuning it so your website learns over time.
I love it. Yeah, it's just going to get more and more powerful. And yeah, to anybody that's created their own like manual upsell or bundle process, or something like that, it's like, it can be overwhelming, and you think you've done something good, and then you're like, well, that got 6 upsells in a month. So like, is it really performing that well? Should I just try another thing? Like, these are the worries and the headaches that distract you from your core business. So to have a technology that you just plug in, maybe do a little bit of CSS or branding work on it, and then you just say, you figure it out. That takes a big lift off of the e-commerce team's like shoulders, in order for them to focus on the other things like sourcing products and all of that. So I love it.
Totally right on, Derek.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. We're going to move right into our next session. And yeah, we'll see you later. And we've got the link here if you haven't already checked out Rebuy at ecomtech.link/rebuy. And thanks, for all the questions and chatting with us. I'm really excited for our next session with Ashley, the hidden rules expert. She's going to talk specifically about a different form of retention. This is, I think, it's similar to the way that retail, if you were here since the beginning, retail missed the opportunity to collect customer information and continue to market to customers when all foot traffic shut down. You have the same problem with Amazon. Amazon is a large source of traffic, and you can generate it as a channel partner. We know that there's cannibalization existing, meaning some of your customers might want to buy, that might be on your site and then go search Amazon, which is a really unfortunate thing that happens. And you, of course, lose a lot of customer data because of that. So if we can get the Amazon customer over to a direct-to-consumer channel, we can make more money, right? We can have a better relationship. We can market to them on different channels. We can let them know of sales. We can upsell, cross-sell, and tell them about all the other products they didn't see, because we don't have control over what they see on Amazon. So for that reason, I think this is going to be one of my favorite sessions, because it's how are we going to solve that problem to the fullest? Ashley, come on in, and I'm looking forward to this. Yeah.
Hey, oh my gosh, I'm so excited to be here. And holy jamoly, John, that was amazing. I caught the tail end. I love that platform. Like, hello.
Yeah.
Solve all your damn problems. That's amazing. I love it. And it really ties into what we're talking about today.
Perfect. I look at the e-commerce technology landscape on a regular basis, and I'm always like, okay, there's personalization tools out there, right? I see the competitors in the space, but none of them are actually putting the machine learning component inside the upsell tool and then just automating it for you. And so it's like, sure, they've got a personalization bar at the bottom. Cool. Like, everybody can do that at this point. But like, in order to just automatically choose what products go there based on behavioral and interest and segmentation data, it is a game changer. And like I said, it just takes the weight off the merchant's shoulders. So yeah, absolutely love it.
Absolutely. And and really, when it comes into like the Amazon space, like to kind of go back to what you're talking about, that is exactly what you need to have. So when we're talking about what we're going to be sort of discussing today, that's the bridging of the gap that we're really going to be discussing for the most part. And we're talking about, customer retention with the Amazon platform and how can we do it? Well, it's not really rocket science. I think a lot of people already know the general basics of it. It's like, put an insert card or something along these lines, give them something free. Well, that all still works, obviously. Yeah. Now, there's obviously different ways of skinning the cat when you do that. And we'll definitely dive into that. So I would love to sort of put over to you. Is there any specific questions that you want to dive into first before I drive on into it?
I want to see. Yeah, you're right. The core tactics that I think people have probably heard about before, but might not be doing that well. And then similar to John's session, how do I test, iterate, improve, and kind of track this process? Like, I don't think a lot of people in their CRMs have like a custom tag that's like originally purchased from Amazon, and we were able to move them over to our D2C or something like that. It's like, how do we track the metrics and improve them? Right? Because if we're not tracking, we can't improve them.
Well, really, if we back up just a little bit, because there's a lot to talk about. We only have a little bit of time, so I definitely don't want to waste anyone's time. Just sort of dive right on. What we do know is that Amazon themselves have a 90% retention rate. Like, hello, they're amazing. And they've been honoring that and holding true to that forever. And they're only getting better at it. And anytime anyone has anything new or new software tools, they see what's working and then they integrate it, like myself included. We had a virtual bundling software tool that allowed you to take 2 FBA products and make a virtual bundle so that you can, find the money you're leaving on the table. You can increase your sales. And it was making like over $500,000 for companies of free found money. And then Amazon got a wind of it and then they built it into their platform. So it's great that they're kind of seeing what's working and they are iterating it. But at the same time, when you are on third-party platforms, you are at their mercy is really what it is at the end of the day. And you absolutely nailed it. Even if someone sees an ad on Amazon, so an ad on Facebook or over on Instagram or whatever, and they may click through, they might look at it. It might be, seller commerce, or it might be sending them over to their actual website. But a lot of the times people trust their credit card with Amazon, so they're going to go over and look for it anyways. So the fact of the matter is we have to look at both sides of the coins, that we know that Amazon retains their people because they do a hell of a good job of reaching out and, sending them emails and doing suggestions and asking for reviews and da-da-da-da-da. So why are we not copying what we know already works? But at the same time, we have massive shiny object syndrome. And when we are solopreneurs or small business owners, even if you have $1 million company, a lot of times you can run it with only a few people in the e-commerce space. It's still a lot of things that we need to do. And so when we talk about all these different strategies, the first and foremost thing is that I would highly recommend everyone is just really plan it out and stick to the path at hand and don't deviate from it. Because as you guys were talking about beforehand, split testing, you need to give things enough time to provide enough feedback in order to know that it's working. And so when it comes to the Amazon platform, we know that people stay there. We know people are going to come back to there. But the fact of the matter is how do we know that they're going to come back to us? Right. So creating that really is what it is bridging the gap of the customer experience from the Amazon platform into your own ecosystem is what we're talking about and what we need to be doing. So absolutely still go with the whole concept of, doing, an insert card or something along those lines. But really what we want to be able to do is you need to be able to create those feedback loops, and we need to be able to create that know, trust. And so when anyone is buying on the Amazon platform and they get your product, a lot of people will end up building their products very basic. And I certainly started off very, very basic when I, built my online company, where it was like a product in a bag and like, a little insert card, and that was about it. But the fact of the matter is you really should be building your products for the Amazon platform as if they are going on a retail shelf, because you want to create that amazing first initial experience when people get a hold of your product. And especially if it's going to be a gift or anything along those lines. So you want to be designing your packaging, your inserts and everything so it looks like it should be ready to go on Walmart's shelves. That's like number one, create that first initial experience, because we all know that we are going to judge the person we see within the first 10 seconds, the products that we see in first 10 seconds. So create that first initial great experience. And then once we're moving past that, okay, this is the first experience, then how do they open up the box? Are they getting all their information? One thing that I do see time and time again as well is people will put how to use the product in their listing or in their bullets or even in their images, but they don't actually put it, how to use it in the damn product.
This is a problem.
I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, stop assuming people understand. We are too busy to try to figure freaking things out.
Remember it from there,
No one's gonna. And how many times do you buy? Like, buy? Like, you got 5 items coming this week, 3 items coming this week. It's a birthday party. Like, we don't have time and energy for that. So make it as seamless and easy for the customer to like, know, and trust you. So put all the how-tos within the packaging, and or with that insert that we're talking about. Create a knowledge base. Send them over to your site for a specific reason with that knowledge base in written form, knowledge base in video format as well, because we have 65% of the population are visual learners, which we will be talking more about that tomorrow when I dive into the brand recognition and visual importance of brands online. And then the other percentage are all audio.
But before we move into this, I just want to make it really clear to everybody. I think this is a moment of opportunity, especially if you have a product that you have to learn about. The how-to guide. Yes, it should be inside the product, because the last thing you want to do is send somebody back to Amazon to remember how to learn it. But it could also be the moment that connects them to your loyalty program or to your website or for some other email information capture, and of course, it reminds me a little bit of the product warranty card from, the 90s to the early 2000s. I think that was, we were like, okay, we want the warranty, so we'll give them all of our information. That card was invented so that they could capture your information and market to you later, right? So we can find a way to do that, a little bit more of a new age way to do that today with this how-to guide. Go to the video, subscribe to our YouTube, whatever it is, or it could be a gated video, or it could be a page that has the video at the top for free, and then it gives you options to like subscribe and find out more and join the loyalty program and stuff like that below, right? So this is this is one of the perfect opportunities for bringing somebody from Amazon to direct to consumer. All right, keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. And so every company has different niches, different audiences, different how-tos. So we're going to blanket statement this, but with a few of the companies that I've worked with, it's worked extremely well as we would actually create evergreen 21-day challenges. Like, think about how many challenges you're seeing going through your Facebook feed right now, and the sponsors, right? Like, challenge to do this, to lose weight, to meditate, to prayer, to whatever it might be. Why don't you also make a challenge for yourself? So I end up having an undergarment company that we were working with, and it's all about love yourself, love your body, what God made you. And our products are going to be able to help you accentuate that so you feel strong and empowered, so on and so forth. We'll just leave it at that. But what they did is they had a 21-day challenge. I had a journal and everything else along those lines. So not only are they getting this really amazing interaction with, as soon as they open up the product, it was designed to the T. We had the insert cards, we had all the how-tos, we had the QR codes, we had the scan codes, we had everything. So no matter what demographic or generation, because obviously older generations go to URL, younger generations, they're more comfortable by scanning something. So make sure we know who we're talking to and who our audience is. And then we were able to capture them, but then we were able to put them into a like, know, trust system. Get to know the company. We're here to support you. We have a private Facebook community, and we have a 21-day challenge of videos and helping you, lose weight or whatever it might be that your challenge is going to be. And the customers loved it because they really got to create meet other people who were just like them, who are using similar types of products for the same problems that they had. So that created a really beautiful community. And then it also allowed the company to be able like, hey, we love you. We want to do everything we can for you. We want to have that feedback loop that we just talked about before. We need to understand what they like, what they don't like. And then because they created this community and this challenge that they ran evergreen as well, and they of course had staff members who were in there live, talking to people on top of the evergreen, but it allowed them to really dive into, the ask method, which, I'm sure a lot of people know who that is or where that came from. It's like, we're going to do this type of thing in blue, red, or yellow. Which one do you guys like? And if their audience would be like, we like blue. And then they're like, okay, great. Now we have the data. We're not just making anything up and putting another product on our Amazon listing or our website, because they created that community to get that, again, that information, that feedback.
That'll help you figure out your inventory SKUs. It's like, well, should we buy 1/3, 1/3, 1/3? No, in fact, 80% said blue. So let's go ahead and stack our inventory accordingly.
Exactly. Stop wasting money. So that was one thing that we did. The other thing that we did, now this was really, really fun. And this is more for like the younger generation, where we actually got connected and hired like a TikTok star, someone that was they're a little mini influencer. They weren't super high, so they weren't too costly to bring them on board. But it was the 80s themed gear. And as far as I can go on telling about my client's product on that one, but it was 80s themed gear. So we ended up having a few different influencers make these really amazing, awesome TikTok dances with like these 80 material moves, and they're dancing around or doing their thing. And then they would throw in their affiliate, their link of like, hey, why don't you make one? Like, it was a challenge. You're watching this video, you're seeing it, and we all know how TikTok works. Everyone sees a really cool dance or whatever it might be, so they go replicate it. But now you go replicate it by buying the product that you're seeing in this video.
Yeah.
Right. So not only did the TikTok star have an opportunity of making a few bucks because of the affiliate aspect of it, but it drove people back to the Amazon listing and brought them back into. So we created this ecosystem in that direction as well. So, again, like, know, trust, make it go viral, use influencers. And then, of course, you're capturing as many people as possible by getting them off of Amazon into some sort of capturing aspect for their email, their information on your social sites, as well as their website, and then, back again. So again, what we do know is that people don't always buy right now. They they look at it, they see it. And we like to say, you have to hit someone 7 times before a customer makes an educated buying choice. But really the fact of the matter is that number was actually made up before there was cable TV. So it may not be 7 times we need to get in front of someone. It might be 77 times we actually need to get in some. But the fact of the matter is the message behind it is that we need to be relevant and we need to constantly be in someone's space, because we're getting hit with over 2,500 different media messages that our brain can actually take in. And then there's thousands and thousands of other media messaging points that our brain can't take in. It's just like they're peripheral, they're not there, you don't even know they're there, but they're there kind of thing. So we really want to make sure that if we're going to be picking a strategy, stick to it for like 3 to 6 months, no matter what it is. You really want to make sure that you're creating that customer bridge, that experience that they're having with you when they're finding you on Amazon. You want to move them over into your social platforms where it's knowledge-based, it's fun, it's a game, you're creating a community, how-to, videos, PDFs, whatever it might be to kind of help them get into that product. Then allows you to have that feedback loop so you can say, hey, what's the next products that you'd like to have or not like to have? And then you're not wasting any money at all. You already have people who are ready to buy, and whatever you're launching thereafter is just money in the bank.
Yeah, I love it. So this, I think, is the grand system and plan, and I think it'll work really well for visual and social brands, which is great. Maybe let's dive into a few other perhaps tactics that'll work. One of them that I'm thinking of, which the insert is good in driving people over to social, but this is related, but it's a little bit on the packaging side. Is like, how can I change my actual like labels or packaging in order to incentivize somebody coming back to my direct to consumer channel?
Yeah, and tomorrow when I dive into like my whole slideshow, we're definitely
we're gonna go deep.
Yeah, we're going to go deep into that one. We're going to go into the buyer psychology, what works, what doesn't work, and how to really, increase our sales and conversion rates by giving the consumers everything they need in order to purchase. So when it comes to the packaging, really at the end of the day, again, what I want people to do is I want you to go see what your competitors are doing or what other people are doing, because the easiest way to learn is by learning by someone else. You can go, I like this, I don't like that, I don't like that. And then you can, of course, take all the pros and cons and incorporate it into your own. So the packaging is really literally like a listing. And if the listing is properly optimized, now there's 2 different types of optimizing of listings. There's an optimization for the robots to be found. I think we get that. Whether you're in Google, you're on a website or a third-party platforms, we need to be found by robots. We get that. But it has to also be optimized for the customer decision process itself, right? We have to optimize customer decisions. And the way that consumers are really able to purchase is really at the end of the day, we need to be able to visually interpret or visually explain what it is that we're doing and how we're doing it for the problems, what you're solving, how they're able to use it, so if it's going to be the right thing for them, and all those call to actions. So if you think about your listing and you have like all these images of like the who, the what, the where, the how, the why, the when that you're kind of putting up there, you have your 5 bullet points of, the who, the what, the size, the dimensions, who it's for, when you use it, kind of thing. You're like, okay, take literally all that information and throw it into the packaging, obviously in a way that is clean, easy to read, with as much visual, representation as possible. Again, we'll dive into more of that tomorrow. So that as you're moving yourself around the box, think of it like an Amazon listing or your product listing. You're at the top, then you scroll down a little bit.
This is below the fold to the package.
Below the fold, this is how to use. So if you just go to any store right now and take a look at the packaging, or even go into your cupboards, like how many times do you see packaging or products that don't tell you what to do and how to do it? And a perfect example is like creams, like women's creams, night creams, day creams, whatever it might be. We spent $100 on a bloody bottle of cream that's like this big, and the bottle has no information on it. They go to the packaging to do it. And it's like, okay, but I just threw the packaging out. Or I read the packaging, but it was like last month and I don't really remember what it is. So when we're talking about taking and incorporating all of the information that you need to divulge to the customers so they can make that educated buying choice on the packaging, also make sure that enough of the information in order how to use it also is on the product itself, depending on the product, obviously. It doesn't work for everything. But really, it's literally just the packaging is the same thing as the listing. And you want to make sure that if it is sitting on a shelf, that you can clearly look at the very front homepage, which is like the top hero image, if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah.
It has all the key information in order for them to be like, yes, I want this, and I don't need that. And the reason why we spend so much time, energy, and effort on positioning and optimizing for customers' decisions, really at the end of the day is just, if you do that, then they don't need to look at the competition. You disqualify the competition immediately.
Yeah, they won't
right?
accidentally Google search how to, and then there'll be an ad for a competitor and they'll sneak to the other site. Also, I think from a retention standpoint, if I'm getting the maximum value by using this product to the fullest, I'm more likely to come back and buy again. So I think this ties into retention perfectly. I think it's overlooked.
There's another thing to it on top of that, which a lot of people don't realize is, again, we'll get into a little bit tomorrow, but the way that our brain works, we have 3 different capacities as to our memory components. And so if we can hit all 3 of those capacities, which is a story, an emotion, and whatnot, if you can create a story and an emotion and you're using the visual representation, because the brain can interpret images within 13 milliseconds. And if we have 7-second attention time span, people are like, oh my God, 7 seconds to people, to get people's attention and to give them all the information to make the choice to buy. That's not a lot of time, but the brain works so flippin' fast. You have more than enough time to be able to get the information across, right? Yeah. And so when we're really diving into what that looks like is really making sure that we're using as much visual components to tell a story as best as possible. And if you can tell a story with visual components, there's 3 sections within their brain that they're actually going to retain that information and remember it easier, which therefore they can become an ambassador, because they can quickly and easily turn around and tell their friend and family why they like the product and how the product works and why they use the product, all because of the visual representation that got lodged into their memory sectors of their brain. And therefore they become ambassadors without you even asking them to.
I love it. Ashley, we have to move into the next session, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. So for everybody, make sure you stay tuned tomorrow for her. She's going to break down those psychological components and maybe perhaps what is it called? Neurological, like brain functions that you can trick
behind buyer behavior and how we can use images to increase our sales and conversion rates on any platform, whether it's third party or your own website. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah. Perfect. And just in case people are with us today right now and they want to get a hold of you, where should they go?
thehiddenrulesexpert.com is the easiest place to find me and all my social profiles. And if not there, then I'm on national TV as well, all across the US. So either on TV or on my website, one or the other. We'll see you guys there.
Perfect. I'm plugging this right now in chat. Miles says, thanks so much. I want to share this one. Great presentation so far. Thanks for doing this. Thank you so much, Miles.
Thanks,
Everyone can check out Ashley here. Thank you so much. We're moving right into our next presentation. So we'll see you later, Ashley.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bye. All right, Jordan, are you ready? Come on in.
Hey, Derek. How's it going?
Doing good. This is I want to say your session is the flagship session of the event, because there's no such thing as retention and loyalty. You can't do it to the fullest without a great loyalty tool. So I'm really looking forward to you showcasing first the strategies and then how you've built technology to facilitate some of those strategies. As we just heard from Ashley, even things like 21-day challenges. How do we get loyalty points for participating in that or using a hashtag or following on Instagram? Things that, as I said at the beginning of today, I believe are integral to any sort of like social or digitally native vertical brand. And they're just becoming more and more important as time goes on. And I know that you guys have built amazing technology to capture and incentivize and reward and retain and watch people grow and engage from this. So with that said, I will put your screen up here and I will step aside and let you take it away.
Brilliant. What an introduction. Thank you, Derek. So hi, everyone. Thanks for joining today's session. And again, just a quick thanks to Derek and the whole team at eCommerce Tech as well. I know that they put a lot of work into this event. So yeah, happy to be here. As a quick introduction, I'm Jordan. I'm one of the partnerships managers at Loyalty Line. And I'm here today to essentially talk to you about something that we've been focusing on a lot at Loyalty Line, which is community. And more importantly, why your brand community is such a valuable asset. So as Derek kind of touched on, we are going to cover community matters. We're going to talk around what makes a great community. And we're also going to talk about how brands can start thinking about creating their own brand community as well. So without further ado, community matters, but why? Data from our community roundtable report showed that the average active community has a potential to deliver an ROI of over 4,000%, which is pretty crazy when you think about other marketing channels and other initiatives. But what I think is even more important is that this ROI, or this value, increases with every year that a community is active. So for brands, getting this right in the start could unlock a marketing channel or an initiative that simply builds on itself year after year. But aside from ROI, aside from that value, there are some very tangible benefits too. We found out that 66% of companies say they turn to their brand communities for product development. So these are brands hearing directly from their customers what they want next and what's working with their product. On top of that, 71% of companies use customer communities for market research. So think of all of the money that brands are spending on surveys, focus groups, and all the market research. That's fulfilled by the communities they have. On top of that, 80% of marketers indicate that building brand communities has increased traffic. So they're actively helping customers to get customers through the door in a more cost-effective way than the sort of paid acquisition channels. And we also saw that 33% report that branded communities alone have changed their marketing plans and even their products, which is really powerful. And finally, in terms of these kind of tangible benefits, is that 8% of customers say authenticity of content will influence them to follow a brand. And there's nothing more authentic than genuine content generated within your own brand community. So we know that communities are valuable, but community is a pretty big term. So what I want to do is just make sure we're on the same page. And after speaking with many of our clients here at LoyaltyLine, we've come to define a customer community as an active subsection of highly valuable customers who regularly interact with your brand and each other. And as you can see from this definition, we've highlighted a couple of words: active, high value, interact. These are important parts because they show it isn't just a collection of customers who've purchased from the same brand or joined a loyalty program. It's more than that. It's about a collection of people who regularly undertake actions that are of value to themselves, to other customers, and to the brand. And so what did our research tell us when we surveyed these customers? What did it tell us about the current state of community within the space of e-commerce? We asked these customers about brands they liked, brands that they repeat purchased from, and they told us about community-based actions that they took with the brand. And from that, we were able to map out a community matrix. So as you can see, communities were not made up of general customers, but in fact made up of 4 quite specific types of members. Each of these personas require a different level of value to the brand, but maintaining these relationships required a different level of marketing effort. So at the bottom left here, we've got the drifters. This is roughly 14% of consumers. And these are shoppers who don't engage with your brand outside of making purchases. They have no emotional connection to your brand. They often check out as guests. They don't open your emails, and they don't follow you on any of your social media channels. The second one, so the top left, are the lurkers. So these make up roughly 17% of your consumers. And these shoppers are drifters with a glow up. They like you, but at arm's length. They log into complete purchases. They open your emails. They follow you on social media. Getting them to do these actions takes investment, but they don't click on your emails. They don't like or share any of your content on social. So the value that these customers is providing is very limited. Moving on to the supporters. So top right, this makes up around 50% of your consumers, which is definitely encouraging. And of these supporters, 50% of them will recommend you to friends and leave reviews. 28% of them will click on the links within your emails, and 15% will react to your social activity. It takes a reasonable amount of time and effort to keep this quadrant participated, but they aren't completing the final piece of the community puzzle, which is interacting with others. And so this is where we get to the sort of creme de la creme of our quadrant, and this is the insiders. They're both high value and they're also the easiest to maintain because they're already 100% brought into your brand. And insiders roughly make up about 18%. They're your biggest brand cheerleaders and biggest brand advocates. And over 50% of these will post about your brand on social media. They will comment, they will share, they will talk to others within the community. They're your highest value and lowest maintenance customers, and they encapsulate the definition of community. So to kind of summarize on that matrix, each of these personas have different propensities to complete high value actions, which will drive incremental gains for a brand. Insiders, as you can see, they're the jewel in this community crown, and definitely worth cultivating these types of relationships. So now you know who's in the community. It might be worth considering how many of these personas you currently have. But we want to make sure that community means as much to your customers as it did to us when we did this research. So we actually dug into what actually drives consumers and customers to undertake these community-based actions. So these are actions that are positively beneficial to your brand, and it's your customers actively engaging with your brand. And so we came up with, by looking at the results, we came up with 3 key motivators for customers to actually undertake these community-based actions. Transactional drivers, customers benefiting monetarily in return for their efforts. The second one is brand alignment. And so these are opportunities for customers to establish emotional connections with the brand. And the final one is experiential. So these are opportunities for customers to enhance their own shopping experience via sort of engaging with the community. And so interestingly, as members move throughout that quadrant that we looked at, their motivations slightly change. So let's have a look at these 3 different drivers in a bit more detail to get a better understanding of it. The first is transactional. So unsurprisingly, consumers are driven to complete community-based actions in return for financial incentives. So 81% of consumers are motivated by financial incentives or discounts. 43% are motivated by discounts or things like free delivery. More interestingly, our second driver of community behavior, we see that customers are driven to undertake community-based actions when they're given the opportunity to create an emotional connection with the brand. So when we looked at the stats, we saw that 69% are motivated by the opportunity to interact with the brand itself. This actually increases to 80% when we start to look just at insiders. 61% are motivated by the ability to contribute to a common cause or a common kind of mission. 57% are motivated by a greater understanding of what the brand actually stands for, which is we're seeing a lot in the sort of modern space and a lot of brands. And 50% are motivated by a greater understanding of a brand's history, which is fantastic because this allows brands to tell their own unique story about why they exist in the first place. The final community driver, so again, the final reason why customers complete community activities is because they gives them the opportunity for them to actually enhance their own customer experience. And so customer experience is constantly talked about. It's a bit of a buzzword, but from a shopper's perspective, it kind of makes sense because 47% are motivated by the ability to make more confident purchase choices. 70% are motivated by the chance to find out more about products from existing customers. 61 are more motivated by the opportunity to access interesting content. And 32% are motivated by early access to sales and products. And 25 by the chance of actually testing out new products. So now we know what a community is. Now we know what these members look like within the community. And we even know what motivates them to participate in the community. But how do we create these communities? Where do I manage them? Perhaps more importantly, what does this have to do with a loyalty program? And why is this coming from Loyalty Lion? Well, this is where it gets quite interesting because the final part of research showed that customers move through the community quadrant that we looked at earlier. As they do that, their propensity to join loyalty programs and engage with them actually increases. So 82% of insiders said they were part of their favorite brand's loyalty programs compared to only 28% of drifters. But that seems quite obvious. What you might not have considered is instead of building out a whole new marketing function or channel to build this valuable community, is to use a loyalty program as the unifying force to point your customers towards the direction of creating a highly engaged brand community. So now I want to look at some brands doing exactly this, building their community around their loyalty programs and turning their customers into insiders. So what I'm going to do is going to look at some of the best in class brand communities. And I'm going to start with an absolute powerhouse of community and loyalty, which is Sephora. So Sephora's community is hugely important to them and hugely important to their success story. As you go onto their site, their whole experience gives the customers an option to start a conversation or add a photo. They make it super easier for customers to participate in that community and find people who have similar interests or problems to them. Now, it's quite easy to see how it's working for them, because when I took the screenshot, they had 4 million members, 50,000 of them were currently online, and they had over 2.5 million posts in their forum. But the fact is, most brands aren't Sephora. They don't have the experience, the budget, the resource to emulate Sephora. And so this session isn't about making it harder or more intimidating to create a community. It's about making it easier to create that brand community. So what I want to do is show you a couple of my favorite examples of our loyalty line merchants who are using their loyalty programs to emulate the same effect that Sephora is, and essentially emulate their community success. So the first example is a fantastic brand called Astrid and Miu, who really came into their own from a community perspective when COVID hit. As all their offline stores shut, they were forced to connect with their customers online instead. I'm sure this is a story that many brands will kind of relate to. But with Astrid and Miu, they created a community content hub, which enabled their customers to learn about the brand and their products. So these guys are a really trendy jewelry brand. And so what they did is they created content like the necklace layering lookbook, and even created an encyclopedia called Earcyclopedia to kind of educate their customers on earrings. On top of that, they're also building the emotional connections with their customers by educating them on their recycling program, their content on International Women's Day, and even talking about their BAME Student Accelerator program. So they've created an amazing and engaging content and strategy which has enabled them to build a community of insiders. And it pulls on almost all of the community drivers that we explored a little bit earlier. The next brand is appealing to their community by sharing exactly what they stand for. So again, the common cause. So Pacifica is an online beauty brand who uses their loyalty program to demonstrate their values and encourage customers to recycle their products packaging in exchange for loyalty points. Again, it's a simple rule that they've set up with their loyalty program and requires no extra marketing effort, but it clearly shows the community and their members what Pacifica stands for, and so builds that kind of emotional connection with their customers and taps into that common cause community driver that we saw. Another really great example is Zox. So another eco-friendly, morally driven brand. And they're a great example of a brand who is taking the first steps towards moving their customers through that community matrix and encouraging participation. So through their loyalty program, they encourage their customers to engage with their brand with the allure of points, from customers adding them on social channels like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also encouraging their customers to leave the review. So pushing that customer from being a drifter all the way through to hopefully being an insider. One of the key things we talked about in our definition of community was the importance of customers speaking to each other. But how can we easily facilitate this without kind of building this Sephora style setup? Well, one very useful tool here is Facebook. So one of our merchants, Never Fully Dressed, they're a fashion brand, and they enable their community to interact with each other. They share photos, tips on styling, and they're constantly liking and commenting on each other's content. This is all done through their Facebook community group. And this is a great example of an active community who's enhancing each other's shopping experience. Best of all, their community members are self-fulfilling this content. So the community is doing all the hard work of building social proof, educating the customers, and bringing customers to convert and buying more. And without any input from the marketing teams, all the hard work's done from the community, which is amazing. As we just spoke about, Never Fully Dressed, obviously with their community on Facebook, that was open to everyone. But this is where another merchant we work with, Anne-Marie, has a slightly different approach. So they have a similar type of community on Facebook, but they've built in an element of exclusivity. They only give their subscription customers access to their Facebook group. And this works perfectly for them because they know their subscription customers are the most valuable customers they have. And so they've used the allure of this community as an incentive to as an incentive for customers to actually sign up to their subscription offering, which is amazing and works really well for them. And just to kind of continue with this theme of exclusivity, we have a beauty brand, Milanese, and they do a fantastic job with making their community members feel like they're part of something bigger. So remember, consumers are driven to behave like insiders if they have access to experiential benefits like early access to new sales or products. So Milanese does exactly this. And they do this in a wonderful way by offering their loyalty program members exactly that, secret sales and early access to test new products. By offering this to their highest loyalty tier member, they actually reinforce this sense of community amongst their best customers, whilst also encouraging other customers to aspire to spend more and enter that top tier, which is a really sort of powerful mechanism for them, and definitely seen some great results from that. So these are just a few examples of merchants and brands who are using their loyalty program to create a community of customers who are emotionally connected and giving as much value back as they're deriving themselves. But how do we know if building a community is the right step for you or your brand? For us, there are a few key triggers which indicate that it's time to really start focusing on that customer base and turning them into an active community. The first one is look at your retention data. Do you have a low repeat purchase rate or a lower repeat purchase rate than you want? Are you struggling to re-engage with your existing customers outside of using things like sales and discounts? If so, you're probably lacking the emotional connection that's required to bring those customers back time and time again. Community building could absolutely solve this challenge and definitely is worth exploring. Second point here is actually looking at your acquisition strategy. If you're paying more than you would like to for acquiring a new customer or struggling to engage new customers without discounts or introductory offers, then again, a community could be a super valuable tactic to help acquire new customers. What about considering first-party data challenges? So this is where customers are actively giving us data about them without kind of deriving it from platforms like Facebook or Google. And if you're finding that customers are becoming increasingly hesitant to give you more information and tell you more about them, then perhaps you're not offering enough value in return. And so building a value-adding community could be a great way to present customers with value outside of just your product. The second to last is confronting vanity metrics. So again, if your marketing methods are leaning towards vanity metrics rather than hard results, so looking at how many social media followers we have, but not looking at the engagement or referral rates, then spending time on moving customers through that community matrix could be a really powerful strategy to gain some results. Finally, find your common cause or interest. If you have a common cause or interest or value that runs through your customer base, then a community could be a powerful strategy to drive more value from that customer base. I've spoken to brands that feel like they can't create a community because they don't support a charity cause or have a social mission. But the truth is, communities are not restricted to these types of brands. Nike, for example, obviously have a very powerful community around runners and sports enthusiasts, which seems so easy because their product leans so nicely towards this tribalistic group and runners and enthusiastic CrossFit trainers. But in the examples we saw a little bit earlier, that was from a whole range of different verticals, including jewelry and accessories. And so these verticals aren't obviously set up for community building, but they managed to build a community around their product and how their customers engage with them. If you're a merchant and you probably have a USP, there is a reason why you exist. I would tell that story and rally a community around that, because that's a great way for you to drive more engagement and bring your customers into your brand. So brand communities are hugely valuable when it comes to building long-term relationships with your customers and driving customer retention. So what does your brand community look like? Or perhaps more importantly, what could it look like? Something we always say at Loyalty Line is that your future success depends on your existing customers. So thank you so much for listening, and I hope you found the session interesting, or better yet, insightful and inspiring. If you would like to hear more about the Community Matters campaign, then go to loyaltyline.com/community matters to find out more. And yes, if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm just typing this up here. loyaltyline.com/ was it community matters -matters? I want to make sure I got it.
Yeah. And we have a magazine that we've released as well with all of the details and all the data from our research groups and all of the kind of consumer research that we did too.
We'll put it up here in chat for everybody and to go check out Loyalty Line. I really love that presentation. I was actually tweeting about the graph of the insiders. I think it's a really great breakdown of how to think about our overall customer base and know that, like, I think sometimes people don't implement or work really hard on their loyalty program because they think to themselves, well, a lot of these people aren't even going to engage with it. And you just, in one graph said, I don't care if some people don't engage. These are the people you care about, the 18% that want to engage. So to me, I think that was a powerful light switch in order to think about why, if we can get the 18% to buy, X times more often, how that affects overall retention. And then, of course, keep growing the 18%, keep focusing on the things that they want. And I think if you're able to do that, then more and more people, more and more percentage of the customer base become insiders. And then you might make 80% of your revenue off of that 18% of your customer base and they all share on social, and it's driving, it's driving the one-off purchase from the person that isn't going to join the insiders, which is okay, but it's also driving another lifetime fan as well. So
definitely. And when we first started exploring this piece around community and building that sort of meaningful community, something that we discovered by just speaking to merchants is that people didn't know how to do it. They had this loose idea of what they wanted to achieve, but they didn't actually have, like you said, a kind of format or a methodology on how to do it. And so I agree. I think that matrix makes it way more digestible for brands to say, okay, well, how can I make these small little changes? How can I encourage these small little behaviors and actions? Because that will eventually start to move customers through that kind of funnel.
So on that note, then, when it comes to a retention strategy, and I'm sure you get this as a technology provider, when should I expect to see my ROI? I know that, and by the way, sometimes these things are hard to track as a whole. Sometimes better product market fit in general increases retention, all that stuff. But let's say I build the loyalty program, I launch it, I get a few dozen people, maybe a few hundred people on board, percentage of my customer base. How patiently do I need to wait to start to really see this pick up from a revenue standpoint for me?
Yeah, that's a really good question. There's a couple kind of points there. In terms of actually launching a loyalty program, I think it's really important for merchants to actually think really about what they're trying to achieve, what kind of behaviors they're trying to push through the program. And that could be quite a tricky thing. So what I would say is, speak to us, speak to experts in the space, or speak to loyalty platform providers, because they can help you with that kind of objective phase of mapping out what you want to get out of a loyalty program. In terms of kind of the ROI that they're going to be getting from the program, we typically see that after 4 to 6 months is where merchants fully see the impact of their loyalty programs. But the thing about loyalty is that when you've got a loyalty program that builds in all of this kind of this sort of feature set, like refer a friend, pushing customers from first to second purchase. Refer a friend, just as an example there, is so powerful. We work with a really, really cool brand called Lively. They're a women's underwear and beachwear brand. And in the last 2 years of them working with us, they've generated £1 million in referral revenue, which is just huge. So we typically say kind of 4 to 6 months, but there's so much value that can be driven from things like referrals, things like moving customers to second purchases or third purchases, wherever your kind of repeat purchase rate sits.
Yeah, I love it. And I had hinted at it earlier that that referral or viral coefficient of the brand, not only does it change the lifetime value of what you're paying to acquire users. So if you think you're acquiring a user for $20 and their lifetime value is 60, if your referral rate is 0.2, then your lifetime value is 60 plus 0.2 of 60, 60 times 1.2, whatever that is. I can do this math. 1/5 is
$72.
$12, 72, I think. Yeah. Thank you. So your actual lifetime value goes up, and then that kind of allows you to push the margins a little bit further. And I absolutely love this idea of, I think there's also rules, sequences, and goals that you have to have once they've made that first purchase. In a perfect world, you'd have an entire team dedicated to get them from the first purchase to the second purchase. And, you know, and then maybe there's a team from the second to the third, or at least like in perpetuity. Right. And we call those, you know, brand engagement teams or retention teams or whatever it is. But, you know, people have so many of their dollars spent on Facebook ads or Google ads and paying media agencies on the front end. They don't pay anybody on the back end. And so I think this is hopefully the problem that by the end of this event, everyone's concerned about and solving for with a tool like Loyalty Lion, and especially tracking that referral coefficient for sure.
Yeah, I think one sort of final ending piece is whether it's loyalty programs, whether it's other kind of technologies that are going to be showcased in this sort of event, test, try things out, you know, invest money in different ways to push customer lifetime value up or to increase repeat purchase rates. And then see what works for you as a brand, and then you can obviously just mold it from there. That's sort of advice that I would give anyway.
Yeah. And on that 4 to 6 month return, I can imagine that there's still a lot more to do. There's more in that battle, so it doesn't just end when it starts working. It kind of always needs to be either layered on top, tested against, or evolve as the industry evolves as well.
Absolutely.
Awesome, Jordan. We're going to move right into our next session. Thank you so much for joining us. Everybody can check out Loyalty Lion with the link down below here.
Thanks, Derek.
Good talking with you. All right. We're moving right into our next session. Let me fix the brand banner first. We're going to bring in Ty Givens from the Workforce Pro, and she is going to be interviewing Tiffany from Bold Swim. Let's bring you both on stage now. Hello.
Hello. Good to see everyone. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, good to see you again, Ty. Tiffany, hello. Welcome to the Future of E-commerce, where we're here to talk retention. We've been going deep into some of the tools and strategies. I am just going to pull myself away and let you two talk about how this has been going for Bold Swim.
Very nice. Thanks, Derek. Hi, everybody. This is Ty Givens, and I am the founder of the Workforce Pro. And we work with companies to help them set up and build their CX operations. So all of the boring stuff with processes and workflows and technology, that's all us. But today I'm going to talk to you because, of course, obviously having efficient workflows, response times, the right systems and tools is key. There's no doubt about that. But the other side of the CX is the way that you make your customer feel. So today I'm talking to Tiffany because Tiffany created an experience for me as a buyer that I think everybody needs to know about, and I think that everybody needs to try. Obviously, we'll go into detail about what that experience was, but first, Tiffany, welcome. I would love for you to introduce yourself to the people and talk about Bold Swim.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Tiffany Asamoah. I am the founder designer behind Bold Swim. I make sustainable swimwear for inclusive bodies, size inclusivity, and diverse people alike.
So true. Okay, so here's how it starts, y'all. I talked to Tiffany via LinkedIn a few months back. I was in the market for a swimsuit. I remembered her because she was so personable. Instead of going to the CEO, right? Like, I mean, I could go to LinkedIn, but I was like, let me go to the website and just get the experience because, you know, this is what I do. So I go to the website. I let her know what my troubles were as far as finding a swimsuit is concerned. At first, I didn't know I was talking to Tiffany, but the experience that I got was phenomenal. And it was far, far, far above what I would have even expected. Okay. So we are going to talk about that experience, but the first thing I want to touch on is value, right? So there's a price point for a product, but then there's the value that you deliver. And I want to know, when you were building Bold, like, how did you decide who you were going to be for your customer? Did you develop a persona, or were you just genuinely being you and that worked?
I think it's genuinely being me. I've always been me. nobody else can be me. So I think that always is in my benefit. I'm just uniquely myself. And I want my customers and my clients to be uniquely themselves. I don't want them to change to fit into Bold Swim. I want them to be bold, be you.
I love that. And also, you guys, when you check out the website, Tiffany's website, it's boldswim.com, you're going to see all body types. And for me as a consumer, I am not a size 2. I don't remember the last time I was. And I wanted to feel beautiful, and I wanted to also feel comfortable in my selections. So what happened is I'm telling Tiffany what my troubles are. This is on chat.
Yep.
And she picks out suits for me. So I'm on the site. I'm looking at the suits. They're all gorgeous, by the way.
Thank you.
And after we get to a point where I'm like, okay, I think I see one that I like, she says, okay, I'm going to send you a few others to try. Okay. That literally blew my mind. Literally blew my mind, because I had a boutique experience from an online shopping experience. So for me, that creates, a fan for me out of her brand. How did you come up with that idea? How has that served you? Because obviously I'm raving about it. And what are some of the feedback that you've gotten from other customers given that experience?
It's the same. People engage on the chat, and some of them know my name. They ask for me specifically, so I don't know if they think it's other people that are in the chat. And with COVID and the team working remotely, they're always like, "Is this Tiffany?" And I'm like, "Actually, it is. It's me." So they're always excited when they get to engage with me on the chat. They'll tell me their issues. I have a note section in the checkout, even if you don't engage in the shop chat. Once you make a purchase, you can leave me a note. And the customer just wrote a long list of kind of details that we chatted about. I'm like, okay, this is what I think you want, and then this is what you need. Let me send you some more recommendations, because I think you'll also like this, or to get you out of your comfort zone, right? It served me very well, because I'm that customer. I'm like, I think I can fit this, but I want to be sure, and I want to be comfortable in my decisions. Yeah. And that was why I started Bold Swim. I'm a size 14 to 16 on any given day. We go up and down, right? So I wanted people to feel luxurious. I wanted them to feel confident. I wanted to empower them when they go into the bikini season or swimsuit season, and not have this negative body image or start talking, have negative self-talk. I wanted everyone to feel confident. And I have men customers too. So that's why I've removed women and, those labels from the messaging, because it's all about inclusivity. And that's always what I've been about. And then trying to honor on that and give other products for those things. So I started because I wanted everyone to be comfortable and confident. So how I would want to be treated as a customer is how I would treat my customers, having that boutique experience.
I think it's amazing, because I think I might have received at least, I think I bought a dozen swimsuits.
You did.
Right?
Yeah.
I tried every single swimsuit. Okay. Literally.
I was having fun. I was pulling out you.
It was amazing, because first of all, I didn't think that I would be able to find that many options that were going to fit me. That's one. The quality was amazing. I also stepped out of my comfort zone quite a few times, because I'm like, I can't wear that. And I'm like, wait, I totally can. I had no idea. So I thought that was really that to me was the biggest wow moment, was to, first of all, I felt trusted by you. And that's a concept in CX that I actually usually preach and teach on the opposite end, that you need to make sure that the customer trusts you. Yes. But conceptually, I felt like you trusted me. Right? Because here I am with a dozen of your swimsuits. And although eventually I said who I was, I didn't get special treatment, because I don't think we weren't talking like, oh yeah, it's the lady from LinkedIn. It was just like, this was just what you do and how you position your brand and your business. Absolutely. So I don't know the life cycle of swimsuits, so let's talk about that. Like, how often do people typically buy? And sorry, two-part question. How often do people typically buy? And then the second part of that is, because of the experience that you offer, do you find that you have loyalists, or what would you say your retention rate is from customers who buy once?
So good question. So yes, I have, for the first part of the question, I would say, oh my gosh, now I'm thinking about the second part. So repeat the first part again for me.
Okay, so the first part is, oh boy, let me get the first part.
Got excited.
When we're talking retention and loyalty, right? So when you are, how many of your customers come back to you more than once, right? Because of the experience that you give them initially. Like when I think about, I told so many people, right? So guys, NPS is a big deal. Net promoter, word of mouth. It works in two ways. You know, it works if things are horrible and it works if things are great, right? So in this experience, I'm telling everyone that I know that they need to, if you're in the market for a swimsuit, you don't even need to worry about what you like. Just go to Bold Swim. They'll help you pick and choose, right? So when you have a customer that you've developed that type of relationship with, that type of trust with, I know it created a loyalist and a fan out of me. Do you find that you have consistent customers that come back? And if so, how often do people buy swimsuits? Like, what's your life cycle like?
Yeah, so very good question. So yeah, I do have returning customers and loyal customers because of that first experience. If they're telling me all of this, I feel like once I gain their trust that, hey, I have something, I may not have everything for you, maybe at everyone at one time, but eventually I'm capturing that data. I'm capturing these conversations because I want those unique customers to keep coming back because that's why I started. The more data I have, the better I get, the better Bold gets at designing these things and make sure that you're comfortably fitted in those. And now you have a home, not with just one or two styles. You have a whole collection of a curated swim closet that can be lingerie, that can be intimates, that can be bodysuits for the summer, going into and out of the gym. So athleisure. Little do people know that I started with athleisure as well because I wanted that flexible closet, and that's really what increased our sustainability, designing without specific notions that are typically in swimwear, so you can wear them in activewear as well. But just having the conversations like I had with you during the chat, customers come back and they're like, oh my God, Tiffany just really helped me. So then I'll have a friend of theirs and then they'll tell me that their friend is checked out, or they'll engage me on social, or they'll email me. And then in my purchase flows, I have a thank you. And it's just very simple. I sign my name and people love that. I get so much feedback. I'm like, oh, they're gone. I may not see them. I hope they post. I hope they tag me, which I love because I feel like I'm on vacation like constantly. People are buying more and more swimwear. I have a unique customer that has bought everything in the first year of me launching the business, and it continues to come back. And she's brought her friends, she's brought her family. So yeah, my customers are going to keep coming back. I make sure that I check in with them to see how everything's going. When they supported me early on in the pandemic, giving back to keep the team running in the back end, I sent them a little thank you card and a gift card to come back to the shop again and keep spending and keep supporting the brand that you love and that you're helping grow. So it was really amazing to me. I send them notes of encouragement if I know that they're going through school. So that just having that community and that sisterhood or that encouragement and that bond that we share and that trust, I feel like I can do those things. I can send them, additional swimsuits that I think that'll fit, and I know that'll come back. And they've come back every time. I've not had to send any follow-up emails. I don't worry about it. There's emails and trackings, and I just know that they're going to do the right thing because they trust the community that we've created. They trust the brand. They trust me that I'm going to also do right by them as well.
Yeah, I almost feel like it sounds weird to say that we became like, friends at least, like in some way, right? Like I felt an affinity towards you, like, okay, she's got my back. I know that she's going to help me choose what's going to work best for me. She trusts me with her products. As a matter of fact, when I went to return them, I'm like, I dropped them at this post office because I wanted her to know that I handled her products with care, right? When it comes to dissatisfied customers, because we all have those.
Yep.
Tell me about like a time where you took a dissatisfied customer and actually turned them around and created a fan. Has that happened?
Yeah, so I've had a few returns in the 4 years I've been operating. I don't have a lot. And even if it's I say dissatisfied customer, it's just meaning their expectations haven't been met. Yeah. So I try to get as much information to see, okay, what went wrong? What can we do better? Or provide feedback. So even that email still goes out to them. Hey, thank you for trying us. Sorry, we couldn't help you at this time. Is there specific feedback that you can give me? So once they give me that feedback, I know I've created a fan, and now I know what to do next time, or I know where I can show them, hey, I've worked on the feedback. This is something we've been planning. We've been able to execute it. Let me send you a follow-up to let you know that I took your feedback. It's valuable to me. And then this is what you've helped me do better at. So it's always just resetting expectations, me understanding what their expectations were for the swimwear, or even clarifying something, updating the product descriptions, updating the catalog and the lookbooks, making sure I always forget sometimes to take the back of the swimwear, like for the booty shot. So I'm like, oh, I need to get the booty shot. Everybody's concerned about that because that's one of our things in swimwear. We want to make sure it's either very attractively shown or concealed, right? So yeah. So if you have a lot of it or a little bit, or you want to show off or you want to show a little bit, I'm a mom, so I like to have a sexy suit and a mom suit that's, semi-sexy but conservative. So yeah, those things are important. So I'm like, yes, let me go do that right now. Let me go take a shot. And then just being transparent and being myself. Authentic me is, again, my strong suit and why I started. So I'm showing them like, hey guys, I get a lot of questions about not being plus size. I'm plus size. Remember, that's why I started. I know sometimes you only see this much of me, but I remind them by taking pictures of my own collection and making sure that they can see that every part of sizing is considered, because it has to work for me. I feel like I have more swimwear at this time than clothes.
No, I ended up buying double what I expected to buy. I was looking for one.
Adopted.
It was amazing. I bought two because I was like, they're kind of like, I'm not a mom, but I did want conservative, and then I wanted another option as well. And I was able to get both of those things met in both of the suits that I have, and I'm excited to be able to wear them and show them off because they're lovely. So I appreciate for sure the time and effort that you took with me as a customer. Speaking though of the fact that I essentially doubled my order, right? I was looking for one, I got two. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot when you expect to just do one, but I loved two enough to move forward with that. What would you say that this, online boutique experience that you've been able to create, how do you think that's impacted your revenue? Do you see that people buy multiple like me?
Oh yeah, they do. So even if you're not a mom, or if you're going to a girls trip, depending on the trip that we have, they're more like accessories. And I want it to be more of like a curated closet, so you have additional vacation clothes. So you don't have to have, you're going to bring all your accessories and your styling tips, but in your swimwear, you can style that as an outfit. So some resorts require you to be a little bit more covered up when you're out of the pool area and the cabanas and things like that. So making sure that you can still wear that swimsuit without having to put on a lot of layers of clothing, or just put like a short or light jacket or a top on it. That's a purpose, because I always want you in that vacation mode. I always want you, shining and glowing. So I was designed to not be covered up. Yeah. And in the swimwear, you can go from, all different ranges, more conservative, more sexy, more, wherever you are, you're still appropriate for the situation. And you're always regal. You're always in style. It's never a pattern that will go out of style or go out of trend. So you can wear it year after year after year.
Yeah, they are definitely timeless pieces. I will be buying more for sure. That's definitely going to happen. And one thing I was going to point out was, because of and this is something that I think is a good takeaway for anyone who is, who has an e-commerce business, who's looking to retain customers, get that loyalty, get someone who's like fanatical about your brand, is the relationship piece, right? So during the time when Tiffany so kindly first of all, she sent me two boxes of suits. It wasn't just like the first one, okay. It was like the first one, I tried everything, told her what I liked and loved, and then she sent me a second set, right? So
I've actually grown out of my boxes and bags because I do that so often, like with customers, and then they end up buying so much now. Like the little thing that I started with, I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to double this box.
Double the box, yes. When I went to pick it up, I was like, oh, okay. It was great, right? So I trying everything. And during that time, I didn't even tell you this. You were running a sale during the time. And because of the experience that you gave me, the time you gave me, the energy, the effort, the quality, I am a shopaholic on a discount. Let me tell you, there was no way possible that I was going to say, can I buy? No way possible, because I felt like the value that you gave me was worth the discount and more, right? So it was worth it for me to I was like, no, because she has gone so far above and beyond any expectation that I've ever had. And I'm critical about customer experiences because I help brands build them. So I'm looking at, like, response times and wait times, and how do you make me feel? And do you take ownership, right? Because that's a big deal. Do you take ownership? If there's an error or an issue, do you take ownership? Right?
Yeah. I
So
remember last summer, not to cut you off, last summer, it was crazy. We got so busy and packages were going to the wrong addresses. They were having the wrong suits. I was like, I'm losing my mind. Like, this is great. But then my customers, I was like, I'm so sorry. We were going so fast. We're getting them out. I have a relationship with the mailman. So he comes and knocks on the door. He's like, any packages today? I'm like, actually. And my husband actually just put 2 out. So it's that, like you said, that relationship that you have to make sure that such and such is waiting on this. They're waiting for this for their birthday vacation. They're going to Puerto Rico tomorrow. Like, I need to get this out today. I need to make sure it's scanned. I need to make sure that they can see movement on this package.
Yes. I'm a fan. I'm going to say that all day because I think when I started looking into purchasing a swimsuit, it was I believe it was like October 2020, and the first purchase I made was from you. I've been looking for that long, so I was trying stuff, and I was like, nope, this isn't it. Nope, that's not right. Nope. And then finally, I was like, I found something that I really love. So I'm so grateful to you. I want to show really quickly. There's four key tips that I want to give everyone about being able to create some loyalty within your brand. And these actually, let me see here. It's going to show us for just a second, but let me switch it. Can you see my screen?
Can.
All right, perfect. So there's 4 tips here, and everything that we've talked about is in line with this, but we'll continue to elaborate a little bit. The first thing is value above all else. You probably heard the saying from Warren Buffett that price is what you pay and value is what you get.
Absolutely.
Right? There's also a saying, I don't know if you guys have ever heard, that's, what is it? We're too poor to buy cheap stuff. Right? So you focus on the value, and value does not always, it's not always tied to a dollar amount. So as I had mentioned, with the fact that you were running that sale was immaterial to me because of the value that I got.
And that's what happens a lot. I offer my customers because they come back so often, and I'm like, hey, we can do these things because you guys support me and I appreciate that. And they don't. I'm like, I know it's good because they just bought, but like, I know it's front and center. Maybe I need to put it in a different place. Yeah. And I think that's the feedback that they give me each and every time.
Yes. So you guys, and it's not something that can be faked. So let me say this, first of all, it's because it's the authenticity of what is felt by, your customer that is leading them to want to support you in that way. And so I think that some advice that I would give other brands is to try to tie in and hone in on that authenticity. And there's also a piece where I say you need to deliver your customer experience like you're the CEO. And that's true because a CEO has a different outlook and view on a customer because they know how difficult it is to acquire the customer. They know how difficult it is to keep a customer. So I think that we all need a CEO mentality when we are delivering customer experiences. Would you agree with that?
I would agree wholeheartedly.
Yes. The next thing is unexpected, amazing experiences. You guys hear people talk about the wow experience. That's taking me back to a previous life. And I think that you nailed this on the head by, when I ordered one suit, you were like, I'm going to send you more to try. And then when I tried all of those, I felt good about having tried those, right? Mm-hmm. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to send you more to try. So you continuously far exceeded in a very positive way my expectation. And I think that that's something that, we can also deliver. So maybe, not every brand has, swimwear that they can use, but I think that, or excuse me, products that they can send out to their customers in bulk. But I think that the key here is if you have someone who is engaging with your customer, who is as passionate about your brand or your product or your service, the sales are going to actually show. And that's because they are giving recommendations, feedback, product info from a genuine place of service. Absolutely. That people receive differently. Mm-hmm. I'll let you elaborate there.
Oh, no, absolutely. I agree. I think that, just a simple thank you, not just taking a package and going on, or the customer made a mistake and, it may cost a little bit more money to ship it out, but they emailed me and like, hey, I put the wrong size. No worries. It's already in the mail. They're like, I need to change size. I'm like, your package just got picked up a little while ago. So no worries. I'll put the correct size in the mail. And once you get them, you have both to try just to make your decision, and then just send the other one back.
I love that.
Like, what? This is crazy. I'm like,
yeah. I think because we are in some ways almost conditioned to have that feeling of we're not going to refund you until we receive the product, which again kind of goes back to trust. And I get it because everybody doesn't operate above board. But I think if we start to create some authentic relationships with the customer, that ownership, because I felt ownership for your items, and I felt it because I felt like you trusted me. And if we can start to bring that out of customers, I think that we'd be in a better space, and people would be happier because we are getting away from the true essence of customer experience, the way that it was when it kind of became a thing. We're now getting into the let's overly automate things and not talk to humans because it's expensive, but it doesn't have to be if it's done right.
Correct.
The other thing is that you definitely had a no problem mentality, and you just touched on that. There was nothing that I felt that after communicating with you, I remember saying, oh my gosh, I feel special. And you said you are special. And it was just a small thing, but it really meant a lot. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, thanks. Because you didn't know at that time I was going crazy with just crazy busy. And the highlight of my day was to be able to stop and try on these swimsuits and communicate with you about what was going on because I was overly stressed, right? Yeah. So to hear that, I'm like, well, thank you. I appreciated that so much. And even when, I was like, well, I don't know if this one's right for me, or I'm not sure. It was always not a problem. Oh, don't worry. Yes, no, I have something else for you. You should try this. I'm going to send you that. And that made me feel really good. So I think that we all need to approach the no problem mentality and literally drop any defenses and be open to receiving feedback, as you had mentioned earlier.
Absolutely. I mean, it's my baby. It's been my baby for a long time. I've seen it from my first style to my styles now, and then what I have proposed for the future, taking on more unique cases like yourself, capturing those bodies and those data. And I've been able to interact with more customers. I'm like, actually, I just talked to Ty and she had a great experience. So I know this is going to work for you. Mm-hmm. And then let me have the challenge because I'm waiting for that to continue to meet and exceed those expectations.
I love that. The last thing I think that you did really well was you had this feel where there's no one else in the room. So I remember calling my doctor's office and being done with what my question was. And the person said to me, have I answered all of your questions today? I have time. And that was a small thing that went a long way, because I think, as I had talked about just a moment ago, we live in a world and in a space where everything is so rushed. Yes. And I didn't feel rushed at all. I felt supported, and I felt like I was probably your only customer, and you might have been talking to 10 people, but the focus was definitely there, and I felt that. And that is also, I think, important to building that relationship. Absolutely. And that relationship will increase and lead to more sales. Obviously, that's everyone's ultimate goal at the end of the day, though we don't all live for money. But obviously, if we're in business, we want to be able to make a living at it. Yeah. So I feel like you've done a really great job at creating that, I'm going to take care of this. You're going to be okay. I'm going to make sure that I have something for you. You did a really great job at that.
I appreciate that. I track tracking numbers for unique cases of like, okay, so did that person get theirs? Where are we at? Making sure everything gets on deadline. So yeah.
Yes. So I am like really, really, really so appreciative of you taking the time today. Let me stop sharing. Sorry, I'm always doing something wrong on this thing.
It's okay.
Sorry.
I got you.
Hey there.
I'm always screwing it up somehow. But it's been awesome, Tiffany. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ty. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'm so happy that you're glad with your purchases and the service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love it. I love the idea of putting a couple of extra products in the box and saying, hey, try a few more on and see if it works. This is, it sounds, I think for a lot of people at first, it'll sound like a sneaky way to upsell, but in the way that it's been positioned, especially with a product that really does need a lot of try before you buy components to it, it's really is a value added proposition, and you came about it, of course, from a value added way. So I love it completely. I have a quick question for you, Tiffany. Because you're selling products for all different shapes and sizes. Yeah. Have you looked into an augmented reality tool or like a fit sizing tool? Because this industry is like kind of popping up with them left and right. Have you thought about doing anything like that to help people find the right size?
Yeah, so I have partnered earlier the last couple of years with Style Me. So they were like a virtual fitting room that worked really well for a while. We're in the works of something else, so I can't quite share just yet. But okay. So I did partner with Style Me. They were a virtual fitting room where you were able to try on the sizes, add the sizes, and that gave us a lot of data on the back end to see who our customer was. We decreased in plus sizes beyond large, and then went back to get some refinement to get those customers, because I know those customers exist. I'm one of those customers. So getting that back on the board to get that more data, to get those bra sizes, to get those hip sizes, to make sure that in those key areas they're being fit properly, and holding you in place and letting you be free in other places that you need to be free and held in was definitely something we look into. So we're always looking for the next thing. We have, like I mentioned, something in the works that'll continue to augment that and to provide that better service.
Yeah,
because there's not one size fits all, obviously.
And it's so interesting because that's collecting data on the customers that creates a feedback loop to how you might design the product, which then first makes you lose lost inventory, or sitting inventory costs go down, and then also return rates probably go down in some ways, aside from when you're adding products. And so all things kind of start to work, and then the customer has a better experience, and then they're retained, right?
Because in the first style the bottoms fit a little bit smaller than my other collection. So then from there, I know we can't design this bottom. This is a high return bottom. So this is what we're going to do forward, but we're going to still use it. We're going to augment it with a different top. We're going to put a different size on it. We're going to, change it around so it works and it's still not lost inventory, dead inventory, wasted inventory. And then we can be put into other collections in a different and new way.
Love it. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, both of you. I thought this was a really great conversation and honestly very innovative, and I think just a lot for other merchants to think about, test, and try. So thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
See you both later.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good one. Thanks, Tiff. Bye, Derek.
All right, we're going right into our next session with Savannah from Shopping Gives. We kind of talked about sustainability and give back as part of Bold Swim's business model. Now we're going to see how you can incorporate sustainability, giving back, and caring about the causes that you want to contribute to with Savannah from Shopping Gives. Hello, Savannah.
Hello, Derek. How are you?
Doing good. Let me swap the logo out here. Ta-da. All right. All that said, I will just step out of the way and let you take it. Here are the slides, and I'm looking forward to this.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Like Derek mentioned, my name is Savannah White. I am the head of partner success at Shopping Gives. And I'm going to be talking to you today about how you can cultivate your brand loyalty and retention through impact. So as we dive in, I want to first touch on what I mean when I say impact and what that kind of encapsulates, as well as why it's important. So just like we heard from Bold Swim, a lot of brands nowadays care about giving back. They care about making their products more sustainable, their manufacturing practices, their selling practices. And the reason why is because this newest generation of consumers is really buying with their values and voting with their wallets. Gen Z and millennials are very purpose-driven buyers. They're micro-philanthropists. They're agents of change. And while it always used to be a nice to have some focus on giving or corporate social responsibility in your business, it's now really become a need to have in order to be a viable competitor in this space. Currently, retailers are spending over $20 billion in digital advertising to acquire and retain what we call generation impact. So those Gen Zs and millennials have a massive buying power, and yet less than 1% of retailers are activating on cause marketing. And that's still a space that's growing year over year. So why is it that a lot of brands are not activating on cause marketing? There are a couple things that we've seen can be hindrances. The first being how to understand what the customer wants, what the giving initiative should be. So there's not a lot of space outside of surveys or just a quick way to understand what your what your consumers are really looking for and what they understand to be important, what values they have. And so that can make it difficult for a brand to take a stance one way or another of what they want to believe in to support their customers. Another piece is the compliance and regulation side. There is a lot of compliance that goes into actually giving back as a brand and donating a portion of sales. A lot of different things you have to do to make sure you're following all the rules that need to be followed. And so that can also be a hindrance for different brands. And finally, the measurement of it all, especially for smaller brands and smaller retailers, does take a lot of time to figure out, okay, how much money did we say we were going to donate? How do we donate it? Where do we donate it? And that can be a lot of team time that's spent on a giving activation that brands don't always feel like is worth it. And so for all these reasons and more, we built our platform. So Shopping Gives is a social impact commerce platform. To put it as simply as possible, we enable brands to give back so they can focus on the good that they're doing as opposed to how they're going to go about doing good. It's all done a bunch of different ways, but we're trying to democratize cause marketing through our suite of technologies and helping brands build customer loyalty and retention through all of our different activations and tactics that they can use. So first, I want to go through our 4 must-haves of you have to keep in mind when donating a portion of sales. So as I kind of hinted at, there is a lot of regulation that goes into cause marketing. I think it's getting dark in my room, so I'm just going to open up this window for you guys so that you can still see me. There is a lot of regulation that goes into donating a portion of sales. The first is that you have to register and file the correct agreements. So like I said, there's commercial co-venture agreements as well as solicitation and certain bonds in different states that you have to register in order to be giving back a portion of your sales. Secondly, you have to be transparent with your customer and share the amount that's going to be donated on their behalf, and that's pre and post purchase. Whereas you might see brands that say, oh, 20% of net proceeds, or we're giving net sales from this product to charity. That's not really transparent enough for your customer, and you have to be more upfront about how much money is being given. So pre and post purchase, so showing that true dollar amount. Third, just like you as a brand would not want any old influencer or consumer to say that they're partnered with you or they're working with you, posting your logo, nonprofits function the same way. So if you are working directly with a nonprofit, it's important that you get permission to use any of those materials like names and logos in your marketing as well. Finally, you'll also need to keep detailed records of your giving in case of auditing. So any donation receipts from the nonprofit, any evidence of your actual donations, you're going to want to have on hand just in case you're going to be audited. If you want to learn more about these 4 pieces, you can check out our post on Shopping Gives. It's 4 things to know when giving back. You'll learn a little bit more than just my quick blurb on it, and then you'll also get to see how Shopping Gives kind of answers each of these points as well. Now that we've gotten the legal regulation out of the way, it's time to move into our 3 power strategies for social impact success, what to do to keep your brand and your customers loyal, as well as retaining those customers and keeping them coming back. So First and foremost, you always want to be authentic in your impact strategy and making sure that you're taking a holistic approach to your giving. Second, your customer engagement, as you might assume, really counts here. So how can you engage your customers in your giving and share that message with them to keep them coming back? Third, measurement matters. So we understand that you're in business to make money. So how can we enable you to make more so that you're giving back more? Making sure that you're checking, are our customers coming back because they're seeing giving? We really believe that doing good means doing well, and we've seen that, and we'll share that with you shortly as well. So first of all, when you have a giving strategy in mind, you always want to lead with your values so that it comes across as authentic. If you're a new brand and you're building out the social impact strategy, there are 4 key pillars that we look at and advise that you do too when you're kind of starting to build this message out. The first is your team. They're your frontline influencers, or your first line of defense. You want to make sure you're representing them when you're talking about the good that you're doing. So if you have a lot of people on your team who have pets and kiddos, maybe they want to support education causes or animal rights causes. Making sure that you actually have those ideas in mind and are bringing them to the forefront so that when you bring these giving stories forward, your team is behind it as well. Secondly, your community. So who's made the brand what it is today? If you're a small town shop, maybe it's donating to a nonprofit that's down the street from you. Or if you're a global brand, maybe it's taking a stance on global issues as well to make sure that your global community is feeling represented too. So how can you represent the values of those around you who have kind of built the brand to be what it is? Third is your customer, sort of similar to your community. If your customer base is largely LGBTQ or a large female audience or maybe new moms, what nonprofits and what causes can you support that'll then support them too? And taking an evergreen approach to that as well. So not just turning on breast cancer awareness for October or Pride for June, but really looking at that evergreen and making sure that you're representing them globally across the board. Finally, your product. So just like Bold Swim, if you caught that earlier one, she is a sustainable brand. She does 1% for the planet. So if you have a brand that is stationary, maybe you want to plant trees because you're using those resources. If you make reusable water bottles, maybe you want to fund ocean cleanups because you're also diverting plastic with your product. Take a look at what you guys have made. If there's not a direct correlation, you can always use one of the other 4 pillars. If you're first starting out, you're probably not going to hit every single one of these, and you definitely don't need to, but this is a great jumping off point for brands who want to build that impact strategy from the jump. Once you have your story in mind and the idea of what you want to support, it's very important that you publish your brand story and brand values. It's not going to do anything for you if your customers are not seeing that you are making an impact. If they believe in purpose-driven brands, they want to see what your purpose is. This is an example from our partners, White & Warren. They care a lot about the American Heart Association and heart health. So this is actually a really great page. I would recommend taking a look at it. If you're on your screens, you want to open up. I won't be mad if you click off really quick to take a look, but they have a goal of what they want to reach in donations. They talk about habits for healthy hearts, and they talk about how to donate on site as well. Some other really popular brands that we've heard from our friends as well are Patagonia. Lush has a fantastic impact page. A lot of purpose-driven brands do, and you can always gain inspiration from taking a peek at theirs as well. Sharing your story beyond just this page is also really important. You can see on the left, White & Warren posts on their Instagram about the causes they care about. Same here on the right, our partners Anatomy, aligned with Glam for Good, which is a specific nonprofit they were working with for a specific month. I did speak about evergreen impact, but if you want a cadence of supporting a new nonprofit weekly or monthly or quarterly, you get to decide what that cadence is, and then your customer will understand as well. So that's what Anatomy is doing, another kind of look at how you can actually use giving in your day-to-day. Now, second, moving into the customer engagement piece, as I kind of hinted to before, it's wonderful to do good, and you can absolutely do good without sharing it. But if you want to build that brand loyalty and keep your customers coming back, it's important to inform them of the good that you're doing. There are 3 kind of ways that we look at this. The first is education, testing your marketing channels, and then remarketing and personalization with your customers. On the first piece of education, you want to make sure that you're sharing your giving as much as possible and as early as possible with your customer on site. So this is an example from our partners, Margot. Typically, we've seen a lot of brands who will put a roundup in the checkout section, or they'll just talk about how they give back in their cart section, and that might be it. But we really want to encourage the use of information and messaging across the site. You want to make sure that you're building that cognitive consonance, or the idea that the more a customer sees it, the more top of mind it is for them. If they only see your giving at one point on the customer journey and their experience through the website, it's probably pretty easily forgettable. And if you're a really purpose-driven brand, you want to make sure that you're showing that to your customer throughout their entire journey. So whenever appropriate, whenever possible, definitely try and speak to your giving, especially if it's a big activation like Mother's Day was for Margot. Similarly, off of the online presence and off of your e-commerce store, you'll want to use this in marketing and other channels as well. So in the center here, you have Neighborhood Goods, who's one of our partners. They posted this at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic when they were donating for relief there. Another really awesome example from Ursa Major on the left and right. On the left, you can see they announced, this was at the beginning of May last year, that through the end of the month, they were going to be donating 2 trees, or planting rather, 2 trees with every order. And then at the end of the month, they followed that up and told their customers how many trees they actually planted. So they kept them in the loop of their giving initiatives. They didn't just say, okay, thanks for your 2 trees, and let it go, continue with normal messaging. They really brought this story back up into the forefront so that their customers can see, oh, wow, my order had 2 trees, but we were able to plant close to 6,000. And then they also went into, how many emissions they were able to save that way, and how many acres of mature forest they built out, how much oxygen was in the air, all of these things. So a really cool email that they sent out, and a really great way to keep their customers engaged on that giving side. As you can probably assume, loyalty points are also a great way to build customer loyalty. So at Shopping Gives, we have a specific integration with Yotpo, but this is definitely something that can be built out by your brand as well and your loyalty system too. So one way that you could use loyalty points or incentivize your customers to give to is to give points for any donation that they add. So even if you wanted to potentially give your customer the option to round up their purchase or add on a donation, incentivize them by giving them points for that, and points that they can use on future purchases, for sales, or anything else. Or they could use those points to donate as well. So if you wanted to allow them 150 points for a $10 donation, as opposed to 150 points for a sample of a product, seeing how many of your customers are really engaged in that giving aspect and how many are coming back specifically for that as well. So that's kind of how that could look. Again, this was out of the box with Yotpo, but definitely something that can be built as well. Another way to kind of track and see where your customers care about giving is to create capsule collections based on your product. This can be a very special case. It's not always going to work with everyone. We've seen a lot of brands do this who work with specific artists. So if they have an artist-facing collection or collaborative collection, they'll have that collection give back to the cause that the artist chose. Another example that we see a lot of is kind of design-focused giving. So if it's a notebook with a tree on it, it plants trees. If it's a notebook with an ocean on it, it saves the oceans. And it could be a cool way to see too if your customers are purchasing those items because they believe in the cause, or if they're purchasing it off of the look and feel of the item, but the cause is an extra benefit. And sending surveys afterward, and kind of in that measurement piece, we'll look at that as well. But another cool activation that you can use. Another way to build loyalty and retention is with customer donations. So I want to be very specific on this part because this could also hurt your brand loyalty, or could hurt your brand perception as well. We've all been in that space in a pharmacy or whenever we're checking out, we're about to put our card in, and then we get asked if we wanted to round up our purchase or add on $1. If you're in a good mood, at least for some, you might say, yeah, absolutely. Maybe you always say yes. But for some other people, it can be really tough for them because then you've just asked them to add more money when then they now think, oh, I just wanted a water bottle. Now I feel guilty that I'm not giving money. I should save the children. All of these kinds of ideas that come up, and they might end up resenting the brand for asking that question in the first place. A way to kind of monitor that is to give as the brand first and ask your customer to join you in giving rather than asking them to power the giving entirely on their own. We have seen it resonate a lot better when a brand says, hey, we've already donated 1% of your purchase, or we're giving $1 back on this purchase, but we'd love to have you add to that giving by adding on $1. Same thing with those loyalty points. If you can incentivize your customer to give back, it's going to be a lot more meaningful than just asking them to add more money onto their cart, because they've already chosen to give with you, or purchase with you, I should say, and they're already giving you their money. So for you to say, okay, great, do you want to add on a donation, can sometimes sit uncomfortably with them. So all that being said, if you want to include a roundup that is pretty easy incremental for a customer to add on super quickly, when I say an add-on donation, that's the other option of $1, $3, $5. And ways to incentivize that is to say, okay, well, when you add $5 on, we take 5% off. Or if you add $10, we'll throw in an extra pouch, giving your customer another reason to donate, another incentive to donate. They're seeing that you're purpose-driven. They see that you care about giving back to the planet, whatever other causes, but you're not asking them entirely to run that donation. They're also getting something out of it. And everyone likes that little feel-good moment. So a couple options there. When using this in cross-channel marketing and testing in different spaces, making sure that you're kind of trying this out in a couple different ways. One could be social media, keeping this, organic engagement or paid. Just remember that if you're doing paid, do not use the logo. If you're doing organic, also don't use the logo, but especially if you're doing paid, unless you have permission, do not use any of the brand assets from the nonprofit. You can see some examples here. Our partners, Dr. Bronner's, did have permission, so they were sharing the nonprofits they were supporting. But in other cases, our partners were saying, what cause they were specifically giving back to. Kenneth Cole was talking about supporting the Mental Health Coalition and also COVID-19, the Solidarity Response Fund. Really helpful to use umbrella terms. If you have a cause that you're supporting, but you don't want to use the logo or the name, let's say it's Feeding America, you can say, we give back on every purchase to end hunger or to fight hunger. That way you're not in breach of anything, but you're still able to talk about your good. Another way to leverage social is to influence with giving in mind. So if you have ambassadors, if you have influencers that have something they care about, leverage that by asking them to say, hey, when you shop with my code, every purchase goes back to fight hunger. And then you as the brand can make sure that those causes are being supported. And you can also see how many of your influencers are bringing in customers who care about those causes as well. It could be really cool to compare influencer activations with and without giving. Very fun kind of experimental things to do there as well. Then, of course, there are dedicated campaigns and special activations. As I mentioned before, when you're giving back in this way, it's really good to highlight your evergreen giving on their awareness months, as opposed to change your giving per awareness month. So, for example, we have Pride coming up. If you have a strong LGBTQ audience, really highlight them, celebrate them, support the month, do something special for it. But if you don't have that audience, and if you're not usually very focused on Pride, it might not be a month for you to speak up and, add your input in. Or it's great to donate, but you want to make sure that it's coming across as authentic to your customer. You don't want them to see that and think, okay, well, they're just doing this for Pride. So really stick to what you care about, what matters most to you, and share that as you move forward. SMS and special activations, a big player in the retention space now. I know SMS is really up and coming for a lot of different industries. So including giving in that sense as well, keeping your customers coming back with that purpose. For remarketing and personalization, a couple different things we can do to really make sure that those customers feel represented. 83% of millennials say it's important for the companies that they buy from to align with their beliefs and values. So how do you as a brand align with those beliefs that your customers have? With our app, we do enable you to support any of the 1.5 million nonprofits, 501c3s in the US, and you can allow your customers to search and actually select the nonprofit of their choice. Understanding that you might want to build this from scratch or try it out. Another alternative to that is, as a brand, if you wanted to say, hey, if you click this one, we'll click. If you click this button, we'll support animal rights causes. If you select this selection, we'll support LGBTQ causes, and give them a couple options. It doesn't have to be a specific nonprofit. It can be a category. And then that way you can see where your customers are supporting. That's great too if you don't really know what your customers are in support of. That way you can see, okay, we had 3 cause categories we put up and this one performed best. So if it's an animal rights cause, maybe we have a drive at our store where we have an adopt, don't shop day. And we have little puppies come in and our customers can come look around. It helps inform your decisions in the future. Another way you can use that data, that really important insight that you're getting, is that if a customer supports a specific cause or cause category on site, create an audience pool based on that nonprofit category, and then you can retarget them with ads that apply to that specific category. So if I went and supported the planet, I could be lumped into my nonprofit pool of planet supporters, and then my ads would say, look good, save the planet, fight climate change, whatever it may be. And that way you're really staying relevant to your customer as well and showing them that what matters to them matters to you as the brand. Finally, I know we had touched on this in the beginning, so we're getting around to the measurement matters. We know that you're in the business of making money. We believe that if we can enable you to make more, we can enable you to give back more. We want to make sure that you're seeing that benefit. From the impact side, like I mentioned with Ursa Major, you really want to show your customers the good that you're doing beyond just their purchase. It really helps close the loop. You're sharing your promises. If you say, hey, we want to get to no plastic by 2024, in 2024, your customers are going to expect to see that you're either at no plastic or you're still trying to achieve that goal. Same goes with quicker campaigns. If you say, hey, we're planting 2 trees every order this month, tell them how many trees you ended up planting. They want to know. It makes them feel good. It makes them feel like they contributed. So don't just let that fall off. Make sure you're tracking those things. On the left, you can also see that one of our partners had a longer kind of strategy to give back for COVID-19 relief. So they were keeping track of how many dollars were donated, which is another great way to do that. Again, can live on your impact page. Really great option. From the business standpoint, we do have a playful little spin on return on ad spend. We call it RODS, or return on donation spend. So how are your donations actually affecting bottom line? We've seen 19% lifts in conversion rate, 23% lift in AOV, and up to an 18% lift in lifetime value. So on that retention side, customers are coming back sooner. They are spending more over their entire life. So really great to see that that's kind of how impact is resonating with your customers. In terms of quicker checks that you can do just to see how your customers are performing, there are published tags in Google Tag Manager for our app, but you can set up specific events to see, okay, if our customer is clicking on the impact page, how much time is spent there, other things like that that you can monitor and see how your customer spending is affected by those. In our app, we also have a dashboard that shows you your leading indicators like your donation average order value. So customers who are donating, how much more are they spending with you, as well as an opt-in activation rate. So if you're asking your customers, hey, when you choose a cause, we donate, how many customers are choosing a cause? How many are taking the initiative to see, they want to make a difference? So that's an awesome indicator as well. And again, to wrap up everything that we've gone through, if you're going to be including social impact, as you should in your business, the first thing you should do is always make sure you're remaining authentic and taking a holistic look at your impact. Beyond just donating to different brands, have a trip for your team to volunteer one day, or talk about the specific items that you care about, the values that you care about. Don't just look at it from the giving perspective, really look at your whole business. How is your product made? Things like that. On the customer engagement side, keep your customer informed first and foremost. There are a bunch of different ways to do that, but at the end of the day, they just want to know what you're doing, and as much insight as you can give them, the better it'll be. Finally, measurement matters. So not only the measurement of your donations, but the measurement of impact against your bottom line and how as a business you're seeing success coming from doing good. A bit more about Shopping Gives in case you're curious to learn more. We integrate natively. We have out-of-the-box solutions for Shopify and BigCommerce, but we can integrate on almost any CMS, including Magento and Salesforce. We fully manage donations from you. So from collection to disbursement, you don't have to worry about any compliance pieces. We've already taken care of that for you. And you also don't have to worry about actually getting the money to the nonprofit. We get that all out of the way for you so that you can focus on your good. And then like we've just seen, you'll get data and business insights into how impact affects your bottom line. We're already working with some top D2C retailers like those that you can see on our page now. But if you're curious to learn more, you can always check out our website. It's shoppinggives.com, or you can feel free to email me. It's Savannah with one N and an H at Shopping Gives. But if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to stick around and answer. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
Thanks so much, Savannah. Of course, I love the Shopping Gives platform, and I think cause marketing has become a mandatory component of all of e-commerce, or perhaps even all of business in general. And I think you've heard me say it before, but I love when we can find scalable, sustainable ways to give back, ways where it's not just like a one-off or like, okay, we'll donate some of our proceeds or something like that. It's like, actually it helps the business grow and scale. And in many cases, it can actually increase conversion rate more than, let's say, the cost of the donation. And that's a net positive. And that's why I think it's become mandatory, is because we can actually do that now. And we can prove it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we're really trying to take a look also at omnichannel impact. So Shopping Gives has released POS recently too. So stores that have an online presence, but as, restrictions are getting lifted and opening up their brick and mortar stores again, there is the opportunity to make impact there too, so that you can tell that full story with your customer. But just like you said, it's very relevant now, and especially to have it be scalable and something that's easy to measure. It's awesome to be able to help brands get from tiny to huge with giving along the whole way.
Yeah, I love it. And I love that you guys are a certified B Corp as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to move straight into our next session. So we'll say goodbye.
Awesome. Thanks, Derek.
Bye. All right. With that said, we're going to move into a technology showcase. This is we're going to look deep at the influencer platform GRIN, which what I really like about this tool, and the reason we want to bring them on, is because I don't think any other retention event is really going to talk about influencer marketing, especially in this way, right? Because everyone thinks about this as an acquisition channel, but GRIN actually does a great job bringing a, let's say, cohesive brand strategy. And there are some different components of their tool that allow for increasing retention. So I'm going to bring Eric on right now. Hey, Eric, how's it going?
Good, Derek. How are you?
Doing great. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the tool. If you want to share your screen, I will bring it up here.
Absolutely. So I've actually put together a quick overview on why we built GRIN the way that we did, just to give the audience a sense of how we differ in this space. GRIN, for those who don't know, is an end-to-end influencer solution. We're a technology company, but we really focus on e-commerce brands specifically, and help solve a lot of the pains that e-commerce brands run into when traditionally running influencer programs. Our big core ethos is authentic relationships, and it stems from this idea where we saw a huge shift in consumer attention about 6 years ago, right? Not a shocker. People make buying decisions on their phone now. What we did is we noticed a trend where brands were spending more and more on social and digital and less on these traditional mediums. And it was almost as if Instagram and YouTube, and now TikTok and Twitch, they have replaced how people consume entertainment. And so there was a huge opportunity, obviously, when this was happening. And again, 6 years ago, influencer marketing wasn't what it is today. So we looked at about 3 or 4 dozen brands that were doing quite a bit of influencer marketing. And we tried to see if there was any similarities about the way that these programs were ran so that we could help solve their pains. What we landed on is that every top influencer program focuses on this concept of authenticity. Now, being authentic within social media can be tough to quantify. For us, the way we look at it is if we can empower our brand partners to activate influencers who probably would have bought your product without you having to reach out to them, or perhaps your brand messaging really resonates with the type of content they develop, if you can ultimately activate them as an influencer, you will see that they will deliver a really authentic experience to their audience, and they lead to consumers for your brand. So it's this big full circle. At the time, not a lot of tools were set up to support that. What's common in our space is this middleman model, or an opt-in network. What this is where the brand, you of course sign up, but the influencer is also required to sign up in these models. So you create a very transactional environment in these sorts of platforms. They don't work or deliver the type of retention or influencer strategy that you may want. And so what GRIN did essentially is eliminate the need for the influencer to ever have to opt in, log in, create any sort of login in order to access GRIN. You have a direct relationship with your influencers. You still take advantage of this huge social snowball effect. And what GRIN really solves for is this. And so if anybody's watching right now and their day looks anything like this, we built GRIN for you. A lot of the times programs can get convoluted where you're here and you're bouncing around to all these important aspects of your program. GRIN plugs into the middle and connects our e-commerce clients to everything that they need in order to run a successful program. With that in mind, this is what it looks like. So with GRIN being an end-to-end solution, there's quite a few things that we help cover. I'm going to focus on a few specifically today that really help drive the most impact for our brands. And the workflow goes from bottom up. Now, you'll notice that there are some key metrics that GRIN's able to track for you. We basically are able to, at any given moment, tell you how many pieces of content have gone live for your influencers, what the total reachability of your audience is, what type of engagements you're getting. And with our unique approach and e-commerce integrations, you can also track revenue. How much revenue is each influencer generating? How much product have you seeded in order to generate that revenue, even down to what you've paid in commission to your influencers. And all of this is powered through this e-commerce integration that we've built. You can literally connect through a native integration, your e-commerce store, and that gives you the ability to house products directly within the tool, which you can then make available through marketing briefs for influencers to pick what they may want. It's quite common for our clients to use product as compensation and then track how well they're performing, how much their audience is actually generating through codes or links. GRIN's native integration allows you to do things within the tool, then it will talk automatically to your e-commerce store. So no more having to go to the back end of Shopify to generate codes. You can do that in GRIN and we'll talk to Shopify for you. The other really big part of our tool, obviously with any influencer solution, is going to be influencer activation, finding the right people for your brand and how to go about doing it. This is one of the first places you'll see our philosophy be very different from a lot of other tools. We have built a non-opted-in network of roughly 36, almost 37 million creators. What I mean by non-opted-in is they did not have to sign up in order to be visible. We literally look at the same things that you would look at. We have a piece of tech that goes out, adds this data in here so that you can dig through the social rabbit holes with filters, lookalikes, and even enrich your current e-commerce customer list to find people who have purchased your product that have actually a social following that you could tap into. You can see how much they've spent, what kind of products they've purchased. Everything is accessible to you. So influencer activation becomes very holistic with GRIN. From there, instead of having to add them to a spreadsheet, you can literally come in, have a CRM that's built specifically for your team, and dig into all the key kind of back and forths between you and your influencers. What products have you seeded them? What content have they generated? And you can really treat these folks as people because they are representatives of your brand in this very powerful space that is social and digital. And if we think about how we ultimately start to track effectiveness of these influencers and what powers GRIN, it's this concept of a campaign or ongoing activation. With GRIN, at any given moment, you're going to be able to see who is interested in working with you through a live URL feature where you can have influencers pick products. And instead of going to your store, they can go to a live URL, pick the products. You can audit them, determine if this is a good fit for your brand, see whether or not their content lines up, even see if their audience lines up with what you are looking for when working with an influencer. From there, all the other little things get streamlined. So being able to create discount codes at scale, right? No more going to the back end of e-com, having to generate them one by one, go to a spreadsheet. With GRIN, you can literally, with a couple clicks of a button, assign discount codes at scale. The same thing goes for affiliate links, being able to track web traffic and sales. And then really being able to generate orders from within GRIN and then talk directly to your e-commerce store is a huge advantage for our clients. Instead of having to manually create product orders, you can grab a batch of them at once, create that, and they're good to go. You can see tracking, fulfillment status, also even the order numbers. So it eliminates a lot of the time spent by teams who have to go to the back end of their e-commerce in order to fulfill their influencer program. From there, you can see who's posted, who hasn't posted, stay on top of your community, and we integrate directly with your email. So as you begin to work with influencers, all the messaging you send will come directly from the brand and create a really, really authentic experience where we work very much in the background. At the end of it, you're going to get all these reporting metrics so you can see who's driving the most revenue or perhaps the most effectiveness in your campaign, who is delivering the best set of impressions or engagement rate, who is driving the most revenue. And you can manage everything from beginning to end, even down to payments. So GRIN is a unique source of truth for all things influencer related. And if you think holistically about what an influencer community can provide, there is also the idea of reusing content, repurposing content. With GRIN, we take high resolution copies of all of your influencer content, put it in this media library where you can easily access certain assets. So if I want to see everything with the color blue in it that my community's created, I can see that here. I can jump into a post that I may really love, download it out, and now I have the opportunity to reuse this for whatever other marketing purposes, or perhaps for my own social easily. GRIN eliminates a lot of the little things required with teams who are actively managing their programs. From there, we take all of that data and we put it into this unique report builder. From here, you can dig into any individual data point that you want and know exactly what's going on at any given moment. You can filter this by date range, by campaign, by brand. You can see how many impressions you've received if we're looking at content specifically. And you can see here, this particular post drove 4 million impressions for me on TikTok. So at any given moment, you, your leadership team, whomever is interested in seeing this, can jump in and know exactly what's happening in the moment. There are a few other things in GRIN that make us incredibly unique. We help bridge the gap with your community management as well through our social listening tools, where you can manage hashtags, @ tags, and listen to see what people are talking about. Whether it be about your brand or competitors, you can always see what's going on. GRIN at the end of the day helps save teams on average about 60 hours a month and helps really drive this community-focused, authentic relationship marketing approach. And that is the bulk of the tool, Derek, that I wanted to share.
I love it. Yeah, I'm just sharing in chat that I think that between the social listening tool and the influential customers is what you call it. And we didn't get into it, but really quick, this is where you enrich customer profiles and you find the influencers that are essentially buying from you, right?
Exactly right. So because we have this native integration with e-commerce platforms, the moment that you ultimately get started, we will take your customer data from people who have not opted out of email communication, run those emails through our database and connect social networks to these folks, and you can see how much they've spent. You can add filters in this as well. So if you're really keen on finding people who have at least 10,000 followers who have bought your product, GRIN can give you that list. And from here, you can move these folks into an outreach channel. And again, all the messaging comes directly from the brand. So it is very much a one-on-one relationship with you and your community.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much for this demo. I think this gives people a lot to think about. What would you say to somebody that hasn't jumped into influencer marketing yet? Maybe they're getting traction on social and there's kind of this dabbling with some people that have followings, but they haven't really, put a dedicated rep to it yet.
I would say that, things have been accelerated quickly. We're a lot farther ahead in this social digital realm, I think, than even pundits were anticipating by 2021 due to what's happened over the last year and a half. People make buying decisions on their phone. People are heavily invested in social media. And if you are evaluating whether or not now is the right time, find a couple of people online that you think your messaging resonates with. Send them some products. Just develop a relationship with them. Don't worry about the transactional nature of what they need to create if you send this. Don't worry about spending gobs of money on a social celebrity. Find people who you think could benefit from your product and just send them an order. See what happens. You'd be shocked at the return you can get just by treating people like people on social.
Yeah, which perfectly ties into our last brand interview as well. And I think that is the right way to start. When I talk to people about influencer marketing, I always tell them about GRIN as one of the tools. But if I know that they're just getting started, I say, look, you can do 10 or 20 of these on your own. You don't need a tool to manage it. Once it becomes like at least a part-time job, if not a full-time job for somebody, that's when you bring in the tool because, like you said, it saves all the time, streamlines the process, and most importantly, you can justify it by tracking ROI, which is one of the most crucial missing components from influencer marketing. I love the impression count that you're tracking as well. That just like blows my mind. I love it.
We appreciate it, Derek. And yes, I totally agree with everything you laid out.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much. We're going to move right into our next session. We'll see you later. All right. Let me move around all the slides here. We are going to go into our merchant interview with Busy Baby. We're bringing back on Nick from Recart. Hello. And we're bringing in Beth from Busy Baby. Hello, Beth.
Hello.
All right. Well, I don't need to be here and my head is covered by this intro of you guys. So I need to get out of here so that you guys can have a great conversation. I'm really looking forward to this.
Thanks, Derek. I appreciate it. Hey, Beth. How's it going?
Hey, man. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you again. Hey, everybody, by the way, watching. Yeah, so let's get right into it. Beth, if you don't mind. Off the top, I think a question that everybody's very curious. What is Busy Baby Mat as the product itself?
Yeah, so the product's very simple. It's a silicone placemat that suctions to a surface like a table or a high chair, and then it has tethers that you can use to hook up babies' toys so they don't constantly drop and throw them on the ground.
Brilliant. And what was the inception of this idea? So how did this all get started?
It all started with a lunch with some girlfriends shortly after I had my first baby. When I went back to work, a couple of my stay-at-home mom friends took me out to lunch, and they brought their babies with them. And the entire lunch was spent with these girls grabbing everything on the table or throwing the toys mom would give them onto the floor. And one of the moms was a big germaphobe, so everything had to get wiped down every single time. And it was just a huge distraction. And I thought, I need to just go online. And I actually grabbed my phone and I went on Amazon and I was like, I need to find something to keep my kid busy. So when he's old enough to join us at the table at the restaurants, he won't be that distraction. So long story short, I couldn't find anything that would do the job. So I created it.
So smart, honestly. I absolutely love that backstory. I was almost like semi accidental, if you will, or I think it's awesome, truly. And kind of piggybacking off of that, once you started getting, the gears turning and realizing like, hey, this is something that I want to keep building. I want to turn this into a business. Obviously not everything can be peaches and cream to start. There's definitely some learning curves and some hills that we personally have to like figure out ourselves, and industries we've never been in if this is your first time. So what were some mistakes you made early on, and maybe some of the people watching can learn from this? There's a lot of e-commerce stores watching this right now.
Yeah, for sure. I'm one of those really annoying people that doesn't believe in mistakes. Like every mistake you would call something that's happened has really been there for me to learn from. But I really have to go back further to, I grew up the daughter of an entrepreneur. My dad has his own business as a welder. And I learned early on that you really have to have passion for what you're doing if you're an entrepreneur, because there are so many ups and downs. It's a roller coaster all the time. Oops. Speaking of that, my dad's calling me right now. Sorry. So you have to have passion for what you're doing. Otherwise, when you hit those low times where you make some big mistakes or it's just a struggle, you won't get through that unless you have passion for what you're doing. So I always knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I never knew what I wanted to do. I didn't have enough passion about anything in particular until I had kids. And my passion really became, I don't want to keep doing this 9-to-5 corporate grind anymore. I want to actually like find a business to start right now. And so when I had this idea, I didn't know for sure this was the thing, but I wanted it to be the thing that I did. And so I started cutting and gluing things together to make a prototype. And I also created an LLC, like within the first week of having the idea. I paid the $400 and I filed an LLC because I thought that's going to at least hold me accountable that I have this Busy Baby LLC. It's a real thing. Even though my product is still an idea in my head, I thought that was going to help me drive forward and not give up on this kind of dream that I had. And it really did. And so I made lots of prototypes, and then I got to a point where I was stuck and I didn't know what to do next. And so I think that's the hardest part of being an entrepreneur is you don't know what you don't know. And you just do the next best thing in front of you. And as long as you keep doing that, you keep moving forward. So I don't know that there was necessarily a ton of mistakes. I think I avoided a ton of mistakes because I asked a lot of people for mentorship. I asked anybody who would talk to me, like, what was your journey? What was your biggest lessons learned? Stuff like that, so that I could really avoid a lot of the pitfalls.
I love that. And I think that's a great segue into our next kind of like topic. I was going to ask you, what do you love most about, running your own company? But you kind of explained a little bit of that already. And by the way, as having both my parents being serial entrepreneurs, I totally get it. So I definitely admire you for that. So given, the communities that you kind of like leverage early on for advice, I know, you are a mom and you're a woman in entrepreneurship. So that's a pretty powerful community that you kind of have some access to. So I know personally you've had some access to that community. So was that one of the communities you leveraged to get going at least? And was that peer-to-peer interaction between, I guess, like other momtrepreneurs, like really,
Yeah.
useful up front. Yeah.
It's priceless. It's still priceless to this day. So kind of the way I'm part of a group of other mom inventors. There's maybe 20 of us that we all invented something for babies that was just solving a problem we had ourselves. And we've all are at varying, I guess, levels of business. Some people are still just starting out. Some people have been in business and are doing millions and millions of dollars of sales every year. And what's great is that because we're all in the same industry, we can share resources. We can post in our Facebook group, hey, I'm really looking for someone who can help me with my email marketing. Does anybody have a reference? And we can all say, this is who I work with. He's great with baby brands or whatever. Having those peers, those resources is seriously priceless. I always say, the saying is, it takes a village to raise a baby, or it takes a tribe to raise a child. It takes a tribe to start a business. It really does. And when the bigger your tribe, the easier it is, the less mistakes you'll make because you'll have more contacts and more resources to help you out.
Yeah, definitely. You never know. The butterfly effect's a very real thing, right?
Yes,
One email could lead to an intro to a community, to maybe like a cheaper shipping rate or cheaper product. I don't know. There's a million things, right, that could happen. They can become your lifelong friends too. So,
and I
love that. Yeah, there you go. That's awesome. Sounds like it's very, very important to get started in communities as you get going then. So touching a little bit more on the mom female entrepreneurship side of things, what is the most challenging part of running a business as a full-time mom? And your kids, by the way, you're somewhat younger, correct me if I'm wrong, right? So a little even more challenging, I should say, and having a full-time business to run. So do you mind touching a little bit more on that?
I think just being a mom or being a parent is hard. Like whatever parent's in charge of the majority of the housework or the kid work, that alone is a job that's hard. And then when you throw in trying to run a business and trying to balance that life, it is hard. I found that the best way to deal with it is time blocking. Lately, I've actually been one thing that I struggled with the first 3 years of my business was my self-care. So before I had kids and before I started this business, I was an avid CrossFitter. I would go to the gym 4 or 5 days a week and I was in great shape and super healthy. Then I had a baby and that became my priority. And then I started a business 3 months later and that became my next priority. Wow. And so my own taking care of myself went down in priority. And then I had a second baby and now there's even more to worry about. But what I needed to learn and remember is that taking care of my own mental and physical health is important to be able to do the other things. And so now I've started getting up, going to the gym before the kids get up. And then I can come home, get the kids ready, spend a good morning with them, get breakfast, get them off to daycare. Daycare is a critical part of my life. I would not be able to work without someone else helping me with the childcare. And then I work really, really hard while the kids are at daycare. So when I pick them up, we can enjoy the evening together. And then sometimes when I put the kids to bed, then I go immediately to bed. Sometimes if I have work that I need to do, I can do that. But I try to time block and have some good boundaries so that when I do have my family duties and the kids around, I can really dedicate myself to them. And when I'm really focused on the business, I can really dedicate myself to that, minus running in to throw in an extra load of laundry and do things during the work.
I could imagine the time blocking is effective 95% of the time, right? You're gonna have those little the crossover, but it sounds like it's been very effective for you, so that's awesome. So wow, congrats on tackling the
it's hard.
No, it's really amazing. And then just more general, stepping away not just from the mom standpoint, but just woman in general. What would you give? Because it's no mystery that woman-owned, in e-commerce, it's the vast majority. So for women watching this and wanting to start their own e-commerce business, what is some of the advice that you would want to give them from your perspective?
I think just any woman in general who wants to go into business, I want to say, don't doubt yourself. Every woman I know is a great multitasker, is super smart, way smarter than we give ourselves credit for. We work way harder than we give ourselves credit for. I think we're the hardest person on ourselves, and we're absolutely capable of doing things. So don't doubt yourself as a person. I often speak to entrepreneurs, and my speech is about how I grew this business into a 7-figure business without having a clue what I was doing. Like I still to this day have things that I have to get through. It's like, how do I deal with this now? Like the problems, I keep thinking I'm going to tackle this one thing. I'm going to learn how to get my website set up properly. And then once I get past that, then it's going to get easier. But then it's like, oh, now I got to do marketing. Marketing is so much harder than I thought, and there's email and text and messenger and in apps and Google. And I mean, there's so much, and it's like, but we're really good at learning things, and we're women and probably men. I can't speak for men because I'm not one, but women especially are way stronger and smarter than we give ourselves credit for. So any woman who's, wanting to start a business or do something, don't doubt yourself. Like you definitely don't doubt yourself. You can do it.
Absolutely love that. And I absolutely agree. Told my sister a similar thing, and she's going for it too. So it's amazing. It's amazing. So yeah, definitely, I would love in the future where it's kind of a good mix as opposed to a little bit more slanted right now in the representation. But more and more.
If I could add one more thing to that, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I want women to know, don't be afraid to ask questions. I have only been able to grow my business and become what it is because I ask questions to literally everyone. At first, I felt bad asking questions. I felt like I was taking the valuable time of somebody who was much more important than me by asking someone for a 15 or 20-minute mentoring call. And those people were happy to share their experience with me, and I didn't need to feel bad about asking. And I also had times where I felt bad asking questions because I didn't want to look dumb. I didn't want to look like I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't want to look weak. And that's not the case. I have found actually the more people and the higher level people that I talk to and ask questions actually give me credit for doing that, because it's not easy to do. And I'm asking the right questions. So it is showing that I'm actually on the right track. I kind of know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid to don't feel like you're a burden, or don't feel like you're imposing on someone's time. If anybody watching wants to talk to me because they have an idea and want to know the next step, reach out. I am happy to I do mentor calls on Friday. So I'm happy to chat with anybody and answer any questions. Always ask the questions.
I love that, Beth. And I think it's a very sweet offer. And I encourage, based off your feedback earlier with the communities, ask your peers, ask questions. Get more involved. People favor boldness. So anyways, so to kind of pivot not so smoothly into more of the specific marketing tool that you use, Recart specifically. Recart is a messenger marketing tool, just for everybody watching. And Beth is using Recart currently and has been for quite some time now. So Beth, I'm curious, when did you first discover Recart?
Let's see. I don't remember. I think it was before Shark Tank. For those that, I don't know if anybody watching even knows who I am. I was on Shark Tank this season in March. And I think I got connected with Recart very early in this year and got set up and going before Shark Tank, because I really wanted to capitalize on the eyeballs. And I don't know if it's part of your question or not, Nick, but what I've learned with marketing is, and especially with my product, because you would think, a baby product, I'm marketing to new moms. But what I've actually found is that almost half of my customers are the grandpas and grandma, because they know the pain of this problem. The new mom and dad haven't actually experienced the toddler toss, the dropping and throwing game yet. The aunts, the uncles, the grandpas, the grandmas, they've all experienced that. So what I found in my marketing is there's different demographics at each channel. So, the older crowd is now on Facebook and have Messenger, and I don't reach them through Instagram. I don't reach them through TikTok. So you just have to really diversify where you're marketing so that you can hit the different demographics of people that you're hoping to sell to.
Yeah. No, definitely, and I love this multi-channel approach, and I should say omni-channel, because everything is speaking to each other and back to you, so you can make informed decisions. Yeah, I totally agree. And round of applause for Shark Tank. I don't know if you saw it. I was doing a little clap, but I didn't want to interrupt you. Seriously, that's an incredible achievement. And I see Derek is that's a nice banner at the bottom.
Thank you for the banner. Yep.
Yeah, no, that's seriously incredible. Check out the episode too. I've seen it. It's a great one. So yeah, so you touched base on this. I was going to ask, like, hey, how exactly were you planning to solve some issues with the recart? And it's mostly you're trying to target other demographics. So just to go a little deeper there, how does Messenger fit into your current business strategy right now, beyond just trying to hit other demographics?
Right now, where I'm really finding it the most useful is with my campaigns. So, for example, right now I launched a Memorial weekend sale. So we send out an email. Certain percent of people open the email, the rest don't open it. Then we send out a text message. A percentage of people check their text messages and may or may not open it from there. Messenger, almost everybody opens that and looks at it. So the people I didn't catch the first go round will see it in Messenger. And if they did see it the first go round, but we're like, that's cool, I don't know if I'm gonna buy something this weekend or not, but then they get it in Messenger with this quick, easy link that just takes them right to the page. It's just like an easier process for the consumer. Yeah,
100%. And last thing on this topic, what would you say to others that are considering using Recart, this alt channel, if you will?
It's weird for me with marketing how much I don't like. You would think based on how you feel and think about things. Like for me, I don't really read my emails much. If I see in the subject line or I see that it's from a company I've purchased from before, I kind of just delete them. So I don't think email is going to be good. Or somebody else may think, oh, I never check Messenger, so that's probably not going to work. That's just you, though. There's people are way different than you. And so just because something doesn't work for me doesn't mean thousands of other people aren't going to respond really well to it. So I think you have to give everything a try to see how it's going to work. And that's kind of been my strategy this last few months. Is I used to only do Facebook and Instagram ads. That was it. And it worked really well. But now I'm doing, email, text, Messenger, apps, trying everything and actually kind of surprising that I'm reaching different people I didn't expect to reach and getting the response I wasn't expecting, which is nice. So I think you have to try all the things and see what fits with your demographic, with your target customers.
100%. You never know who is on what channel. And maybe here's the other thing. Maybe you're not just going directly after people that are just on this channel. Maybe there's people that use, multiple channels. So maybe they saw you on one channel, and then it wasn't until like the second interaction on an alternate channel that actually led them to, putting their email with you guys, and they got a newsletter, and then that led them to buy their first purchase. I mean, you just never know. So the more ripples you can create, I'm right there with you. That's amazing. So pivoting away from Recart and looking forward, so I'm curious what, and I know you've mentioned a little bit what you've been doing over the past few months with adding new channels, but over the last few months specifically, what would you say kind of like upper echelon strategies, if you will? Are there any major adjustments you've done? Maybe some new product releases? Do you mind explaining a little bit more?
Actually, we're real heavy on product releases. We launched a new product in February. We're launching, we just launched last Monday. The pre-order is open for the mini version of my mat. And then we are signing paperwork today for another company we're acquiring and adding another couple of products to our product line. So this is a year of massive growth for Busy Baby. We're adding more products. We're adding more colors. So we're really going to be leaning heavily on our marketing, because it's hard when you're trying to market and like, what do I talk about? What do I say in my marketing? What do I show? Well, when you have new color releases and new product releases, it's super easy because that's what you do and people respond, especially if you have a good following. So we're really excited to see what the rest of this year does for us.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I was gonna make a bad joke. Busy baby, busy Beth. It sounds like this year. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Someone wrote an article about me, and the closing line was, "And boy, is she busy, baby."
Yeah. That's hilarious, actually. That's too good. Okay, so looking and only a couple more questions here, and thank you again. This has been awesome. And so looking forward, specifically in the toy industry, or I guess looking forward and a little back, like how has the toy industry changed since 2017, and how do you expect it to look in the next couple years?
I think it's probably been pretty consistent with most industries after 2020 and the pandemic. A huge shift to online purchasing, and a huge shift to focus on things that help, at least in the baby area, that help keep a baby busy while you're trying to educate your other children when you have to teach from home, or do a Zoom call with your baby next to you and keeping them busy. There's more practical solutions, and there's still been a kind of a trend away from devices, away from putting electronics in front of a baby. It's, as a mom, I've resorted, I don't want to, but sometimes it's just easier to give them the iPad with a cartoon on it so that you can get something done. But there really is a big trend towards finding ways to interact with and entertain your child without using electronics. That's a big thing I've seen. A lot of toys and games are going to less electronics and more actually physically playing with blocks and magnets and things, tangible things. I think that's going to continue for sure.
Yeah, I love that, because it's crazy to think that, kids being born these days are just being born into this iPhone, iPad world, and then didn't really, I don't know, don't play with blocks as much or go out and bike ride. It's all, So yeah, I think that's awesome. Kind of everything's been so digital, and we're gonna, move a little backwards.
But I mean, the real shift is to e-commerce, though. So I mean, as we're talking about e-commerce business, everybody's shopping online. It's so much easier. Yep. I never ordered my groceries to be delivered before the pandemic. Now the stores are open, masks are removed here in Minnesota. I can go shopping easily, but gosh, it sure is convenient to order them and have them delivered. I'll probably continue that. So there's a lot of online shopping that's going to continue beyond the pandemic.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I think we're just getting started. Honestly, some data, it's only 20% of transactions in the US, I think, are e-commerce. Yeah, pretty crazy. It's gonna get bigger and bigger. So last but not least, and again, thank you, Beth. This has been awesome. But let's talk about content and marketing strategy. What are some emerging marketing strategies that we should be investing in?
I think it's diversifying your marketing strategies. I mean, last year I had all my eggs in the Facebook, Instagram basket, and it did really well until my Facebook account got shut down for some unknown reason. We still don't know. And we had to start over from scratch, and we had to start with a zero budget and no demographics, and all my eggs were in that basket. So that's part of the reason I'm diversifying this year into all the other channels of advertising and marketing, because you can't have all your eggs in one basket. And what I found is that, oh, look at all these new customers I'm finding, because not everybody's on Facebook, Instagram. Facebook bans likely caused by How do you misclassify a baby product as political? Thanks, Facebook. But yes, I think diversifying is the strategy that everyone should take personally, but that's what I'm trying.
Awesome. And then just quickly on the content side of things, similar approach, you say diversifying, or is there a specific content strategy?
Content, what I've actually found, because I've done both now, I've done videos I've shot on my cell phone with my own baby, and I've done professionally produced videos. Mm-hmm. And the most well-received content is my cell phone video, because I think what's happening is as people scroll, they're like, oh, is that my friend's baby? Or whose baby is that? And they don't realize that it's one of my ads for my product. They just see this baby, and then they're like, oh, what is that thing this baby is playing with on their high chair? So I've invested in both. I've done a lot of testing with both. The professionally produced ads and videos do perform okay, but surprisingly, the content from my cell phone has done much better. And organic content. A customer of mine created a TikTok ad, and it's got millions and millions of views. Not an ad, just she posted something on TikTok, and like 30,000 shares. I never even knew about it. Someone saw it and messaged me, and she's like, "Look at this thing," and it was just a mom that did a quick review on what the Busy Baby mat is, and took off. So user-generated content is huge. I'm actually excited to look into the presentation from before this to see about maybe upping my influencer game a little bit.
Yeah, that's amazing. The way you can just like recognize, right? And I love that point, because I always thought it was, I don't know, maybe because you're just curious, like, what exactly is this person? Do I know them? But it's also like, this is something that you're doing day in and day out. Not everyone is doing high quality videos all the time.
Yeah.
I'll send a video, like a Snapchat or something like that. So yeah, go to where people recognize your content ads. That's great. Thank you, Beth. It was very insightful, and
thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure talking to you.
Good to see you again.
I love this. Before you go, Beth, I love this. The idea of upping the influencer game. So tying together exactly what you're talking about, just to give you my own experience with this. When I was in-house at a beauty box subscription, we had a large influencer program spending hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in influencers. One of the influencers we hired was Cardi B. And ironically, she didn't actually drive that much traffic, but we got her cell phone shot video opening the product in a very organic way. The lighting was terrible. It was like there was like a bright background light. It looked dark in the room, as ugly as could be. When we turned that into a Facebook ad, it made us millions of dollars in revenue. So it was very successful. It was the best performing ad, was organic, but also from an influencer. So that's something to think about. Looking for, if you go out there and look for moms who are influencers as well, and perhaps even using that influencer discovery tool that they have to see the ones that have already bought from you. I think that'll do really well for you.
Yeah, I agreed. I mean, it's totally, I think as consumers, we're trained, our eyes know as we scroll what's an ad, and we can scroll past an ad without even realizing it, because our eyes are trained to know the format of an ad. But something more user generated it stops you.
Yeah, for sure. So that's the future of advertising right there in a nutshell. We'll cover that in a different event probably. But awesome. Thank you both so much, Nick, for bringing Beth on and interviewing her, and Beth, thank you so much for making an innovative product. I wish I had this 7 years ago with my son, actually.
I wish I had $1 for every time someone told me, where was this when my kids were little?
Well, you're getting close to having $1 for every time, I think. On the next one. Awesome. Thank you both so much. We'll see you later.
See ya.
Bye. Awesome. Cool. A great story. And yeah, her Shark Tank experience, which I had watched just a few weeks ago, was a really good one. She stood up for her brand and her valuation, and it was really something to watch. With all that said, we're going into our final session. We're bringing in Anna from House of Cart. She's going to talk to us everything about, I think it's going to be a little bit of email marketing. And she's also running a Facebook group that if you are a female founder, perhaps we should have had told Beth before she left, but we want to make sure that you're joining this group. Anna, come on in.
Good morning, good evening, wherever you are.
Yeah, how's it going? Good morning. Thank you for waking up early for us. I'm sure it's 6:30 might not be your normal morning wake up time.
Oh, I just got to jump in for the last of Beth's. I've also got 3 little ones, and all I could think about was just Googling busy baby mat.
Yeah, for
As
sure.
you talked about Zoom calls while the children are out the back. So
yeah. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Here, so tell us a little bit about the Facebook group you started and how's it going, and then I'll plug it here in chat.
Yeah, awesome. So we started a Facebook group after being in amongst some really, really large Shopify specific groups. And we just saw a real need for, a group, a safe space for women to jump in, founders of Shopify, either looking to start a Shopify store or establish Shopify stores already, just a safe space for them to be able to chat and get information. And I guess feel vulnerable and raw and talk to other women in the same position. We sometimes find the bigger groups can be quite aggressive. and there can be a lot of salesy, spammy stuff going on. Some of the groups are awesome and you do get some great information and make some good contacts, but we just felt a real need for, just that sort of smaller, safe space, and it's been really, really good. So we're trying to grow. We've grown really fast organically, trying to find time to put into the group to really, give it value. But there's a lot of awesome businesses in there, and there's just people looking for help and conversation, and just someone to relate to outside their business world. We're in a world now where certainly in your social group you can be maybe the only one that has a business, and it can be a lonely time. So the groups are often a really good safe space to be able to just be open and honest and raw and get some advice and help along the way with your business.
Yeah, absolutely. And I certainly appreciate that. And I know exactly what you're talking about other groups being salesy and aggressive. I see a lot of, you get harsh commenters, you get tons of spam. And of course there's going to be, let's say, noob questions are okay, but then it's the responses of
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's more of the
rude.
Nurturing approach, the confidence to be able to, if it is a silly question, my theory is there's no stupid questions. You've got to learn, but feeling that you can't ask that question because you're feeling vulnerable about the response you may get or the attacks you may get. So,
Yeah, for sure. The one final thing I'll say about some of these groups, just because I want to make sure everyone knows, I have to admit, I'm a little guilty that I share my event updates in the group. So that's me spamming.
But that's sharing knowledge. It's also that's sharing knowledge.
Trying to help. That's the only time I'm a little
I back that.
I back that area, but I do try and comment and respond to people as much as I can. I've gone up and down with it. Actually, I focus now more on responding to people in Slack groups, but I do like to
absolutely, which are becoming massive now too. So
are you in D2C fam, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So, and there's a few others, but yeah. All right. Well, with all that said, let's bring on your presentation, and I hope that all of the female entrepreneurs listening join the Shopify Fempreneurs group, and we'll let you kind of talk about everything, email retention, and all that good stuff.
Awesome. Thanks, Derek. Okay, so I'm Anna. I'm from House of Cart. I run a Shopify design and development agency here in Australia. So lovely to meet you all from wherever you're signing in from. Okay, so we are a small business helping other small businesses. We offer a powerhouse of knowledge to our clients that are starting small businesses, want to get online, and to help them with their online journey. So we've been small business before. We started out as a small little store at a market selling children's clothing. We then jumped onto Shopify and grew our business until we were manufacturing out of China. And one day made the switch from big commerce over to Shopify and built our store, and really, really enjoyed the Shopify platform and building, and hence moved into creating House of Cart, which is now becoming our full-blown agency. We focus on building a solid foundation for your brand. So we're all about getting everything up and running for you, getting yourself online, getting all the tools in place that you need to scale. We're all about handing the stores over. We're always there to manage, but we love the fact, and this is why we stand behind Shopify, that anyone and everyone can get online. We've got 65-year-old ladies selling candles, running their stores that don't use Facebook. And that's what we love about Shopify, is the fact that it's obtainable to anyone, and it can be completely self-managed. So that's kind of how we fell into House of Cart and what we do. So we offer everything from Shopify design all the way through to development and email marketing. So today I just kind of wanted to talk to you about actionable tips. I'm massive on the fact of, if we're going to talk about something, you need something to take away. At the end of the 30 minutes, something you can take away and physically go right then and there and do in your store to really help skyrocket your business and change things up, get conversions happening. So I'm just kind of jump straight in. Entrepreneurs are the new cowboys and space explorers. It's a massive space now, and, being an entrepreneur is the next best thing. It's not for the faint-hearted. Launching an e-commerce business is the easy part. The hard part and the challenging part is building and growing it and getting it to be successful, making sales and continuing to make sales, and not giving up when it gets hard, and knowing the best ways to improve. So, it's so vital to success in terms of, everyone thinks it's really easy. We're going to start a business, we're going to sell product, it's going to be great. It's not for the faint-hearted. And, the most successful people I see are the hardest workers ever. And, let's be honest, it's probably easier to go to a 9-to-5 and take home your paycheck. But it's nowhere near as satisfying as being an entrepreneur and making your own money and hearing your cha-ching go off in your little phone every time you get an order. So let's just dive straight into some actionable tips to get it done. Okay, so actually, touched on what Beth said before. It's about having brand awareness and being everywhere. Being where your customers are. So making sure that you're across everywhere that your customers are potentially hanging out. Building that brand awareness, not just through selling, but just through comments, through conversation, through organic chat is the main thing. Building email lists and using email marketing to stay engaged. I couldn't stress this enough. For us at the moment, we stand behind Klaviyo and we stand behind email marketing via Klaviyo as the next way to really make money for your business. If you are not jumping on board email marketing, you need to definitely start having a look at it. Google Klaviyo, find out what they do, download the app in your store, have a play around, and consider, your options of email marketing to really step things up for your business. Personalize the way you communicate with your customers. Meet your customers where they are on social media. Beth mentioned before about the TikTok, a video going off and it's just, someone organically putting a video up and the traction it can get. Think of it in the opposite way too. If your customers don't hang out on Instagram, they're not that customer and they're not that target market. Don't start posting daily on Instagram. Focus your energy where they are. If they're hanging out in Facebook groups, hang out in Facebook groups. If they're on Facebook, hang out there. Think about where they are. If your demographic is all on TikTok, jump on TikTok. So, really invest your time and energy where your customers are going to be. Use your data analysis to really improve your strategy. Running blind is always going to be a nightmare and always going to be an uphill battle. So making sure, you really know, you've got that data to use, analyze it, and, that's how you're going to improve your strategy and make things, better, quicker, and faster. Develop buyer personas and know where your customers are. Think about who they are, what they're doing, and where they are. Jump in there and really hone down where they are and what they're doing and be where they are and make sure your brand is exposed out there. Providing excellent customer service to improve customer loyalty. This is such a big one. I can't stress enough excellent customer service. The days are gone, I feel, where, you're walking into the beautiful department store and, the lady is paid to be exceptionally nice to you and to give you amazing service because you're going to buy that $400 dress. Same goes for online, but we lose that customer service. We don't have that lady standing there making us feel pretty, making us understand that the product's going to change our life. We just don't have that anymore. And so you need to really step up your game in terms of how are you helping when they are online? Are you offering a chat service? Are you offering, communication all the way? Do you have excellent FAQs through your site? Am I giving you every piece of information to help you buy? And that goes for after sale too, making sure those communications afterwards, are really personalized. Thank you. The biggest success I see is people who take time to pack orders personally. To even if it's a handwritten note, it doesn't need to cost money. It can be simple little Post-its with anything on it. Hey, thanks for your order. Personalize it. That takes 2 seconds. It's these little things that they'll remember you for, and the loyalty will stick. When they need to go and buy that T-shirt again or that product or that, electronic item, and they remember, when I bought from them, I just felt so good. They made me feel so lovely. They will buy again. That same feeling that you would go to that shop again, the department store back in the day when we did, and be a return customer. So improve your customer service game and be better than the rest. Use free shipping to your competitive advantage where possible. So, I always say to clients, if you can, offer free shipping. If you can incorporate it into your prices, change things up a bit, it's just that mentality that the free shipping will get you across the line. You know, the biggest bounce rate is getting to cart and seeing that shipping amount and just, no, I'm gone. And so, you know, flipping up your formulas and seeing how you can incorporate free shipping wherever you can is definitely going to get you across the line and increase conversions. Be strategic with your promotions on your website as well. One of the biggest things, you know, in my opinion, you know, when I see brands that are on sale continuously, I feel that there's a desperate pull for money. You know, popping yourself every Sunday night, you know, I'm on sale, here's 20% code, you know, constantly seeing that come through. One, as a brand, I feel you're devaluing your brand and your products. You're not standing behind the value of what they're worth. You know, some of the most successful sales I see are the people that have one sale a year. Their customers know that they have that sale a year. It could be Black Friday, it could be Boxing Day, it could be, you know, whatever sale they choose to do once a year. And people will wait, or people will, you know, shop during the year, but it gives it that value. It gives it, you know, you're really valuing more of your product and your brand and, you know, your prices to start with. So, you know, be strategic with your promotions and not too sale happy, I like to say. And, you know, that's the same with marketing yourself. You know, get creative with your tactics. Think outside the box. Jump around, start following your competitors and seeing what they're doing. And, you know, if you see something cool, do better. You know, if you're seeing that they're doing something super creative, you know, they've really stepped up the game with a fun campaign, or, you know, you see emails come through, you know, don't just send emails with bland. You know, nobody loves bland. Really think outside the square. Take the time to change your wording up, to really put a word play on the way you're talking to your customers, the way you interact with them. You know, things you've got on your website, make it fun and happy. You know, again, it's that sticking point of them remembering your brand for when they want to purchase, you know, getting creative and really connecting with them. Okay, so those are my actionable tips to just, you know, when you get off the call, if you've got a store, excuse me, so just look through the slides again and see where you're lacking in those areas, you know, and if you are, sit down with a pen and paper, write 3 points on each about what you can do right now to change that up and to be answering, yes, I am doing those, to all those questions. Okay, so how to convert more customers. You know, when we look through sites and we see, you know, straight away off, you know, when you look at your site, you may see something different to what your customer sees. You know, it's very close to home when you look at your site. You've built it with love, you've built it with passion. You know, you may not have had any money to spend on, you know, an expert to jump in and have a look. So you've got to look at it through the customer's eyes. You've got to shop and, you know, navigate your way around your site. And, you know, our biggest thing we can say to people is always, always be testing. You know, always be on your site and just checking how it looks, checking how it feels. Jump in, add to cart, get all the way, and just see how the experience is for you and see that you're not hitting any roadblocks. The biggest mistake we see is people, you know, they set and forget. They build the site, they launch it, they never look again on the actual website. You know, they're not looking to see what's happening. You know, we say, treat it like a shop window. Would you leave a shop window the same for 12 months, 2 years, and just never change it? You know, customers are going to get bored. So making sure you're jumping on, keeping things fresh, changing it up, and really make that user experience and that journey awesome for them. And the only way you're going to know that is by testing it yourself. And also we suggest, you know, select 3 very different friends, 3 very different mindset friends from different backgrounds, whatever it may be, so you can get them to jump on, do a little short note about what they see, what they feel, and how they enjoy the experience. Okay, so how to convert more customers. Many clients think that their brands' biggest problems and what they actually are 2 very completely different things. In an increasingly competitive digital buying world, there are so many do's and don'ts when it comes to encouraging customers to buy items from your business. Competition being a massive one out there at the moment, especially with the way e-commerce is going. Conversions do not just happen. You need to optimize for it, and you need to work at it. You know, you need to make those optimize. You know, you need to optimize and make sure you're working towards the end goal of conversions, and really doing, you know, putting your best foot forward. So again, we're all about actionable tips. So, you know, you can just jot these down, see how you're going, compare them to what you're doing, and make some changes, you know, immediately, and see what you can get going. Okay, so This is in terms of the site, how it looks and feels, and the user experience and journey. No particular order, but just look at all these points. Are you doing these things? If not, write 3 points down that you can change today and work towards them on your site. Imagery is everything. Imagery is key. When you land on a site and you see blurry imagery, when you see stock photos that don't match the brand, it's an instant turn off. Making sure that you use high quality images and video on your products. I cannot stress this enough. Yes, you may not have the budget for a photographer, but that does not matter. Google DIY photography for Shopify. There's 2 blogs that will come straight up. One of them I think is 101 DIY photography for Shopify. It is amazing. Back in the day when I also had my children's brand, we have a version of Home Depot here, Bunnings. Go down to Bunnings, buy a sheet of Corflu, which is the real estate sign. It costs $2 a sheet. Set up a tiny little studio for $20. I had it all set up, and I was able to take nice white background photos of my product and quickly edit them in Canva for free. So there is no excuses why you need terrible photos on your website. It's a massive part of what you need to be doing. You'll find a way around it. So that is my biggest tip in terms of making sure that quality is really good on the product pages and on the home pages. Provide limited time coupon codes, create a bit of urgency. So if you are going to run something and you've got a promotion, create urgency on there so the code doesn't just go forever and it's just not a never ending thing. Give that urgency of, hey, we need to do this in a couple of days. You've got 48 hours, you've got 28 hours. Give that bit of stress to the client the customer about, I need to purchase now. Be competitively priced. You don't want to be the lowest and you don't want to be the highest. It's about finding your price point that matches your customer and your product. So making sure you really research, your prices out there and find a price point that suits your business, your model, and your customer. Tweak and test your e-commerce checkout process. So again, it comes down to testing. Jump on and physically work your way through to the checkout. See what's going on. Are there any roadblocks? How can I improve this? What can I add to my cart? Most of you are probably not on Shopify Plus. You're on Shopify plans. So, you are more limited, but there's things you can do inside your cart to really step up that conversion rate as well. Offering little free gifts, even little messages at the cart level. So make sure you really tweak and test that process. Check that you've got no roadblocks and that things, because 9 out of 10 times if a customer hits a roadblock, they'll just abandon cart and won't message you. They're not going to take time out of their day to say, hey, I couldn't check out, I had a problem. So you need to be finding that out for yourself and then rectifying those problems so that, you're confident that no customer has any problem. Abandon cart software. So I guess this brings me back to also Klaviyo. We're huge on email marketing at the moment. It's where we're pushing all our clients. Making sure you have abandoned cart software. The Shopify one is pretty good. It does the job, but it's kind of like anything in life. You do get what you pay for. Think outside the box of investing in terms of, email marketing and the likes of Klaviyo and the other ones out there. Use the abandoned cart software. Find an abandoned cart app also if you don't have Klaviyo or anything like that. But really make sure you hone in on that customer who stepped away and is potentially money on the table. Okay, live chat software. This is a big one, and it's very easily done. There is the quickest and easiest way that I suggest, and we're loving at the moment, is the free live Facebook chat from Amiga, the app. Bit of a plug for them, but it's literally, it can be downloaded and installed in a matter of 2 minutes. You can brand it, you put your colors on it. It links to your Facebook page, and the symbol at the bottom is a Facebook chat bot, and it's it's a trusted icon, and it's instantaneous and it's free. So there's no excuse for you to not have chat. You don't need to be monitoring it live. I have one on my own site because we run our agency website on Shopify, so I'm able to use all the cool Shopify tools and apps. And I get hits on it 2 or 3 times a day. I don't need to monitor it all day. They get a nice little reply saying, if I'm not responding straight away, saying, hey, thanks for reaching out. I'll be back with you in 24 hours, or here's my email address. Email me directly. And most 9 out of 10 times I'll reply straight away anyway, because it's Facebook, it's on my phone, and it pops up straight away. and I'm able to answer those questions when they are hot. They are hot leads with money ready, waiting to go, but they've got a question. And by leaving that unanswered, you leave the money on the table again. So it's about really stepping up and making sure you've got that option for a live chat, because we're not in the department store anymore. We're not able to go to the counter and ask the lady, you know, do you have a different size? When are you getting this one in? You know, be available and really step up that customer service experience for them. Letting your customers know that your e-commerce site is safe. So, you know, trust icons on there are huge, making sure you're letting them know this. You know, and also not just about the actual checkout being safe, but about your brand. You know, no branding, no trust icons, no little snippets about who you are and what you are does not build trust. You know, all of the components to actually getting them to spend that money and hit pay at the end all comes from trust. And so letting know that the brand is safe, the store is safe, their credit card is safe, making sure that they feel trusted enough to spend the money. Set up a structure so that your visitors can easily find your products. This is probably a massive one. I see a lot of problem sites come through. You know, the navigation is just lost. And it's really hard to find product. It's really hard to understand where I go to find what I need. You know, making sure the hierarchy of your navigation is on point. Again, you know, farm this out to 2 or 3 very different mindset friends. Ask them to look for a certain product that you stock and say, hey, how hard was it to find that? And if they come back to you and say, easy peasy, you know, jumped in the menu, there was that collection, easy. You know, if you get 2 people that say, it took me like 10 minutes to find that, you know, I just couldn't find it, you've got a problem. So making sure you really make sure that things are easy to find. Do not make your customer work too hard. You know, make it very, very easy for them to do what they want to do quickly and get to what they want to do, add to cart and buy. Make your checkout form easy to understand, you know, making sure that everything is really straightforward. Your shipping is really straightforward. Any terms and conditions that need to be there are there, and everything is really straightforward. Trying to keep it as low clicks as possible. You know, getting a theme that's got the quick view and the quick shop so that they can do it straight from the homepage. You know, having a nice little drawer or pop-out checkout. You know, just making sure it's very easy to understand, nothing too complicated, and there's not too many steps and processes to get through to actually buy the product. And, you know, a big one is let them check out as guests. A lot of people I see, they are setting must have an account. It's such a big thing for bounce rates. You know, I don't want to be a member of your site because I know what you're going to do. You're going to send me emails, and I don't want that. You know, that's the mindset of a lot of customers. They just want a product. They don't want to connect with you, and that's cool. But, you know, forcing them to sign up for an account and put in all their details when they don't want to, they will bounce. So make it optional. You know, if these people don't want to receive email, there's no point in having them on your list anyway, because they don't want to connect with you. But that doesn't mean they don't want to buy. So making sure that you've got options for everyone, and, you know, just not forcing that account at checkout. Okay, detailed product descriptions. Again, cannot stress this one enough as well. You know, making sure it's not, there's a fine line between too long and too short. Giving enough information about the product, and be creative. You know, don't just go, this t-shirt is red and it's made of cotton. You know, this t-shirt is an amazing shade of red. It looks so great on. It really goes well with a pair of jeans. We make it from super soft cotton. It's so nice to wear. You're going to love it. So get creative and really talk through your detailed product descriptions, and making sure you explain every point to avoid questions later on. The more information you give them, the less likely they are to receive it, not get what they wanted, and return it. So making sure that they're very aware of the product to start and all the information around it. Making sure that your customers can give reviews. Social proof is massive. This could be another whole different 30-minute topic. But, you know, making sure that you've got that option to give the products reviews, and really stepping up your game with that. You know, step outside the Shopify review apps. Look at some of the good ones, you know, jump on Judge Me, something like that. It's, you know, the free app works really, really well, the free account on there. You can personalize it, invest in the $15 a month to get the awesome account, and really hone in on getting an email request out there, getting a review request out there, getting the reviews back in, and getting that social proof on your site. Making sure your add to cart and checkout buttons are prevalent. The biggest thing I see is, add to cart buttons in a dull gray, add to cart buttons in a pale color. Like, it's just not enough. It needs to be bright and colorful. It needs to be strong and, stand out when I look at the page. So making sure that it's always visible and that there's always, it's not everywhere, but it's enough places that, it gets seen and it's accessible and it's quick to the eye to see. Product testimonials, if applicable, making sure that you've got those. That goes hand in hand with the reviews. But again, really important in terms of building that social proof and that trust to buy. Having a great return policy also. So just making sure, you're really transparent with your brand. At every stage of the process and the journey, transparency should be massive. Can I return this product if I don't like it? What are the terms? Do I get a refund? A really, really strong return policy. It's definitely a huge one in terms of conversions. Not displaying things like that, instantly I won't shop. If I can't find a return policy on a store, I flatly won't shop. And you'll find a lot of customers will be the same. So, making sure you've got that amazing return policy, crisp and clear, straight on your product pages and straight on the, on the site. Providing valuable content. What we was talking about most of the things today is, it's valuable content, really giving them information that they can, just like with us today, I don't want to just jabber on about all different kinds of things to do with Shopify, valuable content, actionable tips, things that they can, to do with your product and brand that's actually giving them value. Making sure you've got filters in your categories, can I shop by color? Can I shop by size? There's some really good filtering apps at the moment. You can code them in also pretty easily these days. Get a developer to quickly help you with your products and get your filters working really well. So I can hone down and find exactly what I need really quickly. Getting that visitor's attention quickly. It's about when I land on the site, I have 3 to 5 seconds to capture me. I need a really strong image. I need a who you are, or what you are, and an option to buy. And the quickest example I give is landing on a page with someone walking down the beach, looking fabulous in this amazing t-shirt, right? And on the blurb on the banner it says, "We sell gorgeous t-shirts. They are so comfortable. Buy now." So it tells me what you do, who you are, and an option to buy, and capturing me because I think, I want to look as cool as that person in that t-shirt on that beach. So making sure you're grabbing attention quickly before I bounce and I get bored. And, call to action sparingly. Don't just have them everywhere across the site. I'm not a huge fan of having add to carts sprayed all over the homepage. The pop-up ones are better. The quick views are better. So just making sure you use them sparingly to avoid looking too Las Vegas and too spammy. The last couple of ones, make sure you clearly state your unique selling position. Who you are in the business, why I should buy from you, why you're different from your competitors, and what you can offer to your customer. Find what your USP is, and really make sure you advertise that, you promote that, and you spread that throughout your content. We talked about this before, but abandoned cart, but also a browse abandonment cart. Klaviyo have an amazing one that you can use. So if someone's looking at something, we can jump straight back on them pretty quickly while they're warm and say, "Hey, you were looking at this. You sure you don't want to buy it? Here's a little something to help you buy it." So don't forget about browser abandonment carts also. And as I said at the beginning of this, always be testing. Always be looking at it from the customer's point of view. Always be testing your stores. Always look at ways to improve. It's not a set and forget formula. Making sure you're always on there. What can you improve? What roadblocks are people hitting, and how you can solve all those problems to give your best foot forward. Okay, one quick second. Don't just start a business, solve a problem. As long as consumers have problems, they will always search for solutions. People always look for better, faster, and smarter ways to accomplish everyday tasks. Fortunately for entrepreneurs, there is still lots of room for improvements in existing products. We notice one common factor with our successful clients and brands that we see, they solve a problem that people have. And that's the biggest thing is, be that person that solves a problem and make it very clear at what problem you solve. So for me, for instance, I make it very clear on my website. I solve the problem. I build you a website. I get your business online. That's it. I get your business open open and online on Shopify. That's the problem I solve for you. It's very crisp and clear what I do and what I can do for you and the problem I can solve for you. So think about that in your own business. What is the problem that you solve for your customer, and make sure you highlight that. So to close out, I just want to say, a couple of little tips. Focus on building a must-have, not a nice-to-have product. Longevity is a must-have product. Solve a meaningful problem and a painful problem for your customers, and that will infinitely put you above the rest. And your business should be your passion, making sure this is why we're entrepreneurs. This is why I love working with entrepreneurs. And I am an entrepreneur because the passion behind it is massive. A little snippet of some staff I've taken on recently. One's come from a very corporate world. And, one of the biggest things she said to me is, wow, how nice it is to work with small business and to run campaigns for them. Because when I talk to them, I just hear passion. A 15-minute call is just filled with passion, and that's what it should be. And that's what entrepreneurship is all about. And 100% you got this. Don't give up. It's going to get hard. It's going to get tough, but you got this. And you can succeed if you just can implement everything that we've talked about. Go away, as I said, really look at what, the different things and what are you doing, what are you not doing, and the things that you're not doing, spend the weekend, jump on and get them done. And that's it. If anyone wants to reach out to me, I'm Anna at House of Cart, and it's been lovely to talk to you all. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Love it. Let me get your email address in here as well. We'll do the hello at House of Cart. I can't type today. It's been a long day. This has been a great way to wrap up such a long day. You gave so many pointers. I think people are going to have to go back and watch this again or view it in the show notes. Here is Anna's email address, or at least the hello at email address.
Absolutely.
And if you guys haven't already.
And, if anybody wants a copy of the slideshow, they're more than welcome to email me, and I'm more than happy to send it on if they want to jump in and copy and paste all the tips out.
Perfect. Awesome. And we've done some of that for them already in our show notes. So I'm going to share that here. If anybody would like the show notes, you go here. I recommend bookmarking the page because you're never going to get through all of it at once. You can also share it with your team members and stuff like that. It's just a Google Doc that you can grab those tactics and tools from and then go execute on at your own leisure. Anna, thanks so much for helping us wrap up day one.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
And don't forget, everybody, the Shopify Fempreneurs Facebook group. This link that's displayed here. You're not going to remember 7337 yada yada, but you should be able to click it if you're in Facebook or YouTube, or you can email Anna or just search it in Facebook, Shopify Fempreneurs.
Awesome. Thanks, Derek.
Anna, thanks so much. Thanks for waking up early for us. Talk to you later. All right. Cool. That was, this is a wrap for the end of day one. Tell me, what did you learn? I'd love to hear your biggest takeaway in chat, or perhaps even if you want to send me a message via email. Tell me, what are you going to go execute on in your business? But don't go too far, because we've got 5.5 more hours of this tomorrow. So we're going to be joined, in fact, by Val Geisler from now Klaviyo. So she'll be showing you the ins and outs of Klaviyo, as Anna alluded to, with abandoned cart sequences and post-purchase follow-up and retention-oriented campaigns and things like that. And we've just the lineup will be massive again for tomorrow. Expect a lot of the same things from the way it'll be presented and the merchant interviews and all of that, and a couple of tech showcases, but it'll be more and cover a few different topics that we didn't even have time to get through today. I really look forward to seeing you back here. You'll probably get an email from me. You'll probably get an SMS from me with the link to the YouTube live or to the retention microsite so that you can watch from there. It's been a blast. I'm Derek Haney, your host, and I'll see you guys next time.